What's up, YouTube? What's up? We're about to go live on TikTok. Give me just a second. We're about to do the damn thing. All right. Is there hope for the world? What is up, everybody? It is your boy, the Liberal Loudmouth. And we're back again. And we're able to have guests again. Yay! All right. Let's see here. What's up, y'all? Come on in. Make your way in. Make yourselves comfortable. It's probably going to be a very uncomfortable show. Fuck it. We'll do it live. Let me try to fix my... Okay. There we go. The noise canceling headphones feels like I'm got pressure into my brain cavity. All right, let me go find myself and share my shit out real quick. Liberal loud mouth. There you are. Yay. Ugh. All right, let me share to my peeps. Boom. Let's see. Boom, boom. Debo. I'm going to send Debo one. Sucker. All right. Send one to my homeboy, Ron. All right. We are live. And there we go. Brian, what's up, man? Welcome aboard. Welcome in, y'all. Come on in. Let's get to tapping. I see 0 likes on the board, and I see 5 people. So let's get to tapping, if you would, please. Todos, ¿cómo están? Oh, man, it's been a while. I took Spanish in college. It's tough learning a new language as an adult, gotta say. I wish I had grown up in like school. It was mandatory to learn a second language. I tell you what I want to do. My tribe offers, they offer courses to learn, how to speak Creek, Muskogee. And I'd like to do that because nobody'd know what the fuck I was saying. Most people wouldn't know that language, so I could talk in code. I'd be a code talker. And though I believe those were Navajo. Good morning, Lonnie. Good to see you guys. Please, if somebody wants to come up on the panel, please try. It should work. Because I want to test, because that's what they did. They removed my ability to have guests. I'd actually planned on going live yesterday, without any guests, but I had a very, very good phone call. Lasted several hours. And let me just say, guys, crazy shit's coming down the pike. And there's going to be a lot of butt-hurt motherfuckers on the way. A lot of them. What's up, Lonnie? It works. Good to see you.
It works.
Yay. All right. What do you think of the new background?
Nice.
Do you like the other one better? What do you guys think? The other one or this one?
I think for the moment, this one works for the moment that we're in. I guess maybe the topic that you're on, this one, and then maybe when you're not on this topic, if you're on something less,
Less Iran
this.
and Israel.
Yeah.
And, right.
I didn't know what word to put in there.
No. Yeah, I got you. No, maybe this will trigger, because remember when I used to use the Palestinian flag in the background, and like all of those people, man, that triggered the shit out of the Zios. I remember that one time he's like, that's a racist term. Or how did he say it? Do you remember how that guy said it? He was bitching because I kept saying Zio. Maybe he just said it was derogatory. I'm like, dude, it's
I
short.
think that's what he was trying
Short
to
for
say.
Zionist. Get out of here.
Yeah, they don't get it. Real quick though, I wanted to run back to the other day. So one day you were having a live, and you decided to start scrolling social media site, and you said that there's one site that you go to. It reminds you of like old school AOL.
Godlike
That's the site.
Productions.
Is that what it is? Because that's the
Yes.
site you found the old man.
Yep. Yep.
And I was curious what they were saying over there, and I was trying to get it to click for you the other day, like if see what they're saying about this over there, because you were like, these people are a little bit
Oh, on
centric.
Godlike. That's a good. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about it. I see what you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, because they do mass like IP bans, and so you'll be even as a member, you'll be just scrolling through, and all of a sudden your IP has been banned, and because they're really fucking paranoid. Those people. You want to see paranoid people? Those are the paranoid motherfuckers. Like it's but they're very good. Israel is attacked, Iran. So see, yeah, they're what happens next in Iran? This is one of the trending topics here. Matter of fact, I'll pull it up so you guys can like see what it looks like. Screen with video. Yeah, this is what it looks like here. What happens next in Iran? And it's just reporting, and then they talk about it in these threads. But it's crazy like how many people go to this site. I mean, it's been around since basically the beginning of the internet. But no, I mean, it'll take me a while to like read through all that shit. So, but I'm glad you reminded me of that because I haven't even checked there recently. Yeah, they like when CVID was going on, it was a really good resource for stuff. Even though they're crazy, they like those people are on it. APAC, what's up, man?
Hey, yeah, it's been a while. How are you?
Doing good. I think I missed a shout out the other day from you. I was live at the time
Oh,
on
no
Discord, or
worries.
was that an accident?
Oh no, that wasn't an accident.
Okay, okay,
I
yeah.
didn't know you were live. I'm sorry.
No. You're fine. I just I saw it, but I was literally on a live. I think it was right after I'd gotten the banana the next
Yeah,
day or something.
no,
Anyway, I'll reach out to you after to see
I
what's up.
appreciate it.
Yeah. Anyway,
No,
what are your thoughts, man?
look, it's an interesting topic. I thought it was pretty telling that Secretary of State Rubio said, "Well, we had to join because Israel was going to attack no matter what." Right? That's essentially what he said. Right?
Right.
And when you frame it that way, I mean, I think people would understand. I'm not defending it, right? I'm not in supportive of the war, but if Israel's going to attack and engage in that kind of assault, Iran's not just attacking Israel, but I think they're attacking a lot of U.S. Interests as well. What I thought was even more interesting was when Iran started attacking neighboring countries, the rest of the Muslim world. And I was like, what? But I'm like, wait, we have U.S. Military presence there, so I guess that makes sense. So it's interesting. I don't think it's going to be
Right.
a long war, but I'll close with this, and I'm going to be careful how I phrase it because that the app had censored this. There are AI agentic models that you can automatically. I'll just say Tigger, but it's TR in front, where if a military force is moving, you can automatically execute an action. So, and that ties into what the Pentagon wanted, I think, with Anthropic, right?
Oh, and the
Um,
Genesis mission.
yes, yes. So
Yeah.
remember, they wanted the
Right.
safeguards to
Autonomous
be,
drones,
yeah,
autonomous robots that will unalive you without any
yeah,
input from a person. Yes.
yeah. So, and because with drones, you can secure the perimeter of a country, and you can say, okay, well, if they engage in XYZ activity, or we could look at nuclear heat maps and stuff, and if they engage in this, or if we see a spike, then we can automatically attack. And that's why when you hear that, oh, we've controlled the air, I think that's very now dangerous for Iran, because once you control the airspace and you start moving the drones in and surround it, now all of a sudden you kind of like, it's like casting a net to grab some fish. You know, you have them encased. So I don't think this war is going to last, too long for that reason. But it's a scary thought.
I don't know, man, because when Iraq invaded them, it took 8 years for them to finally give up. Hell, we didn't even, because look at Iraq. Like, I don't know that our military really is. And aside from new drone types that you're talking about, like, for example, we may be bled dry before it even gets to that, because we're using $1 million interceptor missiles to shoot down a $50,000 drone. That's not sustainable. And our stockpile is like 80,000 or some odd of these interceptors or whatever, and they can produce like hundreds of these drones a day at low cost. So I'm not sure. I think the U.S. overestimates its ability to, do a protracted war when, like, the people there are fighting. Let me play a video real quick. This will probably put it into better context. This guy actually predicted that, that we were going to attack Iran, and that Trump was, that Trump was going to win, and that we would attack Iran. Hold on, I gotta find the damn video. Videos for live, March 6th. Here we go. Yeah, so watch this. He really kind of spells it out in a really good way. I had actually talked about this before. Why is that coming up over here? Fucking hell. All right, hold on. God damn it. All right, let me pull this up. Sorry, man. Yeah. I'm sure everybody knows this guy. We've probably seen him up from TikTok.
The Iranians see this as a religious war. And so the Iranians have announced total war. Okay? And so what this means is that right now command and control in Iran is decentralized. There's no one person telling everyone what to do. Every region has its own orders, has its own strategy. And so if you knock out Tehran, everyone else keeps on going. So if you take off the head, it doesn't change anything. Okay? But unfortunately, the Israelis and Americans use this as a military doctrine. Military doctrine just means how you design your military for what purpose. And so even though the Americans seem like an invincible army, they are not equipped to fight a 21st century war against drones, against destabilization, against religious fanatics. Okay, they're just not. Right? But unfortunately, because of military doctrine, they're going to keep on attacking Tehran. Now, the great irony of all this is that the Iranians who would be most supportive of regime change, are actually in the cities, because they are educated, they're progressive. The people who are most fundamentally against you, will fight you to the death, are religious fanatics, the Shia militants, living in the rural areas. Okay? So this is a really silly thing where you are actually destroying those who will most likely support you, and you're leaving alone those who are most likely to commit jihad against you.
Yeah. And when you put it like that, it's like that makes a lot of sense, that the people in the cities may be more likely to support, this, be anti-religious nut job, for example. And the U.S. is so, myopic in their we got all this shit that they're not going to see coming, like what he was talking about, desalination plants. That produces 90% of the water supply for those countries, a lot of those countries. And they're starting to attack them. They're also attacking data centers and AI companies. So what their leverage that Iran has here is the ability to constrict global supplies of things. Oil, water, you name it, because the Strait of Hormuz is going to be easy for them to shut down for an extended period of time and to keep it shut down. And what that does is suck all of the shit from all of these countries. You start seeing $7 a gallon gas in the United States. this country will fucking collapse. You go after data centers, that's our money. That's where all of our investments have come in. We don't really build a whole lot of shit anymore. So Iran has had, 20 years to game this out because they knew that we would attack eventually. The win is, they surely didn't know. That's why they set their military up like that. I talked about this the other day where they've, kind of compartmentalized everything so they don't need a leader. And so when you do that, you've got all these people doing their own thing. They have, a goal in mind, and that goal is to fuck everybody in the way that they can. And since they don't have the power, they have to be clever. It's like guerrilla warfare on a global scale, essentially, with fucking drones.
So you're saying that it's almost similar to, or there's a parallel between Ukraine and Russia and Iran and U.S., where you see like Russia is the bigger country, right? But you see Ukraine has been able to hold them off using the guerrilla warfare tactic, I would argue,
right,
with their drones and people that didn't expect that. I guess where
That's right.
So I agree with a lot of what was said in regards to, since it's a religious war for them, and because, viewed as the great Satan, which I can argue for and against. It's
I appreciate your honesty there. No. I think it's a great way to describe us, but no, go ahead.
I still think that now that a lot of these allies are opening, I mean, there's a reason we requested the help from the Brits, for example, because we need a launch pad to be able to deploy more military assets, quicker. I think we also requested drones, surprisingly enough, from Ukraine, just to combat, because I guess Iran had supplied Russia with drones that were used against Ukraine, themselves. So I don't know. I get it, but
yeah, because think about this. Like the U.S. was like, we're going to put a fuckload of money because our military budget's so big. We're going to put a fuckload of money into these complex, technologically advanced things that are expensive as fuck. But what we didn't do is focus on the cheap, throwaway, disposable shit that they're now using. And that the drone capability, you get 1,000 fucking drones coming at you that have the ability to drop even one munition, even a small munition. That is going to do far more damage than a fucking, $1 billion whatever shooting off a bunch of rockets that each cost $1 million. And we can't really defend against it. We haven't really put it into place. So yes, I mean, we can go in there and fuck shit up, no doubt, but we didn't really invest in that other type of warfare, which is just a bunch of cheap flack, really, to put out there. You use it strategically and you're going to fuck somebody up. Constrict the global oil supply, get rid of their water supply. You fuck their crops up. Now they can't get food, because that's another thing the Strait of Hormuz does. There's a lot of food in that area. And they're, they know they're going to lose. They know that they can't win a war, but that's not how you win the war. You say, look, everybody's getting fucked, and it's their fault. And it's true. So, it's not going to look good for Iran either way. I mean, they're not going to come out of this. They'll be destabilized. You know what I mean? They're going to kind of be fucked, but while they go down, they're going to go down swinging. I don't know. Anyway, we got some new people in. Don't remember. I think Fersman, you came in first, maybe?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, go ahead. What say you?
No, I was just super intrigued by some of your comments, and just honestly was trying to grasp what your take of the entire situation was. And I guess maybe I was wrong on kind of your take, just given those last statements you gave. Initially I had thought that you were kind of stating that the U.S. is not significantly overpowering Iran, and that some of the I guess backfire from Iran was unanticipated. Is that correct?
Well, the U.S. is militarily far more powerful than Iran could ever think of being. I mean, that's just without a doubt. But the tactics,
Hmm.
we're so one sided. Like we have, we're powerful. We know we are, and so that's going to cause us to miss a lot of things that we didn't account for. So Iran going
Like,
down is going to really fuck shit up on the way out. There's going to be no
in
winners
what
here.
way?
Well, I don't know how long you were listening, but like for example, if you take away somebody's clean water, what do you think happens to that country? If you can't get clean drinking water to people, what happens?
So you're anticipating a an extended military operation in that instance.
Yes, and it's weird because sadly on both sides of this is like a religious war. This is about religion. It's about religion for the crazy Iranians that will
For
continue to
Iranians,
do,
yeah.
and it's also a religious war for the U.S. Pete Hegseth just came out and said it the other day. Said this is about making sure that we put the fucking build the temple on top of the whatever the fuck.
Okay, I haven't seen the build the temple statement, but um I guess in my opinion, we are executing with precision and in a fashion that in my we could have and should have done this years ago. Anybody who's saying that that corrupt regime has any interest for anyone in the world is
The corrupt regime you talk about Donald
crazy.
Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu.
Netanyahu is a different. I have a different opinion of him. I,
Well, I just wasn't
I
sure who you were talking about because when you say corrupt regime, I mean we can go down the list. You've got Benjamin Netanyahu, you got Donald Trump, Kim Jong Un.
I do not agree that the United States of America is a regime. I think I would disagree with that statement.
Okay, do you believe that Donald Trump is corrupt?
I believe that Donald Trump as genuinely as
I'm sorry.
excellent person.
Oh, I think you
Do I
cut
think
out
he's
there.
done some
I think
terrible? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think you cut out because
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, but I think I missed maybe the middle of that. Go ahead.
That's okay. I think, is he a stand-up guy? Has he done some questionable things in his life? Probably. Do I think that he says what he means and means what he says? Yes. And I think he's the first
Okay,
president
well
in
to that point, he said that he was the peace president and he didn't want to go around policing the world. He said that. So do you want to retract your statement that he says what he means and means what he says?
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So he lies
I think
sometimes.
that no, I think that the objective is peace. Absolutely. And I think that in order to obtain peace, he's utilizing a peace through strength
Peace through
methodology, right?
peace through death, chaos, and unaliving children in elementary schools. Gotcha. Makes sense. I mean,
That was a US, that was a, are you proposing that that strike at the school was a US
I don't
missile?
know. I don't know which missile it was, but it doesn't matter because it was a U.S. Israeli operation that led to the
It does
unaliving of over
matter.
160 children, 160 girls.
Absolutely. And
Targeted
if it
strike.
if it was an Iranian missile that was a misfire and hit the school,
If it was, why did they fire that missile?
Iran,
Uh-huh. If it was a misfire, what was the action that led to them firing it?
what was the reason behind them killing the 30 to 50,000
No,
folks who were
no,
protesting the regime?
no. Well, those
If you
people
are
here, I'll actually prove to you what it was. Let me. You want me to show you? I'll show you.
absolutely, you're going to try to prove to me that there was a legal defense for leadership of a country to just mass murder
If
40,000 people,
if
their
if
own
if
citizens?
there were armed people that came and started to take over the U.S. government, do you think that the U.S. government and its police and or military would shoot those people? The answer to that question is yes. Of course they would.
Are
Right?
you backing? So, are you backing the Iranian regime? We can't have it both ways, right? We can't say we can't be on both sides, right? Either we're going to back the Iranian regime and we believe in the death to America, death to Israel, or we believe that the majority of the Iranian people are ready for a change in leadership of their country. We
Says a
can't have it both
non-Iranian
ways.
person.
So,
Okay, let me. I want
and
to point
how
out.
close are you to how many Iranian born Americans, even, are you personally connected to? Just out of genuine curiosity.
I don't understand why that's relevant because it's my missiles that are
I'm,
killing children and or my
I'm
government's
trying
connection with
to,
another
I am
country
trying
who are
to
killing
gauge
children.
where I'm just genuinely curious of your thought process. And also, it seems like
Okay,
you're kind of arguing for both sides,
how?
right? Well, on one hand, you're saying, well, I'm going to back up the fact that this regime killed, like I said, I don't have the number 30 to 50,000. I don't think there is an accurate
I'm
number
glad you
out
brought that
there.
back up because I was waiting. I told you I was going to explain
Mhm.
to you why. This right here, this is Mike Pompeo. You know who Mike Pompeo is, don't you?
Sure, I do.
Yeah, he right when the protest started, right, January 2nd, 2:01 p.m. Let me read the last part of this. Happy New Year to every Iranian in the streets. Also to every Mossad agent walking beside them. The Iranian government came out and said that the people that had been dealt with were actually U.S. and Israeli agents who were in there doing this on purpose. And we know for a fact that the U.S. has engaged in this behavior before. You go back to 1953, we literally paid for both sides in the bazaar to come together and foment a fucking coup, and eventually mob mentality took over and they overthrew a democratically elected leader, and then we installed a dictator. So we have done this before. And the fact that Mike Pompeo just admitted there are Mossad agents within the protesters, which are intelligence agents of the I country, tells me that whatever the number is, Israel appears to have been the one that caused even that.
Okay. Totally can respect difference of opinion. Absolutely. I think it's great. I love hearing people who have different opinions. So thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I appreciate you being up here.
I
I mean, look,
I'm
if
curious. Yeah, thank you.
if you don't push back
I
on somebody else,
last
then you're
thought.
doing a disservice to your own thoughts.
I totally agree. That's the beauty of America, right? Is
Yes.
hey, let's have a civil discussion about things. I love it. Curious, and I'll share my opinion as well, but what are your thoughts on, do you have thoughts on what the actual motivation for the US
I
to
don't
strike
really.
Iran now?
Oh, for the strike. Well, because
I mean, just to
Yeah,
just to
Trump.
engage in this operation. What is your
I
opinion?
think it was Trump who admitted that he did it because Bibi was going to do it, and that they said that we would. I know Marco Rubio for a fact said it, that that Israel was going to attack Iran, and their assessment said that Iran would attack the U.S. bases, even though those two things don't really add up. But they said that because BB was going to do it, and they believed that perhaps they would get some blowback from what Israel did, we just went ahead and attacked
Okay.
first preemptively.
Yeah, see, I think it's deeper than that. I think that's very surface level. I think that's what they want
That's what they're
the
saying.
media to be. Yeah, I think that's what they want the media. That's why I was just
Well,
genuinely
what is
curious,
your
like how
take?
deep you go. Yeah, so I personally believe that
And I'll
this
be
has
right back.
everything to do with
I can
oil.
hear you, but I'm going to step away for a second. I can use the restroom, but please go ahead. I can hear you.
Yeah, I think it has a bigger. I think the main motivation was oil, and in particular, how oil is traded on the exchange. Currently, the dollar is how that's being traded, and I think China and Iran were working on a deal to perhaps not be utilizing the dollar when it comes to oil, and that could have severe impact to U.S. economies. So, in my opinion, that really was the motivating factor. Anybody else have thoughts on that?
May I offer a idea in that thought? Um, could it be possible that we attacked Venezuela to have the oil reserves the to align with the attack in Iran?
I also would agree. If you kind of follow the money, I'm big on following the money and kind of what the motivators are. And so, absolutely, I think that Donald Trump is a master. I mean, I think everybody should take a master class from him when it comes to building wealth. And in my opinion, when you kind of follow the money and dig a little bit deeper, some of the true, in my opinion, motivators are exposed. So I think it has a lot more to do with oil versus
Hello.
getting out the dictator or the Iranian regime. So super curious to hear other people's
Um,
thoughts on it.
well, yes. Let me to who was that was speaking a minute ago about Venezuela? Who was that?
Me, me,
Dad,
Who's me?
Shane. Sorry.
Shane? I don't. Oh,
Yeah,
I see you down there in the corner. Okay. Yeah, no, I agree. Which also, and if true, which I mean, it kind of points that direction. Totally premeditated, right? And they waited until they were in the middle of negotiations, about to complete negotiations, when they attacked. And Iran was giving up serious concessions during this negotiations. They said they would, even be open to allowing American inspectors into their country to inspect their uranium stockpiles, and then they
they
get
were
bombed. So,
they were using the same technique so that they have for the
Mm-hmm.
past 50 years. They were looking to just pacify the issue, and I think the US finally said enough is enough, and in my opinion the rest of the world is also like, you know what, we agree,
well, I actually,
because they are a huge threat.
I'm of the opinion that Iran needs to get a nuke, and I wish that they had gotten one, because if they had, the United States wouldn't have attacked them.
I say give it to them. Hopefully they use it on Iran.
Yeah, because it's interesting to me that the only
Israel,
country
I
Wait,
mean.
you're saying
that has ever used a nuclear weapon is going around saying you can't have it, you can't. When everybody should actually be concerned about us because they know we're willing to use them. Nobody
We
else
are
has
them.
used them. Yeah. So
I say none of us should have one.
well, I mean, I wish
Well,
we
I mean,
could get
America
to that point,
is
but you know
Chernobyl
that's
now.
not gonna.
This is,
You can't unfuck that fuck.
we're the Wild West. Exactly.
Yeah, you
We're
can't.
the Wild West.
Supposedly,
Ain't nobody
there's
gonna
enough
unfuck that
nukes
one.
to blow the Earth up 300 times, which is ridiculous.
Agreed. Now, guys, and I think that's Fersman I've been talking to. Is that right, Fersman? Was that you I was talking to
Yes.
for a while? Yeah,
Yep.
we've been going back and forth for a little bit. Let me get around the panel so everybody has a chance to kind of jump in there.
I love
And-
it.
Yeah, and since Fersman appears to be opposition, you're welcome to ask her questions, and we'll bring Fersman in every time, unless there's other opposition. Let me go to, John. Yeah, John, go ahead. I'll just go left to right. Go ahead, John.
Hello, mate. How you going?
Pretty good, man.
Pretty good. Oh, that's good. Look, yeah, look, I think there's other things going on, and
Scallywag, I love it. Hello.
Scallywag. Go ahead, John. I'm going to give you your
No,
time.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Go on. Go on.
you're right.
I really do. I love English. I love my mother country.
Well, I'm an Aussie. I'm an Aussie.
Oh my gosh.
I'm an Aussie cunt.
Sounds like she hates
Thunder from
America.
down under.
Don't you call me a pommy again? What the fuck?
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Anyway, guys, go ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
Off to a good start. Look, I think there's greater motives going on, but it's. I mean, has anyone seen what's happening in Ecuador? I mean, that's been reported that is opening up that theatre as well.
I haven't.
Have you? Has anyone on the panel seen what's happening in Ecuador?
I don't think they really mentioned anything.
I think Tim called out yes from the
Anything below
distance.
The equator somehow doesn't matter to America for some reason.
Yes, I heard the Ecuador story.
What did you hear?
I saw some
doesn't mean you,
some
Australian.
big operation and dudes dropping from helicopters. Narco terrorist or something in
Oh, wow.
the jungle.
Right. But do we see that
Right,
the thing in common with all of this seems to be the fact that wherever they're going in, there are resources to be got or resources to block China from getting.
That is the bigger issue, in my opinion, is to block China from changing the accepted currency that oil is traded in.
It's probably a part of the region of the earth where things get funky. Maybe is that what it is?
I think if that's the goal of the dollar, keeping oil in dollar, I think this is a massive fail because
it is a fail.
The Gulf countries. Oh, sorry, it's not even my turn. I can wait for
No,
my turn.
no. You go ahead and finish your thought, and then I'm gonna get to Lonnie. Go ahead and finish your thought real quick.
So,
I'll get to Lonnie.
So I think my big theory
Are you
here.
Russian?
Just me? No. I'm U.S. I'm close to Russia, but I'm not in Russia.
I like your accent. No, you sound like you have it. Yeah, it's cool.
Oh my God.
Stop trying to bone everybody with
I'm
an
drinking
accent.
Cuban.
Stop trying to bone everybody. Okay, all right. Quickly, go ahead, Green, because I'm going to go to you
Okay,
after
sure.
Lonnie.
So I think we are in a new phase of the world. I think there's been a paradigm shift in warfare. I think the U.S. royally screwed itself. The new reality is those bases in the Persian Gulf that the U.S. had, the U.S. can never occupy them again because they can't defend them. Iran can shoot missiles into those bases at will, and there's nothing the U.S. can do to stop them. We know this because of the Ukraine war and how Russia and Ukraine shoot missiles at each other. So that's number one. Number two, static U.S. bases
Whoa, wow,
that
here he goes.
we have all around the world.
Alligator
They don't work
arbitrage.
anymore because
Okay,
missiles
real
are
quick.
cheap.
I'm going to pause. Because, Natasha, I understand that you want to jump in there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right here on the right, on my left,
I
it says,
get
"Do not interrupt." Please, he's trying to get his
I
word out.
apologize.
Please, just mute. Everybody, mute up when you're
I'm
not
excited. You're
talking.
right, okay.
I get it. Everybody,
You
mute
got
their
it.
fucking mics while you're not talking. Green,
Okay, okay.
go ahead and finish.
You got it.
Sure. Okay. So, and China is watching very carefully how Iran performs against the U.S. The U.S. got caught flat-footed and is not prepared for this fight. And China now knows that they can push out the U.S. from the first island chain in Asia. So the knock-on effect from this war is China's going to do a major push in the Pacific, and the U.S. is not prepared for both.
I think that's a great assessment, Green. Yeah, I think
And I'm
that's
in
great.
Japan, so this worries me a lot, especially the ammunition leaving Asia and going to the Middle East.
Yeah, we can't. We certainly won't be able to fight on two fronts because we're just doing too much shit. Now, Lonnie, please go ahead.
Well, I came up here because it sounded like the person JF Furs, I'm not sure, was leaning more towards supporting what is happening versus, not being able to clearly understand why people don't support what is happening. And what I wanted to bring up is, do they have the same conviction for the atrocities that are happening here on this soil as we stand, right? So the fact that people are being treated like the people of Iran on this very soil, right? Because we
I
have
live
black
in
and brown
Minnesota.
people being treated as if they're part of the problem when they're trying to survive in this country, right? So it always baffles me when people have more to say about what's happening across the sea and how they support this administration than they do about supporting this administration and the way they're treating their very own citizens. And I find it just quite just disingenuous.
All right, thank you, Lonnie. Now, Furs, did you want to respond since
Yes,
you're opposition? Okay, go ahead first.
I do. Yeah.
45-second
Appreciate
rebuttal.
your thoughts. Perfect. Appreciate your thoughts. I think I I do support the administration and I do support the military operations that we've engaged in. I think that we are being extremely strategic with the amount of force that we're using. By no means do I think we've utilized, the full potential that we have. But with it regards to specifically, because I think you brought that up, Lonnie, was Black citizens in the United States. Um, you seem to be suggesting that there is some oppression or that you do not have the exact same rights or abilities as
Yeah.
anybody else in this country, and I would disagree.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Firstman. Now let's get to guys. Once I get to everybody, so that everybody has had something to say, I'm going to open it back up so everybody can kind of have a regular conversation. That's what I'm doing right now. Just so you know, Natasha, please go ahead. Now it's your turn. Oh, now she don't want
Okay,
to
sorry
talk.
about that. Yes, yes.
Go
Very
ahead.
good conversation. Well, first I was going to agree with Jay Pierce. I do remember my father. He was in Vietnam, and he, in like around 2001, I couldn't understand what he was talking about. He went into like one of these Nam, like, you know, he was Greek. He's like, God damn it, Natasha. He sounded like Arnold Schwarzenegger. He's like, this is all for oil. And I just was like, what the hell? I've never seen my father freak out about anything like this. So I do think that sometimes the way and the words, like what does oil mean? What is, like, they're not like, how do I put this? The way that they communicate and the way that the news is even told, even to all citizens, I'm going to say on the news everywhere, even people in the actual army or like, whatever, military, it's very just nonchalant. They're not very, clear. And I think that that's the point of 1776. We're supposed to have, it's like a ground. I don't know. Okay, wait, the clock is making me nervous.
It
I'll
happens
stop right here.
sometimes.
That's all I had to say. I did agree
Okay.
with the oil thing.
All right. Thank you,
I think,
Natasha.
can I just make
Yeah.
one comment on that? I think I totally
Sure.
understand what you're saying, and I think that there is um, just a lack of deeper understanding of truly what the
Of
motivators
course.
are, and how we have become the superpower, and I would consider us one of the superpowers of the world. but how we've actually achieved that. And to do that, you follow the money. And if we look at the
Well, that's
strength
not
of the
we. You know
American
what?
dollar, a lot of that has
Exactly.
to do with oil. And if we look at the economy, a lot of that still has to do with oil.
Can I do a
Okay.
rebuttal?
And you know, I know
Absolutely.
it's really just hard to see,
The
but that's what I'm
well,
saying. Oil means, when they're talking about farming, are they talking about farming like, crops, or are they talking about, the way that they mix people together, programs? I'm from New Jersey, so this is pretty much a military state at this point.
Hey.
And your East Coast, I mean, this is like whacked out. I mean, I'm talking next level. And we had no idea what was going on here. Like, I'm talking, there was like electric
okay.
fences around the building, that kind of stuff about like weather, technology and, biochemical stuff. I mean, they do these things and they have facilities.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can
No,
I?
don't.
Now,
I'm ADHD,
So
was
84.
was
somebody
that
else's
green?
turn? Or?
Well, green. I'm
Yeah,
gonna get
green.
around the room,
Yes.
make sure everybody gets a
Get
turn.
both of you on
Put a
here.
pin in that. What you want to say? KB rules. Your turn. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I could see everything going on. The Islamic thing, I'm worried about what's happening in New York, all the Times Square and them praying in there and unalive to America. I feel like, the whole thing is if you take out the head, the body unalives. So I feel like everything he's doing is good. And as far as I guess Lonnie B, I think she was more talking about the immigration thing, which I mean, I'm all for that as well. And I mean, the whole you were saying like, oh, this is we're justifying, he was taking out civilians. Now he supposedly boom to school. I mean, what is the option? Do we do nothing? I mean, we just sit there and do
Yes.
nothing and let it spread and this horrible regime that does unacceptable things to children, like
Exactly.
they do.
But the regime is, would you?
Well, hold on.
There you
He's
go
still
again,
talking.
Natasha. Shut
Yeah.
up.
He's still talking.
I
Oh,
mean,
I'm sorry. No, I'm trying to. Okay.
they
No.
literally,
He was
they
talking.
do
I'm
like
an
a
empath.
surgery
I was just
to
trying to
their
know
little
this.
daughters, genitals that is horrible to take away feeling. I don't even understand that. I just heard about that one, which is beyond
Well,
disgusting.
let me ask you, KB. Did you vote for Trump?
Yes,
I don't
sir.
usually ask, but I just kind of get a baseline.
100%.
Now, do you know how many people around Donald Trump have diddled children and trafficked them?
Yeah. I mean, well, we know all the politicians are disgusting.
How many
We're
of those?
finding out.
Yeah, how many of those people are under investigation right now for crimes that they committed on video?
Well, that was, everybody's saying that the Congress didn't get involved in this last thing, but then you just saw yesterday there was a woman, 3 congressmen that were saying, well, we just passed a thing that protected them about their hush fund or whatever. You heard that one. You had to have, right? That American
Right, it
tax
was a
dollars
sexual
were going to
harassment. It
paying
was
people.
yes,
Yeah,
it was
yeah.
Congress people,
Which is
and
like, yeah.
right,
It's
which is
disgusting.
which
Our
is-
whole
right.
administration
And yet,
is horrible.
for some reason, you have a lot to say about alleged things that they may or may not be doing.
Agreed.
I mean, I have heard this from,
So
Iranian
let's
people
please
speaking
not,
out.
because if what you're saying is like a metric or measurement that we use by which somebody can attack another country, then that means the United States can be attacked because we were trafficking children all across the world.
We are under attack, I think. I am we are in as far as I'm concerned invaded, and honestly,
By
I
Israel?
don't know. I hate Israel. Just so you know, Benjamin Netanyahu is a war criminal. I cannot stand that man. I mean,
Okay,
I
well-
will get that out now.
Okay, good. I just because you brought up what they do to children, and the United States and
Israel
the people
is
that
the worst. They literally take
Right.
people that get busted here and sanctuary. Talk about sanctuary cities.
Yeah.
They're a sanctuary country.
So
I know.
it's just a little odd when
Well,
you
they're not- no,
when
they're not
you
really a
you use that as a reason for bombing them and unaliving children.
Well,
In order to
what
save
is-
the
what are
children,
the options?
we need to bomb that elementary school full of girls over there. That'll save them.
I think
I mean,
okay,
it's,
I don't
gotta
agree with
stop
that.
saying we have got to stop saying though we you guys all seem like level-headed people. I love like just the respectful conversation that we can have, but I don't think
But, yeah.
that there has been proof in the last what I would consider like semi-reputable reporting on that school in Iran, if that is the school that bombing that we're talking about,
Hmm.
it was leaning towards it was
Exactly.
actually
I
an
agree. That's
Iranian
yep.
missile.
Yes.
Okay,
And
So
I want to
let's
say
stop
I do not have a
saying that that
problem.
was
okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah, go
I've
ahead.
got one person left on the panel. He technically spoke, but just for a little
Here, I'll
bit.
mute
So
up.
let me just say this: the day that the U.S. and Israel decides to attack Iran, a missile goes into a school. And we've seen Israel bombing schools, bombing hospitals, bombing houses, bombing everything related to civilian life. We've seen them do that. And you're like, yeah, but it was probably Iran's missile. That's most likely. Or is it
Exactly.
most likely that when they launched these attacks, they hit a school? I don't know. The
Are the
simplest
people of Iran
explanation,
celebrating
Maybe.
or are they upset?
Occam's razor.
Mm,
You know,
mm.
well, it depends on who you ask. Because I guarantee if somebody put a fucking drone strike into the White House, you'd have some people on the streets cheering, and you'd have some people on the streets wanting to go to that country and unalive them.
I'll give you that. That's
just to
disgusting, but it's
play
true.
It is true.
devil's advocate
Yep.
though.
Well,
Also,
let
so
me
I am of the,
real quick.
hold on 1 second, give me 1 second. Okay,
Yeah.
let's just say on the off chance that it wasn't an Iranian missile that hit that school, okay? Let's say it was a US missile. Do you think that that was really an intended target and that we don't have enough
Yes, it's
Information
called
Yes.
genocide.
Theory
technological
about Claude.
capabilities?
or perspective, even because if
Yes.
you're not in the
Yes.
situation,
Yeah,
And I'm
all
you're
of
gonna
just
our
relying on
missiles are
news.
let
precise. Any
me.
missile that hits anything, it
Okay.
was meant to hit it.
Let
I
Except
me
saw a
for
just
our
theory that it
news.
was a
let
mismark of
me
AI because they use Claude.
let me play something real quick because I'm still gonna get to Shane. Shane still hasn't had a. Oh, it won't pull up my fucking what the hell? TikTok doesn't like me right now. Yeah, it's not pulling up my videos on my profile. I'll figure it out.
You're
Anyway,
allowing
let me. Oh,
negativity
here we go.
about
Here we
Israel,
go.
man.
Oh, yeah, they certainly don't like that. Let me play this
Pro
video.
IR
This is an Iranian saying what I'm about to play you. Just listen.
GC Cryfest rally. These are the people who are going to be problematic for regime change. Fucking kill them all. I don't give a shit if their kids are there, their dog is there, their cat is there, their brother's there. I do not give a fuck. Adios, goodbye. I don't need to have tears about children. I do not care. This is the IRGC and their followers. They are
So, yes, when you ask me that question, yes, there are people that believe that and want to unalive children because
That
those are the
woman
future
speaking was
terrorists.
Iranian?
Yes, the woman speaking is
That
allegedly
sounded like
Iranian.
a blue-haired Karen to me.
Well, allegedly a progressive, but also Iranian. Although I have questions about the former statement I made. Shane, finally we get to you, buddy. Thanks for being patient, man. I appreciate it. Go ahead. You got 5 seconds.
So one of the things that I think that would unmuddy the waters on who's right and who's wrong is, they're talking about boots on the ground in Iran, and let's be real here. The I country hadn't been very dependable at who they bomb, when they bomb, whatever. Do we really want to put our boots on the ground and have a missile drop right beside our toe?
Accidentally hit us again.
There you go.
I find it quite ironic that,
I love it.
we believe that these people, okay, that you support, okay,
Yes.
so for y'all that support this administration, does not believe in genocide. And that was my point with my initial question when I asked about the things that are happening in this country to black and brown people, right? Because black and brown people in this country have been dealing with cruelty from this administration and thereof people like, right? So you get up here and you say, oh, well, I want to disagree with you, even though you can't walk a mile in my shoe whatsoever. You can't say that your heritage, your generation comes from a group of people who were stolen, brought over here, and made to assimilate
Donald
into this
Trump.
culture. right?
Can
Donald
I say
Trump supports the
No, I
black
No,
don't
hold on. I
community.
didn't
He was
interrupt not
he
there, none of
sat at
y'all.
Michael
I did not
Jackson's
interrupt not
trial.
No,
there,
she's
none of
Donald
y'all.
Trump has been
Excuse
pro-black
me.
America for 50
Excuse me.
years.
Excuse
You're
me. I stayed
crazy.
on mute. I
no,
stayed
no.
on
There's a
mute.
way, sir. Just let
And
her.
that's crazy because I respected each and every one of y'all when y'all spoke. But for whatever reason, y'all can't stay quiet long enough for me to finish my point. And this is the problem
Because you're
because
full of
everything
shit.
that's happening here to people that
That's
for
not
no
nice.
reason other than genocide is happening to the people of Iran, right? Iran. Them people were minding their business, right? But because Trump wants to be a dictator and rule the world, okay? He's making up lies about people. Him and his buddy Bibi Yahoo, okay? Bibi Yahoo got on TV and said that if this country is coming after him, they automatically have to be coming after us. Why would that be a thing if we're over here minding our business and we ain't messing with nobody? Because that's not what we're doing. Because we are fighting the battles for Bibi Yahoo. And so, therefore, if you're going to step in the ring with somebody, you're guaranteed to get hit by the opponent, right? And the fact that y'all up here obfuscating the fact that they took out children, which means that country, those people will not be able to procreate because their generation was taken out. The women who bear children will not be women to bear children anymore because they're gone. But y'all get up here with all y'all semantics and making all this runaround while you think that they didn't hit a school. I need y'all to really go back and pay attention to history because what
Okay.
happened to the black and brown people in this country are happening to the people of Iran
I agree
right
with that.
now. And with that, I
Flying,
pause.
can I
Okay.
have
Well,
just two
real,
quick
real
I do
quick.
agree.
Yeah, hold on, because I'm about to open the panel up for open discussion, and I'm going to explain a new feature of the show here in just a second. But before I do that, guys, we have over 100 people in here, and we haven't hit 50,000 likes yet. Please tap the screen if you're watching, if you appreciate the content, if you like the civil discourse that we're having. Please tap the screen. That's what TikTok needs us to do in order to push it out to the FYP so that it lets TikTok know that this is something that people want to see.
Okay.
Also,
I
one of
totally
the
will do
greatest.
it. You guys.
Hold on. I'm not done yet. When the host is talking, please mute your mics while the host is talking. That is disrespectful. I don't like that. Good. I don't know why people have to disrespect me like that, but it's done. We're done with that. So if you
I
would like
literally
to
was trying
support
to
the
like your
holy
video. I'm
fucking,
sorry.
I appreciate that. But you could have waited until the end. Okay. Now, please, if you want to support the show, another way to push it out to the FYP is to give gifts. I have a gifting goal of 62 or 100 laugh faces, whatever it is. I think they're 15 coins a piece. You can send that or another gift. Make sure you're taking care of the panelists too, as well as the opposition, because the opposition is what drives viewers. If we're just over here stroking each other off, nobody cares to see that unless we're literally doing that on camera. Maybe people would watch that, but we can't do that on TikTok. So we do it verbally. And we have to have this opposition. Now, one of the new features, for example, if you see this background change, and I got to give a shout out to John Eastwood for this idea. That's not it. If you see this background change like this means everybody has to shut up, and the host is going to pick either two people or himself and another person to go back and forth one-on-one, and nobody else gets to talk for the duration, and that's at my discretion, okay? Just so you know, when you see this change and you see this come up, that means be quiet, and then we'll figure it out after that. Okay, with that, I'm going to open up the panel, and at any point, that hot seat can come up. And the community, you guys in the comments, if you want to see a one-on-one between two separate people, you guys can also talk about it in the comments. And if I catch that and enough people want it, we'll turn the hot seat on for those panelists as well. So we're going to let me do just 15 minutes for open discussion. And now, Fersman, please go ahead. What were you going to say?
Babe, you see, tap the screen. I'm old, okay? So I tap the screen
Not
and
that
nothing
fucking old.
happens.
If you're on the
That is-
panel, and forgive me, if you're on the panel, don't tap. My agent has told me that people on the panel that are tapping causes it to be negative for the algorithm. I don't
Really?
know. Yep. So if you're up here, don't tap.
Okay.
Everybody in the comments, tap, please.
I'm
But
sorry, I
sorry,
was
go ahead
tapping
first.
that.
No, you're fine. I don't think it's negative enough to worry about, but this is just what I'm told. I'm going to go with what they tell me. So,
Oh,
Can
shoot.
I
Did
do a
Lonnie
rebuttal to
leave?
the oil thing?
Did
Because
Lonnie leave? Hold on. Hold on one
Yeah, she
second.
left.
Yeah, she
All
did.
right, then a moot point. I saved my breath.
Well, she'll probably
Let's
be
hear
back.
the oil rebuttal.
Yeah, she'll probably
yeah, I
be
just
back.
want to
Is
mention
she still in the
oil
comments?
motivation.
Possibly.
Yeah, so I don't think the motivation is oil. I don't even think Trump
Well,
cares
thank you,
about
Jesse.
this. Oil motivation. So if your goal is to
Thank you,
secure oil
Leanne.
for the U.S., this is the worst strategy you could possibly do. If your goal is a petrodollar, this is the worst
Wait, why
thing
would you
you
say
could
that?
possibly do.
How do
Because
you
the
know that
Gulf,
Trump doesn't care about this, sir?
because
I
my
actually
only,
literally just tagged the White House, Pete Hegseth, and Donald Trump. So,
He is
well,
pretty hard for
well, you'll
pushing
see.
Christianity
This show
and
is great, and I
prayer,
think that the host is wonderful.
and
And
Islam is very
Pegasus
against the
Well,
is
thank you.
Christian movement.
well, okay. So
And
for the
Lonnie's
oil thing,
back.
why is
Yes.
absolutely.
okay?
Okay.
I'll try to be quick.
Green
Let
Gook.
me
Yeah.
just
Can you finish your thought?
yeah, thanks. So main point: Gulf countries, the U.S. bases in the Gulf countries, as I said before, not tenable for the U.S. The U.S. cannot be there. The U.S. security guarantee no longer works because again, Iran going forward can shoot these countries at will, and the U.S. cannot stop it. Okay? Which means you can't have expensive oil export facilities on the Persian Gulf without Iran's permission. And because of this open shooting war, right, the Gulf countries are like, well, the U.S. sucks. I can't do business with you guys anymore.
Well,
Okay,
the
so
funny
that's number
part
one.
is Donald Trump says everything he's going to do.
I mean, but Donald Trump says something, but like he didn't do his homework. He didn't prepare. He
Okay.
didn't prepare
More
for this war.
importantly, Green Goose. So your argument here is that we are going to exit Iran before we have
My theory
secured.
is we're exiting the Middle East because none of our bases
Well,
can be secured.
you are saying that Iran, in particular the Strait of Hormuz, is going to be, I mean, that's obviously always been, kind of a pain point for folks. Who was it? Britain. Who was it that insured all the boats that went through the strait?
Lloyd's.
Lloyd's, thank you. And immediately the US has stepped in and said, you know what? Not only are we going to ensure to keep that flow of oil going, but we will also provide escorts.
The U.S. cannot do that because
Says
Iran can
who?
shoot missiles at will.
They can
Look,
They
after
just
are
look at
we.
they
the
are
Ukraine war.
shooting missiles at will.
Well,
They are shooting missiles at will. The entire point of this is that
Well,
they
yeah, I mean,
will
the strait is
not.
blockaded,
So
so Iran
your
can blockade
so
it.
so your argument is that you believe that that Iran will defeat the
Yes,
U.S.
because it's
in this
because I look.
operation.
Yes, because the example that I bring up is the Ukraine-Russia war. You look at the math, the
Mm,
economics,
mm, mm, mm. Love it.
and then
Yep.
transfer it to Iran, and Iran is
until we
even
have
worse.
people not saying unalive to America, we are at war with Islam, and I don't care what we do to end it. I don't care how many civilians, children. I don't want that shit in my country.
Okay, so
Okay,
Well,
I
wait,
do
wait,
Iran
wait.
care.
really
We have
cares
I
a
do
about the
care
a
about
U.S.
the
war
deaths,
against
but
Islam. You said
Yes, sir.
what
They're
have they
Shia. They
done
don't
to the
care about
United
us.
States?
What do you mean? It's very common. They say they come in, they infiltrate, and they say they're for peace, and then once they have enough of the population, I mean, New York City, it's disgusting. I don't want it. Get it the hell out of here.
Those are
Minnesota
Sunni
is a
Muslims. Sunni
Are
disgrace.
Muslims.
Get it
are
out of here.
are U.S.
Those
citizens
are Sunnis,
allowed
not
to
Shia.
believe in whatever religion they'd like?
That's just I say we need to change that. If your religion says unalive to America, that you end up in a better place in heaven for doing a non-Muslim end, then that should not fall under that category.
Okay, so you do realize that the Bible says to unalive those who don't believe in God, right?
Where does it say that?
You
I
want me to pull it
don't
up and
believe
read it
that
to
for
you?
a second.
Well,
And,
BB
and
And
talks
first
about
off, I'm
Amalek.
not religious. It doesn't matter. So I don't give a shit what the Bible says.
well,
If you
then
are
why do
here
you
saying
give a shit
unalive
what
to
their Bible
America,
says?
then
Then why
you
do you
should
give a shit
be
what their Bible
out of here.
says?
Because it's saying that they need to conquer sea to sea and destroy all the people below them, or they need to convert or pay jizya or whatever the fuck it is.
Some food
So
for thought,
you don't
just
even
on the
know.
religious, the
He doesn't even
religious
know anything
forefront.
about it.
Just some food for thought. Um, I don't think the overpowering, and again, I think you guys all seem like level-headed people. I believe that most people in the United States have a pretty level head. I think, sure, both major parties have the extremists, and it's like, okay, that's not really what anybody wants. But on the religious forefront, I would argue that the issue at hand isn't religion itself, it's the forcing of religious beliefs in Iran. They don't have an option.
Anyone that doesn't see that these videos of them saying that they want to take the Constitution out and put in Sharia law is a fucking liar. There is an agenda, and they blatantly talk about
I
it,
think you guys
and
are
it's
confusing Sunni
bullshit.
Muslims who do all the terrorist attacks
I
for
don't have a problem
ISIS.
with Muslims. There are plenty of Muslims who have dropped
I'm
Islam
saying,
that
but
are
you're
great.
Hold on
confusing the
real quick.
That
Sunni
is awesome.
guys.
I have a problem with Islam.
Yeah, but there's two different
Natasha,
Islams.
real quick, guys. Natasha,
Correct.
on the picture in your profile, what is that in your hand?
Is that a crack pipe? No, she's doing it's
You-
lip gloss.
The thing in your finger? Okay, because you can't have any like smoking, paraphernalia, or anything like that. So just please be careful.
Not Muslims who are not Muslims. Muslims who do not believe that I should be unalive. You
Yeah, but
stupid
the
asshole
Sunni
in the
guys are the
comments.
ones doing the crazy terrorist stuff. They're from Saudi Arabia, Iraq.
The United States is doing crazy terrorist stuff. What are you guys talking
Well,
about?
yes, of course, but I just want to highlight that Shia just hate us in the Middle East. If we're not in the Middle East,
Okay, let's
we're
ask
not fighting
why.
them. They don't
Let's
fight
ask
us.
because that doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? There are reasons that those people don't like us.
Exactly, the Iraq War that we blew I know,
It existed
and that's
before
dumb.
that.
And that's why I hate Israel.
No,
That's
no,
why I
no.
hate Israel so
It
much.
existed
because
before
they
that.
get us wrapped up in this shit. And they made them hate us, and now they're here saying fuck us. But it's all based on Israel. I am
Did you
over
listen
that
to
shit.
the foreign
Hello,
minister's
guys.
interview on NBC? I mean, the guy was
Can I
pretty
say
chill.
something?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, to the in America, we have this leftist movement about the environment, right? So which is okay. I mean, cleaning your area, your pollution, this and
Nothing
that.
wrong with clean air.
Wait, I'm not finished. If Russia and China do the same pollutions, you think it's going to affect America or no?
Yes.
Okay, so why aren't we stopping that? That's called global problems.
I'm not talking about pollution.
Child trafficking is global problem.
Yes.
Lying about something is also global. Enemy of the America is actually people who say they are Muslims or the Jew haters. This is the enemy of America because they can lie to you to come in here, go part of the Congress. They funnel money to the, like this Somali
Let's
woman. They
additionally
can
get
lie
that right.
easily.
I don't hate
Huh?
Jews. I hate Zionists.
No, it's the same. All Jews
No, it's not the
love
same. Zionists
Israel.
are
No.
fake ass Jews.
That's not true.
Okay, that's what you say. That's your opinion. That's
That's
called
not
the
an
Jew
You're a
haters
opinion.
Zionist, I'm
thinking.
guessing?
That's not an
Or
It's
are
a
you
lie.
an Islamic?
It's a lie.
Norm Finkelstein.
What you say?
Norm Finkelstein, is he a Zionist?
I don't care who Finkelstein is. I
You
talk
just
about,
made a
I
statement.
can talk about Hitler.
You
He was
just-
Christian,
listen,
no?
you just
wait,
made a
We can
statement.
talk
that-
about
Hitler
bad
was
guys and good
Listen,
guys.
wait. You just made a statement. You said that all J's are Z's. Isn't that what you said?
Of course.
That is not true.
Wait.
That's a lie.
If you are, hold on. Let's say you are from a small city. Where are you from? For example, what city you from? Let's say Chicago.
That's
If
not a
everybody
small
wants
city.
to destroy the
It's not a
shit,
small
He's like,
city.
let's
I'm
take
talking.
small city. New York City.
How
I'm
about Willits,
talking.
California?
I'm talking.
Population
Where are you
5,000.
from?
He said,
If
yeah.
everybody wants to destroy the Chicago, don't the Chicago want to have a state called Chicago and defend themselves?
Shut up.
Okay.
Okay.
And then you call
Doesn't America
yourself-
have a
No,
right to
I only
exist?
hate
Do you
Chicago.
live in the
I don't hate
United
the
Doesn't
people from
Ireland have a
Chicago.
right
Okay,
to
okay.
exist?
I hear like 7 people
I hate
talk
that
and
stupid fucking
I
argument.
want to analyze every person who says I'm from Chicago, but I like Chicago people. I want to destroy
You're an
Chicago,
What
but I
is-
love the Chicago
What
people.
is your point?
How is
Because
that?
what you're saying makes no sense.
He's
What
trying
is
to
your
say
point?
Jew equals Zionist. But,
No, Zionists are
I want
fake
to
ass
destroy
Jews.
Chicago,
Zionist
but I
means
love
that
Chicago people.
you were born a non-Jew and you
Okay.
decided
Oh,
that you're
oh,
going to
you
be a Jew
don't
and
talk
that they
colonizing.
owned
Don't
the
talk like
land
a
Okay,
because the
colonizer.
hold
Bible
on.
You
told
don't
them
know
they
who
Hold
I
were going
on.
to
am.
take
Hold
you.
You
on.
don't even
Hold
know
on.
I'm Jewish
Hold
or
on.
not.
Hold on.
Don't no.
Everybody.
Lick
Don't
my
act like a
balls.
colonizer
Okay.
Muslim. Okay.
Okay.
You don't know who I am. Sound like
Shut up. Whenever I say hold
He's a
on,
Zionist
hold
for
on,
sure.
shh. When I say hold on, that doesn't mean let's get louder and keep talking. That's why I dropped this guy. He wouldn't shut up. And he's the one that I wanted to hear from. I don't even know. Does anybody know what point he was trying to make? Because it isn't true that all J's are Z's. That's not true.
He was pushing the same narrative that Benjamin Netanyahu and all them are Zionists, and we have a right to exist, and the land was promised to them, and that Palestinian people don't matter. They can be mowed over, and who cares? That's their thought.
Well,
That's
what was he
Zionist.
bringing
That's
up?
how they think.
No. He was talking about now, dude. I am first. You're welcome to come back up, but don't. Whenever I say hold on, that means shut up. In a nice way. So if you want to explain your point, I'd love to hear it because I don't know what he was trying to get at. Okay, I am first. Thank you for coming back. I appreciate it. I dropped you because I couldn't get a word out. You're
Okay.
making a point about Chicago. I don't understand what the point is. Can you, without that analogy, because that analogy is hypothetical, make your point,
right.
please?
in a debate, two people have to understand each other. Do you understand Jewish people?
I can't
No.
say that I necessarily do.
So then, why would you want to even debate about the Jewish people or their land? Or so this is a very, very uneducated and illiterate trying to debate something you don't know anything or you don't want to know them. In the fifth grade, my son's seventh grade in California, they wrote in the wall: debate is two people have to understand each other. Otherwise, it's a fight, and it's a biased ideas, and it's a unintelligent.
Well,
Fifth,
you know
sixth,
what's
seventh, eighth grade.
unintelligent? I am first. You know what's unintelligent is coming into a discussion not about J's or Z's and then inserting
I didn't talk about
J's
J or
or
Z.
Z's.
I didn't talk about
You're
that.
the one that brought it up, my guy.
No, I said
Yes, you did.
global. What did I
He
say?
was talking about pollution for some fucking
Right.
reason.
Nobody brought up J's or Z's. I don't think a single other
I did,
person.
yes, you
'cause
guys
we were
did.
talking
I
about
didn't.
Israel. We were talking about Israel and
said
what
to
they
me-
did.
Israel people are Jewish.
Respectfully,
He says it's the
sir,
same,
the
but
only
it's
person
different.
sounding unintelligent is you
That's
right
right.
You know
now.
what?
We have
Fuck the
had
That's
hell
right.
out
some
of you. You're a bunch of
very.
assholes. I don't want to be
Oh
part
my
of your negotiation.
Okay.
goodness.
Well, you.
Ah,
I mean,
but
you,
Worse
you
than the
can go.
Muslims. You listen. You are getting what you're supposed to get. You deserve what you're gonna get. This
Which
gonna be
is
a bunch
what?
of
you
fucking
sow.
Islamics.
That's
They're
Which
gonna
is-
come into your
which
country,
is
analyzing
This
your
is-
kids,
I'm
just
sorry,
like
but-
they do in the Europe. You
Okay,
dis-
This is the same
gonna
feeling I get when we talk
I'm
about
dropping the
Israel,
guy
man.
because
This
I
is-
don't. That guy's unserious. He came up talking about J's and
this,
Z's.
you guys, though, would we all
Weird.
agree though? This is, in my opinion, the biggest issue in our country. For those of us here that are in the United States, which I don't even know if he is from here, but
Left, right, or in the middle. We all know that the Israel has a big thing,
My
and they want global
God.
control. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you support
It-
Trump,
it-
support Kamala, support whatever.
It literally says it in their religious text. It does.
They are just as bad as Islam in my eyes. They want
many
just as
Congress
much
people have
dominance as
served in
Islam
that?
wants dominance.
Now,
Can I put out something here?
sure,
Like,
please do.
how many congressmen? Like, I know Ben Shapiro, right? Not Ben Shapiro, but the governor of Pennsylvania literally served in the IDF. There's a congressman who also served, I think, in some IDF or some IDF knockoff. I heard that Mossad has offices in the Pentagon. Like, how deep is Israel intelligence into our government?
Oh, I think it's. I think they're one and the same. I believe personally that we are a proxy nation for the I country, not the other way around. I think they're because the last president. We'll just say, without saying,
I'm believing more and more
the
in
last-
the project of America
the
than I
last
have in a
president,
long time.
the last president that pushed against the I country lobby in this country found his brain against the back seat.
That's true.
And it was
By the way-
filmed by somebody who was also part of that whole thing. And a documentary
David
was
Ellison,
produced.
You can kiss my butt.
And there was a documentary produced by a person who was also part of all of that.
I hate to say it, but we definitely are a tool or something, which is horrible. I mean, it feels like that we have been manipulated into this for over a long period of time, and it sucks.
That's right.
You got Nick Fuentes telling everybody to vote Democrat. So that tells
Crazy.
you where we are.
That's great. Right?
Is it possible?
People
is it
flip-flop
possible that
daily.
you're
Nick
not
Fuentes.
thinking big enough, though?
Whoa.
Just on
bigger
the
than-
contrary,
Well,
is
elaborate.
it possible that our intelligence has? I
Something
mean,
that blows
let's
my
just be
mind.
real. I don't know any of your
J.D.
backgrounds.
Vance was a never Trumper, and he's our VP about to be going for free.
She was talking and about to make a point. KB rules.
That's okay.
Well,
That's
I
okay.
was wanting to hear what you had to say.
My point was, is it possible? And again, I don't
a
know
guest
any
violation,
of your guys' educational.
harassing and bullying. Green Gooner. Green Gooner's live content is flagged for harassment and bullying. I didn't hear a single. I've got to drop you, Green. Yeah, I've got to drop you.
Bullying me, Green Gooner. I felt it right in
I
my
gotta switch
feelings.
to the I word.
Yeah,
I'm on a
yeah,
list.
I thought you brought up some great.
We're all on a
points.
list now. If you come up on my panel, apparently you're going to get on a list. For the record, I literally just came from a guest banana for 3 days because of just. But I have a group of about 1,000 Democrats who hate me and have been told and instructed to come in here and report my life. So they're probably sitting in the comments just report like over and
You're
over.
allowed to talk as long as it's word salad garbage. You're not allowed to talk about
Right.
real things.
Yeah, and it's weird because the guy that should have been flagged was that dude that's where Lonnie is now.
Well, he was a Zionist, man. He's their savior. He's their
Right.
knight in shining armor.
Yeah. Let me just say, Israel, if $7,000 a week finds its way into my bank account, I will stop talking about this.
I will be a Zionist.
I will. Now, I'm not going to come out in favor of it, but I just never talk about it again. So if all of a sudden liberal loudmouth stops talking about country issues, dude's probably living high on a hog.
He's getting paid well.
Did you hear that they're having their own content creators are suing the state because they're not getting their promised
I
paychecks.
saw that.
Did you see that?
Yes. That is
They're having
fucking hilarious. Yeah.
They have some guy like Mon Ivan, and he's like, "Oh, I didn't get my $7,000. I was talking about Israel all day, and I didn't get paid."
7,000 a week? Damn,
I think he was, because I did the math and I
Suing
converted to
billions of
shekels,
dollars.
and I think it was like $34,000 or was it 13,000? It may have been 13,000 or 34. He was actually promised more than what we've heard about.
Not highly religious, but I don't think my soul is for sale.
Now, Fursman, you were about to make a comment, and sorry I had to get that out because I had to drop Green, but you were talking about that we're not thinking big enough. What by that do you mean?
No, I'm so sorry. I had to go back and forth. I've got to work on the side here. I don't even know what our point was before my guy got kicked off here. I don't even know what were we.
Sorry.
Green Gooner, though, that name is hilarious to me.
It is hilarious. It is hilarious. I think you know what? I think what we were talking about is that I think my thought was that is it possible that maybe we're not thinking big enough, and perhaps the United States government has already taken into consideration, some potential backfires down the line, and those have already all been accounted for.
What do you mean?
I think
they did it with Iraq, and they did it with Afghanistan. They already know what they're up against as far as protesters, as far as people trying to vote against it. That's why they made the War Powers Act. They made the president able to do limited strikes without reaching the war state without having Congress approve the war state. So what they're doing is they're drawing us into war before we can have our congressmen say no, and then by the time it's 60 days have passed
Thank
or
you,
whatever
Rah
the
Rah.
deadline is passed,
Do you feel like
they
Congress is
already
for
have
the
our
people right
allies.
now?
Well, by the time that the 60 days pass, we're already going to
It's
have the
already
UK,
in it.
France.
I think
They're
the
already
whole
Exactly.
system
There's
is a
other people
wash,
in the
man. I
war
mean,
with us. So if Congress can't stop the war, then like the UK isn't going to stop the war. Our allies aren't going to be able to stop it.
Exactly.
no.
The UK is
60-day thing is a
weak
farce.
bones. I think it all. I'm just telling you, you follow the
Yeah.
money, and then what it really all. That's just my opinion.
All right.
I
Let
I
me
feel
work
like
in
at this
I work
let
point,
in
me.
finance, so it's probably
here, I'm gonna
why
go.
I go there. But I just don't
The
believe.
thing
I
about
do think we have an incredible military. I think we have an incredibly
Sure.
able folks on our side, and what a privilege. What a privilege it is to sit here comfortable in my house with my sweet little family and not have to worry about some of
I
the
think
things the other
whatever's going to
countries.
happen is going to happen, and we get to talk about it, but not actually fucking make a difference.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, Fursman, because in Lonnie, I saw your request in the comments. I'm going to get to you next, but the fact that Americans really have never known war, like here, in this part of the U.S., we really just don't know. We're not like Europe. We didn't deal with that. So the
What's
fact
Pearl
that we're
Harbor? I
able
mean,
to
what do you mean?
well, sure, but that was that was not the same thing as what I'm talking about. That wasn't
Oh, okay.
everywhere
Sorry.
in the everywhere in your country getting bombed at any given point. Buildings in Tehran. That was they took out the Navy fleet in airports, and then it was and then they tried to gun down some of the soldiers and stuff. That wasn't a protracted event, right? Like in Europe, where they were literally doing battles in the middle of in the streets. We haven't
yeah.
seen that here in the U.S. We
We've
really haven't.
also seen the
I'm
And so when
implementation of
surprised we haven't at
when
this point.
when we have American
recent
citizens
implementation.
LARPing out, oh yeah, we're gonna get them. They just don't get it.
Yeah.
If they were to get it, if that had came here at some point, their view would probably change. It would take several generations for them to go back to this. I don't know what it's like mentality.
I'm in South Carolina. I hear pew pews and explosions all the time, but I wouldn't even know.
Well, the Americans aren't familiar with how Israel wages war. I mean, we are recently because we've been pulled into a lot of their wars, but they do what's called the Dahia Doctrine, which means they start the war by bombing civilian infrastructure and unaliving civilians in order to demoralize their opponents, in order to they remove agricultural infrastructure, they remove civilian infrastructure like roads, and then they remove healthcare infrastructure like or
They destroy
fertilization
the
clinics,
people, right?
hospitals.
They
Yeah,
play
they do
dirty.
that
To
first to
discourage
demoral,
them,
so that people won't
make
even
them
want to join the other
miserable.
military.
Yeah.
Well,
Correct, and we're already seeing this in Iran.
I'm going to get back to the timer real quick, but Lonnie, before I do, I wanted to give you a chance since you didn't get to weigh in during that open discussion. Really, you wanted to say something. Please go ahead, and I'm going to go back, and everybody's going to get a time. Go ahead, Lonnie.
Yeah, I wanted to go back into the fact that I said earlier that there are people in this country right now being treated very similar to the people in Iran, right? And the reason I said that was because if we go back and we look at the way marginalized communities are treated, right? Because Black communities were redlined, right? Black communities were reported to being a problem. Black communities were reported to being troublemakers, right? Black communities are underfunded, undersupported, right? And FJ sat up here and said, oh, I sit in my home, so I don't have to worry about all these other things that are going on around the world because I have this lavish life, right? When most Black and brown communities don't have this lavish life, right? Because
If
they
you look at the
genocide the
Memphis
brown
solution,
community. Excuse me, I didn't interrupt you. I appreciate if you don't interrupt me. Thank you.
sorry,
The brown community got genocide, right? The indigenous of Turtle Island got genocide in this very country, okay? Brown people got stolen from their country, brought here, made to speak a language and practice a religion that was not of their own, while being told that this is supposed to be the country for the free, right? Free religion, right? While majority of these white people that are in government ran from their own countries to flee from religious persecution, but yet sit here and go after other brown countries, right? Because they don't like the way that they govern their people, right? Because I don't know how many of you actually spent any time living in these other countries and under these other governments, but for our government, who is treating the people on this soil as if they're less than, to tell another government they shouldn't be treating their people as less than, is freaking diabolical to me. And I don't know how y'all sit up here and justify that. And that is crazy work to me, because to stand up and stand behind this administration while they are snatching people who are indigenous to Turtle Island, because anybody that comes from the southern border of Mexico are indigenous to this continent, to the United States and whole.
Whatever.
And so the fact that y'all don't know that, and y'all sitting up here capping and supporting and clapping for Donald Trump and his Goonies just tells me how much y'all don't understand history and how people that are black and brown in this country fight a war with this government.
Okay.
You
every
should go to
single day.
Mexico too.
Is crazy to me. And thank you for interrupting me after I did
Fuck
not interrupt you. I
Okay.
do not appreciate
Don't. We're not going to do that. Okay. Go ahead and land your plane, Lonnie.
I have a couple of just thoughts for you,
I
Lonnie.
landed it.
You are okay. You are done. Okay, I'm going to bring in the timer, guys, so that we can go through, because John hasn't spoken for a while. I don't know if he fell asleep or what's going on, but we're going to get to him. So go ahead, Jay Fersman. 65 seconds.
Okay, Lonnie.
Just being
Again,
polite, mate.
appreciate your thoughts. I can definitely see that you're very passionate about African Americans in the United States. I can totally appreciate that. My first thought is that first, would you agree that anyone in the United States has the ability, if you are so dissatisfied and believe that there are better options out there for you, you can leave the country, right?
I didn't ask to be here, ma'am. I didn't ask to be here. They stole my people and brought them here. So miss me with the gaslighting, right? Because I knew you were on the BS. I'm sorry, Lib, because I really hate people like this, right?
Okay.
Leave the country.
Well,
I didn't
I
ask
get
to
it,
be
but she
here,
still
and
has
I'm
a timer.
citizen now.
So let's let her finish, and then you can rebut. Go ahead, Jay Fersman.
Okay. We are one of the most privileged nations in the world. Would be my second thought. I'm also curious, have you ever lived in any other country that is not under a democracy? Have you lived in any type of dictatorship country?
We're living in one right now, I would say. But Lonnie, go ahead, 45-second rebuttal, and then we're going to move along. Well, it'd be your turn next, so let me go ahead and give you your full time. Go ahead.
Did you say me?
Yeah. I was going left to right, and because earlier when I let you speak, that was during the open discussion, because you hadn't had it. Yeah. So go ahead.
So no, because I said that my ancestors were stolen from a continent of Africa, right? To the point where my history was erased. Okay. So I am, by the state of the United States, the Constitution, the amendments, a U.S. citizen. So no, I did not have, and I do not have to go live under any other democracy, but I'm also not championing for other countries to be told how to govern their people when our country is doing the same thing to its very own people. So that you and the gaslighting is crazy work to me, because you don't know what it's like to live in a black person's shoes, but yet you're up here trying to tell other people how they should stay or leave the United States, which is not, you're on stolen land just like I'm on stolen land, because this land belongs to the indigenous of Turtle Island. I need you to go research your history and miss me with the gaslighting, please. Thank you.
And to that point, they're now trying to make the word Turtle Island be an actual terrorist word. which is really fucking
And the-
gross to
What?
me. Fucking gross.
And there's also
How
this.
the hell is
so
that? That's just
if you look into
stupid.
private prison
Right.
systems, if you look into private prison systems, like the one
The
that's
corporate-owned
in the
ones that have an
documentary-
agenda of how many people
Yeah,
they need in
well-
there.
Correct. So they're no longer state-owned institutions. They're now private institutions that are allowed to incarcerate in human beings, control what they eat, control when they go to sleep, control when they wake up, control when they go to their job that they get paid $2 a day to work at like a KFC or work at wherever. Those are all privately controlled organizations that make that decision now. So we've lost the plot as far as having publicly owned
Disgusting.
Okay.
prisons, anything that the government is responsible for.
Okay. And now again, I'm going left to right, and then I'm going to drop down. So downtown. Well, downtown would have been after John, but that'll be Waxy now. John, please go ahead, man.
Downtown.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, mate, I think that we sort of get back to the same old arguments, don't we? Everyone's sort of, it's like no one's resolving what's going on here because it just feels to me like we're all too busy sort of taking a side again. I saw a video by Chase Hughes. I don't know if anyone knows who he is, but he's an ex-CIA guy, and he was talking about how people fall into just repeating the lines that they hear. No one's doing the critical thinking because basically you get ostracized if you try to break it down yourself. I mean, part of what Lonnie's saying about the matters of race, well, that goes back to First Nations Indigenous people as well. I mean, that's never been resolved, and it seems like rather than really fix problems, we're more interested in conflicts. And so, when are we going to stop the violence? That's really what I want to know. Why are we justifying the violence? We don't gain from the violence.
Nope.
How do you do it? How do you do it? How do you stop violence without violence? I mean, and then there's somebody down there in the comments. We should attack MAGA and Zionists. Bring it on. We've been waiting. Please.
Who said
We've
that?
been chomping at the bit.
Who said
Well,
that?
So yeah, if you get to the problem of Zionism,
Hang on. I was just going to say,
Sorry,
he asked me a question. How do you stop violence? Do I get to respond to that and then move on, Tim?
Yeah. I'll give you 45 seconds to answer that. Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. Look, the first thing is we've got to actually understand as individuals what the hell we're doing. I mean, we don't even know what happens every night we go to sleep. We don't know where we came from. We don't know what happens when we pass away. We really just don't know what the fuck's going on, to be honest. Let's be clear. So we just sort of hold on to whatever the fuck we think we know. And it's all this shit that we keep spewing out. And so, how do you stop the violence? Well, we need to understand how humans have stopped violence traditionally. Every time we become more civilized, it happens through one thing: agreement. We agree on the roads to not crash into each other. So we just need to find new forms of agreement. We have to actually accept that unless we get everyone to agree, sorry, I was interrupted. Unless we get everyone to agree, that means listening to what they need, finding compromises, actually finding ways through. Then we can't reach agreement. We can't be more civilized, and that means we can't solve the problem of not being violent. The answer to violence is agreement. But the only way you agree is by listening to your counterparts and finding a way mutually satisfactory for all.
Well, and there needs to be the whole transparency thing that doesn't happen. Everybody needs to be exposed to all truth, right? Which fucking none of us can believe anything, and AI videos are even making it worse. We don't know what the
even
fuck's
if
going
you're
on.
exposed to truth, they'll still be able to twist it and tell you it's not true. Don't believe your own eyes. I mean, I posted audio
if you look at
phone call, and they were like, that was edited. And when I posted the unedited version, they were like, that's AI.
You could be experiencing it in real life, in real time, and they're like, nah, you're lying.
Right.
That's not true.
It could happen in front of their eyes, and they'd be like, that was a 3D projection. That didn't actually happen. We saw it like they were making these conspiracy theories during, the Charlie Kirk situation, like that he's actually
It's driving
alive.
me nuts, man.
It's
I'm
pretty
fucking
crazy.
losing my mind.
And that's on purpose. That's the reason they did it. Waxy, please go ahead. This is your time. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, so basically, and that's how state institutions, that's how they gain control or traction over other state institutions. So if we're trying to get a KGB agent to like flip sides, what do? We find something that he's insecure about, and we exploit it. We compromise him, and then we get him to do whatever we want at the cost of him losing his reputation, his family, his friends. And that's exactly what the Zionists are doing in America. Like the whole thing with Jeffrey Epstein, it's very convenient that Jeffrey Epstein was having Mossad spies staying at his house for multiple weeks. He's having Ehud Barak call him every couple days or whatever. And what happens when his files get exposed, when people start demanding accountability? We go to war with Iran, which is what Benjamin Netanyahu's wanted us to do for 20, 30 years. So the cat's out of the bag, and they have to create conflict because that's what these people essentially do to like top nations they want to topple or control or take advantage of. They either exploit them or they cause conflict.
Why can't we go back to like the days of Troy? Your best versus our best, one on one guy versus the other guy.
All right, here, KB Rules, your last one that hasn't spoken yet on the panel. Oh, I guess two. Oh no.
I mean, I don't know. I spoke up enough.
Well, everybody gets a time. This is your time.
I mean, well, like I said, like I know that's just ridiculous, but it would be all right, especially to that MAGA comment. Like, well, let's meet up and we'll do a standoff. I'm down, but I mean, whatever. That's just ridiculous. I mean, I don't think that we all. How do we become on the same page? Like there are non-religious, there are religious, and there are 9 different types of religion. That's just a small number. Like everybody is so wrapped up in themselves. Like what the hell can we get on the same page? Which I guess at this point I feel like is child rape and potentially the possible eating or whatever. But I don't know what to do. I would love for us to all be sitting by campfires singing Kumbaya and when did we do Hands Across the World again? When was that? Like what happened to that thing? I didn't even get to be part of it. It was before I was born.
Yeah, now real quick, since everybody has had a chance to speak, let me do a quick PSA. I don't like them any more than you guys, but we are almost to 100,000 guys already. You guys are doing awesome in the comments. I appreciate you guys tapping. Please keep tapping. Let's get to 100K as quickly as we can. Shouldn't take too long. We got 84 people in here. Also, make sure we push this out to the FYP so we can have civil discourse again and not these fucking slop shows that a lot of creators are putting out there. To do that, gifting is a good way, whether it's roses or the dinos that I have up there. I'm looking for 100 of them. I've got 50 of them, and I appreciate that. And real quick shout out to Jussie at Raw. Let's see who else has sent some. Dreams Can Come True. Thank you so much for the gifting. I appreciate that. So Sabrina got in on that. Wrath of Aries. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. Oh, even Lonnie, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Leanne, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I did say it, but everybody was talking at the time. John brings up a really good point, and sadly people like to watch shit. They like to watch a fucking train wreck. They like to watch the blood and gore of it for whatever reason. And so the people that have, they know that people engage in that stuff more. So the powers that be, as it will, they have used this in order to turn everybody into zombies over these shit shows, like these fucking reality shows or whatever. This is to create complacency. So we've got to find a more entertaining way to reach these people. The best way to do it.
You see the rooms of 400 are everybody screaming and yelling like maniacs at each other.
It's all crap. Or it's just a debate where it's just, the host and somebody else just debating. And there's a place for that, right? I think that's important too. But really that's, I got you or you got me. Let's get each other. There's no collective let's come together type stuff when it comes to that.
No common ground.
Right. And so here what I've found is because, I am a liberal, just ideologically, but I don't really consider myself a Democrat. I think what we found ourselves is being too tribal with each other, right? There's something that causes cognitive dissonance in us. It makes us feel uncomfortable when our party, the party that we've associated with for so long, is doing something wrong. And so a lot of times either the people that are Democrats, they stay silent on it, or they may even just disregard their own moral compass and get on board with it and be like, yeah, but, and they point to the other person, when the reality is that generally speaking, this shit has been happening with both parties. It's the same old fucking shit. That's why when Donald Trump comes out and does something ridiculous, MAGA is able to go back and say, well, yeah, but Barack Obama did it. Or,
watching him fucking
right,
pull that chair out for Benjamin, I fucking lost my mind.
right. And so they're all generally doing this, but what you've got is good cop, bad cop. And it's like, if the good cop is still doing what the bad cop is doing, he just has a smile on his face and he's nice about it, he's a bad cop. So we have to collectively, as a fucking group, say, fuck that shit. Stop being tribal. Call a spade, whether it makes you feel uncomfortable or not, because our interests are not the interest of the people that are currently ruling us. Those people are rich. Those people have wealth, like Mark Wayne Mullen. I went to a watch party 2 houses down from this motherfucker. He lives in and I only bring him up because he was just put in Christy Nome's place. He lives in this massive fucking mansion with elevator shafts built into these houses and a gated fucking community. That doesn't represent a single fucking person. He was born into a household where his dad had for 30 years built this plumbing business up. The only thing Mark Wayne did was market the shit out of it and expand it from the town because his dad just did it to take care of his family, right? But Mark Wayne's like, oh, well, I'll just boost it, and he just grew it. Right. And so he
made it corporate.
Exactly. These people can't represent us because they don't fucking know what it's like. And so we have to stop latching on to whatever the fuck they tell us. And we've got to get rid of these incumbents. We've got to change the whole game, assuming that we can even do that, because we already know that Donald Trump is going to do some shenanigans come the fucking midterms. He's already said he's going to do it. And so in anybody protecting that or supporting that, I'm sorry, but they too have to get away from that or we're all fucked, right? So we got to get away from the tribal stuff, be honest with each other, right? About shit.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and when you offer something saying, yes, my party, like if you have a MAGA up and you say, my party also sucks, this signals to that person that you're not just a partisan hack. And then you can start having better discussions with those people. And I think more of us need to start doing that. I mean, among other things, I'm going to open it up again. I've been talking long enough, but I'm going to open it up again for discussion. You guys are welcome to just talk it out. And John, please feel free to jump in there too. You were quiet most of the time. Please, you usually offer some very insightful things.
Can I share something with you guys? Did you guys...
So I was just going to say, I'll let everyone chat first, and I'll come in at the end. Sorry about that, Tim.
Well, you're fine. I wanted to respond to KB rules. You asked how does it change, right? How do we do better moving forward, right? So I think what we have to do is we have to start looking at people as people, regardless of what they look like, right? We really 100%. Have to start looking at people as people. Right. So to sit here and to hear that a child's school got bombed, right, and your rebuttal is not heaviness, you're not moved to tears, you're not feeling sad, your response is something other than that, tells you how far removed from humanity we have become, right? Because no child should have been injured, okay, by the things that this administration is saying for the reason that they went over there. Children should not have been this harmed. I'm not saying nobody should be harmed at the end of the day is my point, but for them to hit children and not to feel sad about it says a lot. Number 2, right? I don't remember his name. I always forget his name, right? But you'll know as soon as I say this. The man who says Yahoo when Lib's timer goes off, he got kicked out of the race for that Yahoo. Howard Dean got kicked out of a race for that Yahoo right there, right? The fact that there was a judge who presided over the McDonald's coffee case wanted to run for Supreme Court and could not because her husband cheated on her and she was involved in it because he cheated on her. They didn't let her run for Supreme Court, right? And it's things like this that at a time where we should have had in our forefront when it came to Donald Trump. Donald Trump was sued more than 4,000 times before coming down that golden escalator. And so many of y'all jumped on him and was like, yeah, he's going to make things better when he fumbled every piece of business that he had before he came down those golden escalators, right? And the fact that people sat up here and told you that this is what was happening, and I'm talking to everybody that supports him, and y'all still turn a blind eye is the reason why we can't come together. Because when we sit up here and we tell you anything from facts to even anecdotal, y'all have rebuttals for, oh, well, that's not quite the same. That's different. That, like, this is why we can't come together, because you putting your ego in front of humanity. And that is what's happening in this country right now. Right? People are putting their ego before their humanity because there's no reason that a 6-year-old little boy or a newborn should be living in a detention center because a group of people think that they shouldn't be here when they contribute over $1 billion in tax revenue to this country. It is crazy. And that's why I say we all need to know what's happening. We need to know the history, because once you know what history was doing, you will understand what the future is doing, because they're doing the repeat. Black and brown people that are being injured in this country was the starting point to what they're going to do moving forward. And I just wanted to tell you that if you can't listen to your fellow man or woman, regardless of what they look like, and the fact that they suffer at the hands of this government right here, and you say pull yourself up by the bootstraps, not knowing the system is designed to keep us down as a whole, not just me, not just you, not because you're white, not because I'm black, but the system is designed that way, and the system needs to change, we'll never have change.
Well, I'm
And I'll
glad to
call
hear
it
you
there.
say that everyone, because everybody, that was nice. The system is designed to keep the poor poor and the rich rich. And
That's right. And that's
Well, and
all
if
of
you
us, Republicans and Democrats alike. We're all getting fucked,
and they
y'all.
say
And not in a good way.
Thanks.
I don't mind getting
They say
fucked
it's a
every now and then,
meritocracy.
as long as it feels good. Okay, this doesn't feel good. This doesn't feel good at all.
Yeah, they say it's a meritocracy too, but how do you advance in this meritocracy? You go to Harvard, Stanford, Yale, and you enter a society where they literally groom you, and then they do, like, they torture you. They do stuff like hazing to all their members, so that they know they can control you. They can have leverage over you. Even if you do choose to go with the, hey, I'm just going to get power by finally getting into Stanford, finally joining the Skull and Bones Society, doing all this stuff, they have instant material they can blackmail you with because have a brand on your body, or you have
Skull and Bones.
initiated in some.
That shit's wild.
Yeah.
That
They do
shit's
this
wild.
they do this with all fraternities and colleges. They do this with the military. They do this with sports teams.
Yeah.
Sports teams have hazing. It's a systemic problem.
I just wanted to remind everybody that empires usually last 250 years, and I think we're about to celebrate our 250th year as a country.
We are.
So, just had to put that out there.
We
The
haven't been
end
an
is
empire
near.
for that long. We just now becoming an empire.
No,
And I'll
that's
say, as far as how does everybody feel about Gavin Newsom? How come there's more outrage about him saying, he's the same as his voters or a certain type of voter? And, like, everybody jumps on every word Trump says, but I haven't heard as much backlash on that as I think we should.
okay. Well, Newsom isn't the president of the United States, and we don't like Newsom. I'm a Californian, and I don't like Newsom. Anybody who lives in California really knows that Newsom is not it. He's a greasy car salesman. He leans right. He puts Charlie Kirk on a pedestal. Like, why are you making this about Newsom? It's similar to making it about
What's
Biden.
wrong with
Like,
Charlie Kirk?
Newsom,
Okay, I'm
more
not gonna
like
go there.
oldsome, because he's the old
Yeah.
guard. He's old guard shit. Same old fucking lobbyist type.
Stop picking on him. He
politics.
can't read a speech.
Now, what
Neither
did he
can
say?
Trump. What the fuck are you talking?
Now, what did you say he
Change
said?
his image to even be accepted in politics. He got bullied in high school, and he said he had to wear his hair like Pierce Brosnan to even become accepted amongst his peers in politics.
I
Okay,
don't buy
well,
it.
Newsom isn't
I don't
controlling
buy
the
it.
country. Newsom isn't controlling the country. That's why
That's
people
true.
aren't, talking much about him. He doesn't really have that much influence in geopolitics or what's going on domestically. So
Yeah.
I think that's just a moot
And
point.
he's funded by APAC, so even if he did, he would be doing the same things.
That's right.
Yeah, he draped the Israeli flag all over the Capitol in California when they were
Gross.
attacked by themselves. So fuck Newsom. Why? Let's talk
I was
about
born and
something.
raised in California. I'm in South Carolina now, but
Okay, well.
Yeah,
Sorry to
no,
hear
what
that.
did you say
Just
that
kidding.
Newsom had said though?
sorry to hear that.
I'm joking.
What
And
did
yeah, what did
That
Newsom
he
say?
Kate?
sat in an interview and he had an African American across from him, and he said, "I want to say that I'm on the same level as you. I had a low SAT score, and you know why I don't read speeches? Because I can't."
That doesn't
Well,
surprise me. That
yeah.
reminds me
I don't
of
think
these
that,
fucking YT liberal fuckers that think that they can pretend like they give a shit about minorities and marginalized groups. They don't give a fuck. That they just want to be accepted.
It's
Oh,
like when
look, I'm a
Biden
good
said,
person.
like, "Oh, I think poor kids can be just as good as white kids."
That's
well, that's what a lot of white people do, unfortunately. And me being black, I hear it all the time, right?
fucking crazy.
Like
It's
trying to
like,
find a
oh, you
comparison.
speak so
I have some
well.
white woman. I have some white woman come up to me and go, "Oh my God, I'm almost as dark as you. Isn't that funny?"
Oh my God, secondhand embarrassment. Oh
Dead
my
ass.
God.
So
No joke.
can I
We
just
can
jump
drink
in really
melanin
quick?
now.
Yes, please, please.
So
Yeah, you jump in.
I agree.
The fuck?
I'm gonna agree that obviously there's some disparity still for African American communities.
If you minimize
But
what they go through one more time, I'm gonna flip a fucking bitch switch. Because I came up here to
bitch
tell you what
switch.
you said to Lonnie is fucked up. You have no idea what they go through. And did you move when
Okay.
Trump became president? I'm just wondering, because like that pissed me off.
Shut up.
Okay.
I grew up poor
yeah,
and
happy to
hungry and
share
fucking
some
get
of
my
my
ass beat by
background.
cops
I don't
too.
care
You're
about your
fucking
Happy to
wrong.
share.
Okay,
So
I
okay.
don't care about your background.
Well,
I got
I wanted
pregnant
to
in
hear
high
what
school.
Firstman
I
has
was
to
on
say.
government assistance. I put myself through college. So if for 1 minute
Someone get this
you
person
want to
out.
suggest that I have not been through it in my life, you can
We've all been
kindly
through
can
I'm
it.
fuck
sorry,
I'm
off.
just
so
escort yourself
saying.
out.
being
I'm-
on government assistant and getting pregnant in high school as to being a black American?
Yeah, what the fuck?
What the
I am
fuck are
just
we talking
saying.
about?
Well, then what
I'm
is the
just
struggle
saying.
then? What is
So
the struggle?
perhaps maybe I have a little bit more perspective on what Lonnie's points
No, you
are trying to
don't.
be made. Okay,
No, you don't, 'cause
you're
you
trying to say that
minimized.
just because of the color of your skin, I'm saying, hey, okay, great, perfect. We let's agree. Let's just take that off the table and say that, hey, I'm going to agree with you and say that, you know what, it sucks to grow up. All right, ma'am, that was
I'm
incredibly
sorry,
unnecessary.
but you're
No,
unnecessary.
you give
Like,
me,
shut
you
up.
give me,
Okay.
Shut
tell
up.
me a.
Okay, look.
Tell me,
Let me.
literally.
Okay, everybody. We're gonna all pause. We're gonna stop with the name calling because I have to protect my life. We can't do that
Okay.
anymore. If you call names or whatever, I have to drop you because I literally just got a ban where I couldn't have any guests up because the guest
I'll
kept
try.
calling names. Stop doing that.
Who called names? Did I say something?
Well, I'm
I
just
have a lot of
I'm,
Okay. I
before
was just making
anybody
sure.
says anything, because
Okay.
that's where it was going. Was, the whole shut up and the this and the that and the disrespect and whatever. I get it, but you can rebut without all that stuff while protecting the live.
Yeah,
Agreed.
it's just super
Okay,
frustrating
so the
that a
point that
white
I
woman
want
pretends
to-
like she. Okay, go ahead.
Listen.
Yeah,
I
think
understand your
the-
point. I get it, but because
I'm letting her speak. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'm so
Go
sorry.
ahead.
I'll let her speak.
Thank you. I think the only argument or question that I would have for Lonnie's statement is can you provide any statistics or president in recent modern day history who has been able to execute more for the greater good of the Black American community than this administration has? I would argue that the criminal justice reform
Oh my gosh.
that was put into
Literally
place,
people in jail in Memphis who get paid $2 a day and have to work at fast food restaurants, and it's in
That was
overwhelming
done by
majority
Bill
black people.
Clinton. He was the one that mass
So
incarceration.
don't talk about having freedoms if in this under this administration, because there's private prisons, there's people being paid less than minimum wage, $2 a day, to work at retail jobs, at fast food jobs, and they're under corporate prisons. They're not even under state prisons.
Well, that wasn't. I think her point. That wasn't done by this administration.
Okay,
Yeah,
Say
but
we all
something.
know
I
the
want to
atrocity.
rebuttal because she did say my name, and I want to say this, right? So we had a president at one
So wait,
time.
hold on, Lonnie.
Hold on,
I do
let me
want to
say
hear.
this real
Hold
quick
on.
because
I do want to hear your thoughts.
you brought.
My question.
I'm giving you my
No,
thought. If
Lonnie,
you let me
just
speak.
can I just get my facts out that I would like to hear your thoughts on?
No, because
I
you
want
just said what you
responses
wanted
to.
to hear, and I'm trying to tell you. So I want to say we had a president. His name was Lyndon B. Johnson, right? And he worked on social programs, right? Because there was this thing called the Great Depression, right? Within the social programs, they invented something called SNAP benefits, right? Food stamps, if you will, right? Black people were not privy to receive those benefits until the 60s. And then once they got on those benefits, you had another president come in named Reagan, who started this welfare queen business, stating that black people were being lazy and living on welfare and not doing any work, right? Just living off the government for free, when these social programs were never invented for black and brown people in mind to begin with. Number two, okay, the fact that white women had to fight for the right to work when black women had to work, because if not, we would have been put in jail. Okay, so you guys fought for your own freedoms from this patriarchy of white men, and then you sit up here after your ancestors did all this work to make sure that you could have the cushy job that you have and the licensure and all the degrees that you have, because white women were meant to be barefoot in the kitchen and pregnant, just like they want to bring you back to right now, right? So all these systems they are tearing down, Donald Trump and his administration, is going to hurt you as a white woman more than it's going to hurt me as a black woman. Okay, so
False.
miss me with
Inherently
this, what
false.
president has done better for the black community, because the
In
black
modern
community
history, you brought
had
up
to
Lyndon
fight.
B. Johnson, who was what,
Yes.
our 35th or 36th
So
president?
what? The point I was making
My
that you
point
can't get
being,
past is the
girlfriend,
fact
I'm
that
with
black
you.
people had to struggle in this country way longer than you ever did. And when you got your freedoms to have a checking account, to have no fault divorces from your husband, to be able to
And
have
the
enough
struggle
bodily
is over.
autonomy
It's
to go get an
2026. You haven't
AB,
lost
this,
nothing.
hold on, this administration is stripping all of that away from you, and you're still backing it. That is my point.
Yeah, I mean,
Bravo, Lonnie. Thank you.
Name one privilege or freedom that has been taken away from me.
All Americans. It doesn't matter what color you are. Quit crying.
She's not crying, and stop disrespecting her. She was
Yeah,
civil.
nobody's
She
crying.
didn't call names.
No.
Like, stop minimizing this woman and black people. You guys are seriously freaking disgusting. Stop it. Just have a
it is
civil
kind of wild.
conversation.
It is kind of
So
wild.
what
Like-
happened to the A? What happened to Roe versus Wade? Tell me about that case,
That's what I
because
was
you
gonna-
wanted one, and I'm giving it to
It's
you.
gone.
Roe versus Wade. Somebody explain it to
AB
me.
is horrible. I don't think it should. That's great.
It's not so
Do
great
you
when
even
you're
know-
bleeding out. When you're bleeding out because you can't get one in a certain state. It's not so
So
great.
that's one of the things that you're taking
I'm
from
sorry,
JF.
you women don't know how to
I'm
do
sorry.
birth control and are out there just getting pounded out like a
okay,
mallard duck.
You do
Gabriel,
realize
Okay,
it's
you
also
quit that.
tying
That's
in your right to privacy,
bro.
correct?
Bro, what the fuck?
You can wear a rubber and you can take birth control every day
Everything's
and still get
always-
pregnant.
Yeah, everything's always put on women because men like
Right.
you, Gabriel,
I've
can't
been
even
married
like
20
accept.
years. Me and
That's
my wife had
disgusting.
This is
I
why.
doubt that.
Hold on,
Okay,
hold on,
okay,
you guys. We're
okay.
missing the point.
Okay.
We're missing the
All
point.
right, all
We're
right.
not
We're
missing
gonna
the
everybody.
point.
Shh,
Lonnie
shh, shh.
gave
Everybody, hold on. Okay, because this shit's getting out of hand. This is weird. I'm not even sure how we got into race relations and female bodily autonomy, which has
Reproductive
been
rights?
lost. Yes, which has been lost. But here we are, and we're gonna need to go back to the timer because open discussion is done. real quick before we get started. I'm going to do a quick PSA. We're at 75,000 now, guys. We have 94 people in here. Please tap the screen. Let's get to 100K as quickly as we can. Please support the show through gifting as well. I also have a Crash App and a Vimo in my profile. It's $LibLoudMouth or at LibLoudMouth. You can send support to the live. That way, 100% of it will go to me if you support what I'm trying to do here, because we have to push against crazy fucking lunatic liberals out there that want to cancel anybody that disagrees with their fucking Zionist love for, this country here. Anyway, so please do that gift and whatever. And I'm going to start left. We're going to go left to right. But Jay Fersman, since you kind of set the stage for it, I'm going to give you 45 seconds because all of this kind of stemmed from what you had said. Actually, no, I'll give you the 65 seconds. And then I'm going to move across. And then we're going to go down and come back the other direction. So everybody be patient. Jay Fersman, go ahead.
Cool. So I think kind of a moot point, Lonnie. I can see I see that you are very passionate about this, and I can respect that and appreciate that. My question was, can you tell me a administration in modern history? Your response to me was Lyndon B. Johnson. I would argue I'm looking for something a little bit more recent. In my opinion, when I look at where money has gone and the efforts that have truly been made to move forward the Black communities of America, I would argue that the Trump administration has done more than any other administration in modern history. Happy to have a conversation about that. And regarding the, also, because you brought it up, regarding Roe v. Wade, I agree with you. Silly fact. But if you actually read the way that the law is written, I agree with the Supreme Court's decision. I don't like it, but I would argue if you don't like it, then get involved and change the law. That is the problem, the way that the law is written. Because the way that it's written, it should be a state issue.
Okay, well, it is wild to claim that Donald Trump has done more for Black communities than ever, especially since the guy's a fucking demonstrable racist. One of the first things he did was went in there and fired everybody that wasn't glowing in the dark, right? Or shimmering under the fucking sun. He got rid of them. He got rid of DEI programs, went after companies that had DEI programs. This guy, I mean, is very clearly a racist.
Fully support that, by the way.
It is wild.
You're weird. You're weird.
Well, that doesn't surprise me.
Swifton
But
Village. Swifton Village was Trump's first ever real estate project he owned, and it did discriminatory racial practices when letting people apply for housing.
Right.
So look it up. Swifton Village.
This is right. He's been this way basically his entire life. But Lonnie, you're next. I just needed to get that out because I was about to. My head was about to. My head was about to explode if I didn't say those things. Lonnie, please go ahead.
Fucking lit.
My whole point is that there hasn't been a president that I can name that has done anything specifically that uplifted the Black community, right, in a way that another president didn't come in and tear down the Black community. See, that's the point, right? Because you got stuck on something and you stayed there, right? Because your cognitive dissonance wouldn't let you see past the fact that we had to have a Voting Rights Act of 1964 in order for black and brown people to even have the ability to vote for a president in this country, right? And that was due to the work that Black and brown people did and came together and marched and moved forward.
At a point to layer one.
Hold on, John. Donald Trump also took out a full-page ad in New York City in the 80s against 5 Black and brown teens who allegedly, supposedly raped a woman in Central Park, and they spent time in prison. And then when they were exonerated, he did not apologize for it, okay? So miss me with Donald Trump does more for the Black and brown community because his daughter and her best friend talked him into exonerating some Black people so that he would look good. It's crazy work, and you fell for exactly what they wanted you to fall for. And with that, I'm done.
Happy to
Michael
talk about
Jackson,
recent
Now,
legislature.
let
Happy
me-
to discuss
let me-
recent legislature. I would be happy to
Pretty
discuss
sure
with
it's
you,
John's turn.
Lonnie.
Okay. Yeah,
Hey, Tim.
we can get to that. But John, go ahead.
Tim, could I have maybe double time only because I didn't get a chance in the free-for-all to have a chat? I said I was going to come in at the end, but I didn't get an opportunity. And that's only because I want to cover this point.
I mean, no.
Then I'll pass for the moment, mate. I'll wait for the next one.
Wait.
Okay.
I want to hear what you have to say. Can you go half time?
I'll take your time, John.
Baby.
Okay.
Jesus
Itty
Christ.
bitty, go
What's
ahead.
wrong with people? You're such pussies.
Oh my God.
Okay,
With
who
that
said
big
that?
ass mouth.
Was that
you can
KB?
swing. K-Bros.
Yeah.
yes.
All right.
Keep me in.
Yeah, you got to go. You can't say that stuff. Itty bitty, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think it's crazy because, black people fought for your right to vote and you're able to say what you want freely because of these people. And they fought to get you to where you are today. And now you want to act like Trump is the one that's helping them. And he's probably done, in modern history, more harm than any president. I mean, he's taken us back to the 50s. Everything he is doing, and you sit up here and you act like it's beneficial to everybody. I don't know how you could say that with a serious face. You realize him violating the rights of some people, minorities, people of color, means he can violate your rights too. You think you have the complexion for the protection, but if you haven't noticed, if you go against anything that this administration says, they'll detain you. They'll target your family. They'll put you in a detention center. They'll cancel your passport. I don't know how you could sit up here and actually say what you're saying with a serious face, but I would thank black people for being able to do so.
All right, thank you. And real quick, guys, I'm going to put up a poll. This is 5 minutes. Give John 130 seconds to make his point, which is double time. If you want to hear from John, please vote yes. If you don't think that's fair because nobody else gets that time, vote no. And then we'll just go based off of that.
How do you do it?
At the top, you'll see a little blue, like a notebook icon or whatever. Just click on it and you should be able to vote. I'm on my computer. I can't really say exactly what it looks like because I'm not on the phone, but it's something
You
like
were
that.
right.
Yeah. Okay.
That was it.
Yeah. So 5 minutes. Once that poll's over, John, we'll get back to you. Because again, it's just, it's not fair if I go to somebody for asking for extra time. I try to be fair to everybody. Now, Two Puffs, go ahead.
Here's my issue, okay? If you don't even know the nuance around Roe v. Wade getting overturned, and that meaning we lost our right to privacy, and that affects everyone, not just women, number one. Number two, if you don't even know that DEI is actually DEIA, I don't think that you should have a voice on this fucking panel. If you don't even know and you are comfortable with the fact that they rolled back DEI policies and you're saying it's DEI and not DEIA, then you literally have no clue what you're even talking about. And with that, I land my plane.
Okay. And real quick, do you want to explain to everybody what the A is for?
Yes, DEIA is diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. The most benefited group of people that get DEIA policies are white women and veterans. And if you don't know that, maybe shut your mouth about it.
All right. Thank you, Two Puffs. I appreciate that. Now, Woxie, go ahead. Woxie.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, barely. You might get closer to the mic or.
Yeah.
There, that's better.
So anyway, Trump's first real estate project that he was given by his father, who was being sued at the time for racial discrimination when it came to housing minority people. He took over that housing project. It was in the city I grew up in. It's called Swifton Village, and after he took over, it was sued again. So for racial discrimination, and what that means is he would take tenants, prospective tenants to this village, community, whatever it is. It was a housing project, and they would use code words to describe ethnic minorities. So black people, they had a code word. They would say, here, there's a blue person in the office. To have them talk to this guy. And they would systematically deny them access to housing. So if you think that is okay, and you think that that's not a racist, inherently unfair way to approach business, then I don't know what to say, but like, this is how Trump's been the whole time.
Okay, thank you, Woxy. Now, guys, another announcement. There is a poll up. John asked for a double time to make a larger point. So go up there and cast your vote. Yes for giving him the extra time, or no for not giving him the extra time. We got 1 minute and 23 seconds left on that poll. So make your voice known, and we'll get to it. He'll come after Spear Luna. Spear Luna, welcome in, and go ahead.
Hello. So I didn't answer the prompt yet, so I'll answer the prompt. I think there is hope for the world. First off, I think religion is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. I respect people's right to believe in whatever they want to, but I think there are people who deny the basic science of things like evolution that we have proof of. I just think religion is a very big cause of a lot of our problems. If we didn't have religion, the world would probably be better off. But with that said as well, when we come out of the womb, we are not born with racist and homophobic and greed and selfishness. It is a learned trait, so that's why I think we do have hope. If we were to get to a point where we had like an agreed upon basic ethics for one another, it could actually be fine. Because there are countries where you can go and leave things behind and they won't get stolen or broke because they have actual morals. We don't here.
Okay, thank you for that. And now the poll is over. 18 votes for yes, 4 votes for no. So John, take it away, my guy. John.
Sorry, mate, got some music in the background. All right, now, look, the chase. Hang on, dude. That music. I don't know who's.
I got it. Spear Luna, you've got music, and sadly, you just got me a strike on YouTube. I am streaming to YouTube as well. Please do not play music on the live. I didn't even catch it. I was doing something else, so thank you for. No, I get it, but if it's playing, YouTube's going to pick it up, and it will give me a copyright violation. So let me
Can
restart.
I start again, Tim?
Yes, of
Thanks,
course.
buddy. Look, I just wanted to talk about Chase Hughes' 6 levels of what's going on, because we can't actually get a better outcome. We can't come to agreement till we know what's going on. Layer 1 is mediated reality. Our direct experience, we used to go outside, we used to interact with people. It's replaced by pre-frame coverage, right? What we're doing here. Symbols have become dominant, facts become optional. It's all about showing what symbols we're carrying. The world feels scripted because it is, and brands become personal. But when we take on brands, whether it's political brands or product brands, that's cattle. Cattle get branded, right? We make ourselves like cattle. Human conditioning's layer 2. The algorithm and approval signal conditional behavior, right? So we get conditioned by the algorithms. We flatten ourselves into shareable performances. What can we say in the moment? We're not actually interested in getting into deeper information. Authenticity dies when everything becomes performative, and the system replaces information with content. We all do the content thing, we're not doing information. That's why I asked for a bit more time. Layer 3, the collapse of information. Content stimulates reactions. Information answers questions. All we do is stimulate reactions. All that last period of time is people just reacting to each other, not really getting information from questions. Silence is where thinking happens. So when we don't have silence in our own lives, we don't think. And then everything feels urgent, but nothing ever resolves. Layer 4 is fear and identity control. The fear scales engagement better than any emotion. Constant moral emergencies prevent stable identity forming. People accept pre-packaged morality to avoid thinking. They fear ostracism. Hate, panic, fear, and anger becomes advertising products. It literally is how we now conduct ourselves. Our identity fragments, and morality stops being something we develop. It becomes something that we display. Then narrative warfare wins, layer 5. Stories arrive fully formed before you can think. Left versus right is just audience segmentation. Abandoning the story means abandoning the identity, your own identity. And that leads us to layer 6, the theatre of power. Politics is a stage, it's not a problem-solving system. Numbness isn't apathy, it's conditioning. Spectators are made to feel like participants. Right and wrong are replaced with loyalty. Most political content exists to keep us emotionally occupied. The story becomes the final weapon. Once stories take over, morality becomes symbolic. Morality starts to look like stickers. And when morality becomes symbolic, it stops being moral, it's just a performance. And my last sentence, it's just, then we get into this cycle. The hero, villain, victim template drives every narrative. Stories only need to give people four things: a role, a purpose, an enemy, and relief from uncertainty. And none of this requires any conspiracy, just incentives to do it.
Okay, so I'm not sure I understand the overarching point of that. Like, if you were to summarize in a sentence what you think somebody can take away from that that's important, what would you say that is?
Well, I think the point is that we're not asking questions, and we're not actually then having to think, because we don't ask those questions. We're really just putting our view. And I guess to some degree, at least we get to talk to each other in formats like this, but these platforms, naturally make it difficult. And I'm not sure that there's, I guess what I would prefer, what I would hope, is people yield their time more on the panel to be able to say, well, what's really going on, to take people at face value. If someone tells you their life experience, then believe them. Don't argue with them. Don't tell them they're pussies or that they, things have moved on. Listen to what they're saying. And if you listen to what they're saying, that's a problem that needs to be solved. If you don't want to bring the effort or the brain power or the courage to solving that problem, just say so. Say, look, I'm interested in the performance. I'm interested in not doing anything. And I just get disappointed that we, constantly going in these cycles. And Chase Hughes, ex-CIA, knows all about psyops. He outlined it in a YouTube video. And it says we're all livestock. We've all been lied to. And he uses that technique and these 6 layers to explain what we're all going through daily that makes us feel as shit as we do. And I guess that's what my takeaway is. Why do we feel shit? There's 6 things going on. He's just outlined them. And even in me reading them, and I really appreciate the extra time, Tim, and thank you everyone who voted yes. But it's really hard just to try to get across, hey guys, here's a tool from a guy who knows from the inside, from the deep state. He knows what a psychological operation is and what we're getting hit with every day. And it's like, and yet there were still people who voted no about wanting to hear what that might be. They didn't even vote yes on the basis there might be something worth sharing.
Oh shit! Jussie,
Can
thank you for that
add a little?
leprechaun. I missed it. I didn't even get to see it. I was looking at my other monitor. Fuck me, Jussie. Thank you so much. I take that point, John. Now was that Waxy? Now, real quick, KB rules. You are allowed to come back up, but your ass went into timeout because you decided to engage in just bullshit crap. If you want to have like an intellectual conversation, come on up. You can come up, but we don't need that other stuff. I have to protect my live, because if the live gets taken down, then nobody gets to talk. Nobody's entertained and nobody learns a fucking thing. Go ahead, Waxy.
Yeah, so to add what he was saying about basically narrative control and how they use fear to essentially stop people from even questioning themselves. They distract people with music, whatever. They don't let you be quiet and hear your own brain think. And they also are now not letting us talk about things. So if you saw this notification, I saw this notification in my friend's live come up. It was right when they went live. It said, there's a notification on the screen. This was on TikTok. It said, please ensure your live complies with the applicable local laws. Filming or sharing military activity, operations, or sensitive locations may be prohibited by law for national security reasons. Violations may result in criminal liability, including fines and imprisonment. So that's them telling us, like, if you want to discuss the war happening in Iran, if you want to talk about hospitals being boomed by American, weaponry, we're going to just lock you up. That's at that point. It's a fear narrative. It's people don't want to talk when they have threats like that made against them.
Yeah. Anybody else? Fursman, I would be interested in how you took what was said, since you're probably in opposition to my ideology. Anyway, what say you?
Sorry, you guys, I've been kind of working in the background here. I am not somebody else pipe in so I can kind of re-engage and see where we're at kind of in the conversation. Are we still discussing
Thank you, Jesse.
kind of behavioral profiling and how
Well,
we're kind of suppressing that?
I mean,
I know that was John's point. Love John's take on kind of what he was bringing up. Pipe in, John. I'm happy to discuss.
He was
look,
mad that I
Quick
called him a
synopsis.
name.
No, I wasn't.
Don't call him a
I don't give a
name.
fuck what you say, mate. That was between you and Tim. I yielded my time, and for some reason you had an emotional reaction. And then when you have an emotional reaction, you want to blame others as if their feelings are hurt. You were the one having the emotional reaction. Well, I
He
mean,
said he wouldn't give you double time, and then you cried.
I said I yield my time. I mean, if I give my time away to others, then what's the problem with that? That's my prerogative. I mean,
What's
so,
your point, John? I want
anyway, he's
to.
what an idiot.
Let's chat.
Anyway, my point is that
we can't call names, guys.
My apologies. My point simply is that I said it at the start, which we've got to find new ways to agree, and when are we going to stop the violence? And the violence actually, is really about setting aside our preconceived brands, fighting left and right and the whole thing. I mean, when it's the narrative we're getting fed is to try to just put a sticker on morality. I mean, it's not about right and wrong; it's about which side thinks what. And I'm like, if people have got a problem and they constantly come onto panels and tell us, and the amount of people who then dismiss their view as if somehow, and they use these stupid throwaway lines that they've got from the political parties. Oh, life's moved on. We're not in that era anymore. That's shit. And the reality is that no. Well, if someone's got a problem, I take them at face value until I see that they're lying. If there are lies around, but you can't assume people are lying to start with.
I 100%.
And I wasn't directing that to anyone on the panel.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. And actually, like, just engaging and kind of listening to this panel over the last, this morning here, we can do it on a small scale. I think we've got people from all different backgrounds, all different kind of education levels, life experiences, obviously. But I think this can scale all the way up. If we kind of look through, I 100% agree with your take on things and kind of the issue that truly is at hand and why we can never really come to an actual solution. And I would argue that there really is no action. There's a lot of talk. Right. There's a lot of talk and no action, which is why I lean more towards, hey, in this instance, the original conversation we were having was in regards to the military action in Iran from the United States. I tend to back that. I'm okay, because sometimes exactly what we've seen here today. We've got people with all different thoughts, all valid thoughts, all valid, but talk is cheap. And sometimes additional action needs to be taken to see any type of progress, actual progress, which was my point to Lonnie earlier. I wasn't disagreeing that there was any type of, that the oppression wasn't there or anything like that, but
not for her.
I'm big on facts. Great. If you have a problem, like I don't know about you guys, but hey, if there's an issue, it's not what can others do for me. It's what do I need to do to get myself to a better place? What actions can I take to do better or be better? And unfortunately, I don't think that is a general consensus, at least here in the States. I don't know, where you guys are all from, but
I find it quite concerning.
I think that was.
I find it quite concerning that you're agreeing with what John has said. However, you have made it clear that you think everybody has the same social, the same chance, right? When you literally just agreed with John. I am in the middle of my sentence.
I don't care.
You're agreeing with John.
KB, quit. You can respond after. I don't like that. You know, if that's the kind of panel you want to be on, then go to somebody that's screaming and cursing at each other. That's not funny. It's not intellectual. It doesn't get us anywhere. Let her finish, please. Go ahead, Two Puffs. I think that was Two
You're
Puffs.
agreeing with John that it is a systemic issue, that it was literally created to be like this, but yet in the same sense you're saying, oh well, we're in 2026 now, we all have the same chances, we all have this, but you're agreeing that yes, there is systemic issues that were created the way that they were. So you're almost negating your own fact. And you're saying you're
I think
going
it can be
based off
both.
statistics, and you're
I
literally
think it
not
can be
making any
both.
sense.
Yeah, I mean, unless you're a millionaire, or unless you are, unless you've had like reparations paid for you, you're at a systematic disadvantage no matter what. So if you have a rich family, you're automatically advantaged. If you were brought into this country to work as a slave in the 1800s, you automatically don't have that access to capital that other people do by having families that pass down generational wealth.
Right.
Yeah.
Dead
I mean,
right.
Which I
the
did.
experiences
For the
are
record,
No, and that's the thing. I want to make a point on
Saying
that
you
because
did. We're just saying there's no point of disagreeing with each other if everyone is from the same background. There's no point in bringing up this
I don't think
division
there's
or having this talk about who's more enabled, who's more has more access to wealth, who has more access to opportunities. If none of us do, then we should all be.
You know
we
what
should
the
all be
issue is, though?
have an allegiance to each other.
That's
right. And can I add to
You're-
that point? Yeah, can I add to that
I
point so you can
agree.
pick it up? You can pick it up, Firstman, after this? I just want to say that the truth of it is that unless any of us are in a privileged position, and that's not, I mean, you're talking about 90% of people aren't, okay, then I don't understand why it is that there's other people who want to make themselves feel better by putting others down, rather than saying, collectively we've actually all got difficulties here. And of course, that's the division I'm talking about. Those 6 layers I was talking about, that's all design. So someone says, oh, no, you're wrong. Oh, no, it's not happening. Oh, no, not for her. Like the goon next to me. And it's like, come on, really? I mean, he's not privileged. Now, unless there's people on someone's payroll politically, and there's plenty of them on here, okay, who are getting paid to push a line, to interfere, to stop people coming to agreements, then we all have some difficulties, some really big ones. Okay, I mean, surely when you're seeing troops in the street and you're seeing all sorts of things that you never imagined in your life, I never imagined in my life I'd see what I'm seeing in the United States today. I never thought it. And I'm an Australian, for crying out loud. If your experiment fails, we're all fucked. I'm not even going to go down that track today. I'm just going to say that, like, I just never thought I'd see it,
Yeah,
and I'm crazy. It's heartbreaking. Like, it's really heartbreaking.
Absolutely.
Just to see people so crazy with anger, so crazy with greed and anger and enmity that they are destroying things.
And it's purposeful. Let me read a quote. Edward Bernays. Were you all familiar with Edward Bernays?
Yes.
He basically created the psychological marketing industry. He's Sigmund Freud's nephew, I think he was. And this is from a book that he wrote. I think he wrote it, or maybe it was just quoted in it. This is the guy that created the marketing campaigns for like the tobacco industry, claiming that, he would get doctors to come in. He would use experts to claim, it'll help you lose weight. Talking to women, trying to market to women. He says, the conscious and intelligent manipulation of the organized habits and opinions of the masses is an important element in democratic society. Those who manipulate this unseen mechanism of society constitute an invisible government, which is the true ruling power of our country. We are governed, our minds molded, our tastes formed, and our ideas suggested largely by men we have never heard of. This is a logical result of the way in which our democratic society is organized. Vast numbers of human beings must cooperate in this manner if they are to live together as smoothly functioning society. In almost every act of our daily lives, whether in the sphere of politics or business, in our social conduct or our ethical thinking, we are dominated by the relatively small number of persons who understand the mental processes and social patterns of the masses, if they pull the wires which control the public mind. or it is they who pull the wires.
Look who took advantage of this in the 90s. Abercrombie and Fitch was owned by who? Les Wexner. He was the person that funded Jeffrey Epstein.
Right. Well, I was going to tie that
to a mall
into.
In the 90s, you saw Abercrombie and Fitch. You saw everyone being programmed to have beauty standards.
So, well, this mindset is why people keep arguing about race relations. We know that the statistics bear out that black people are more likely to cause a cop to be afraid, for example, and pull out his pew-pew, or be pulled over in general. These are things, this bias or whatever, that has been fed by these very people into society in order to continue to compartmentalize it even further. The more segments of population that you can split off, the easier it is to control, because then we'll be talking about something totally unrelated, and then all of a sudden now we're arguing about whether or not black people are mistreated in this country. This is all by design. They've fucking been doing this shit since that was written in, I think, 1928. Yeah. So, this has been underway for a long fucking time, and we know which country Edward Bernays would be rooting for at this time had he been, around during that period, because the same people. Yeah, right, exactly. And so we have to acknowledge that the things we think we know may actually be things that they told us to think we know. You have to be suspicious of the messaging, especially from these countries who have control and power and the ability to go up and speak to, millions of people or whatever through media or whatever, these influencers, what have you. You got to fucking question everything. And like John said earlier, take something that somebody says at their face value. You can even just remove all intent from it. It's like, I don't, listen to what they're saying, not what you think, why you think they said it. I don't know. We got to do better.
You already all think I'm an asshole, but I'm leaning towards flat Earth.
If you simply look
I
at
just
the West
wanted
Bank,
to put out
simply
like
look
one
at the West
more.
Bank, though, you'll see racist hillbillies ethnically cleansing and people unaliving people, burning their houses down, killing unaliving their farm animals, and in the West Bank. These people that are in this other country that's convincing our country to go to war with them, they are doing the same ethnic cleansing to minorities in their own country, and we should be aware of this because it's going to happen to us once it blows back.
I think I just wanted to touch on like one more thing, right? You can't, and I see Cabe Rules in the comments and with Bursman talking about it earlier. You can't minimize the struggle of people of color while simultaneously saying, well, the rich are keeping us poor. Okay, I need y'all to understand it is not and has never been, oh, the rich is keeping all of us poor. Right now, yes, that is the thing. That is happening, right? But it goes back so much further. The reason we have credit scores, the reason we have loan standards, the reason we have certain quote unquote ghettos and etc. like that, it's literally stems from racism. So yes, right, Cabe Rules, you grew up poor, but the reason you grew up poor is off the backs of marginalized groups, right? So the reason you have a credit score to be so shitty, right, is because they didn't want to give credit to people of color. So they invented credit scores to be racist, right? They invented the obstacles that we go through in 2026 to be racist. The obstacles when you try and go get healthcare, the obstacles when you try to go get government assistance, when you try to get on food stamps, when you try to buy a house, all those obstacles are in place to keep marginalized groups down. So when you say, oh, it's everybody, it's just the poor, it's based off of the racist policies. That is what's keeping us down now. Well, and I think y'all need to put that in your brain.
Okay, well, we live in 2026.
That is my fucking point. Okay, Rolls, we live in 2026.
Hang on, guys.
Right. So
I'd like
everybody that lives in
Two puffs.
2026 that is not rich is having a problem. But those are all based off of racist policies.
Two puffs.
So you can't negate both of that.
That's
You can't separate the two.
I'd like to
I
agree and
believe you.
disagree with. I'd like to agree and disagree with you, two puffs, because you see, I look. I'm an Australian. I know this more than most Americans, right? And that is, look at the original founding of the Constitution, right? Women weren't in there. 3/5 of person were black people. Nothing for Native Americans. Okay, and the people who wrote that document were the oligarchs of the day. They were effectively the billionaires of the day. They were the people who owned the property. That's why they wrote a constitution the way they did. So, yes, absolutely, it was racist. I absolutely agree with you, two puffs. That's from the get-go. When you hear people on the right today saying they want to go back to the originalist interpretation of the American Constitution, they want to go back to the pre-Civil War Constitution that was racist and misogynist and didn't include any minorities. So I absolutely agree. But to land that plane, the point of that is that those people who were the founding fathers, there was not a poor person amongst them, and there wasn't even going to be a Bill of Rights in your Constitution if it wasn't for Patrick Henry, who on the back of Shays' Rebellion said, if you don't put that Bill of Rights in there, because he didn't even want the Constitution to be federalised and another king. He said, if you don't put the Bill of Rights in there, I'll lead a rebellion against you. And he said that to Madison, he said that to Hamilton, right? So you see, it was only there was only a handful of true Democrats, but none of them were poor. And my point is that poor people have been excluded through the American system all the time, and of course minorities have got it far worse, and they've always been the ones that have been experimented on. The Tuskegee syphilis experiment, for example. So there's 100 of those. So I'm not disagreeing with Two Puff's point, but I am wanting to say that yes, white people certainly have privilege. There's no doubt about that. And I'll finish by saying that liberal loudmouth said it. I mean, we all know what happens when black people get pulled up by police and their interactions there. You just got to use your common sense and go, do they really have a problem, or what happens when they get interacting with police? I mean, that should just tell you, of course, it's not equal. And that's it.
So even
John,
Australia's
John, I
parliament,
completely
though,
agree. John, hold
even
just
in
2 seconds. John, I agree with your point, and then also two plus, just beyond what John had kind of mentioned, which I would agree with, would be just that we have made progress. As we become a more educated populace, I believe that we are moving in the right direction. Certainly, there's absolutely still room for improvement.
Can I respond to that?
Can I say something about the Australian Parliament for a second, though? Because he said Australia, they're independent to a degree, but there's a member of an Australian Parliament who's appointed by another country, and their only job is to dismiss the prime minister if he does anything wrong that goes against the country that appointed the person who's not even from Australia. It used to be a British person, but now it's an American. So they don't even have autonomy over their entire country. We at any time could
that's not quite
do a
right,
regime change there.
You're only half right there.
I mean,
you're only half right.
They can dismiss the prime minister at any time of Australia. Is that not what their job is? The Speaker of the House and the Parliament.
Look, perhaps I can return to that because others wanted to have a talk about the topic. But you're half right about that. But I can clarify it later. Others want to pipe in about what we're actually talking about. Not Australian politics, I'm sure.
Now, Hecate, you wanted to... Yes, please, go ahead.
Liberal.
Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you. I'd like to respond to the lady next to me because the cognitive dissonance seemed to be quite interesting. But now something else that you've just said is interesting, where you've just said when we've made progress. We've made progress how? Because until the laws the laws that we all live under and could be punished by or uplifted by, they're only real true laws for everybody. You can only say to everybody, we have the opportunities, everybody has the chance to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, is basically what you were saying. If even in that progress, it might look more shiny, it might look more clean maybe in the present day, but the law still is so unequal to both women in general, but women of minority in the West, for the most part. With that, the whole mechanism is brought down, and it is brought down. So it might not look like we're, working in fields of the past, but actually we're working more hours than we used to. So progress might look better, but if progress doesn't match up with progression of thought and laws, then that progression is very, very slight, and for a very, very few people. And actually, eventually, over time, it has an effect on all people in all ways. So I don't get what you mean. I don't even know how that would apply in an equation in a science lab. You wouldn't get what you were saying out of what we have now, which is still unequal lawful representation for the societies that we live in.
Now, real quick,
Sure.
I've got to give a shout out real quick. Hold on, guys. I missed some of these gifters, guys. I really appreciate it, and I'm sorry if I missed your gift. But Beastmaster, thank you so much. Lil Red Lupe, thank you so much for the what is that? That's the Sunday Bowl, yeah. And then Beastmaster sent a party pony. Thank you for that, Misty. Thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. If I missed anybody, Linda, also thank you so much. I may have missed some of you, but really thank you all so much. You keeping this live going under extreme assault by a lot of people, and I'm humbled by the fact that you guys are still willing to do that. And you guys have been tapping like motherfuckers down in the comments because we hit 100,000 likes well before the end of the live. Let's see if we can't get to 200,000 before the end of the show. That would be fucking awesome. Let's get it done. Thank you all so much. Now, somebody wanted to go. My apologies. Go ahead.
I'll jump in just to respond. First, just to the gal next to me, I completely appreciate and respect your thoughts. I think, in particular, my opinions, obviously, my own experience probably has a lot to do kind of with my personal thoughts about the topics that we're discussing. And I'm not sure how long you've kind of been in the conversation, but the point that I was making
a long time
was that there has been progress made, attempts at progress made with the current administration in the form of criminal justice reform.
Bodily autonomy for women. Maybe?
What about the VAST program for veterans?
He fired all of the civil rights attorneys in
what about
information requests that are being cancelled for environmental? All of those are being cancelled.
So what about firing of immigration judges?
Holy shit!
Colleges and universities and higher education.
Okay.
What about the access to
access to?
Oh, sorry. Is it still my time?
Yeah, I was waiting for you to finish your point.
Sorry.
Sorry, there was just a bunch of folks, and then you kind of jumped in, so didn't know. So I guess just off the top of my head, I think there have been some actions again on the criminal justice reform, and some of the sentencing lengths. I would say opportunity zones for low income housing and just access to purchase and create perhaps generational wealth. Sorry, I missed that.
I don't know if any of that's really happened. I don't know which policies or frameworks you're referring to, because I can't find anything on any of those.
The
tax cuts and jobs act.
The tax cuts helps developers, which he was
specifically. No, I think this is important. I think it's important because I think, and we've brought this up several times, is talk is cheap, and so I think it's important that we dig a little bit deeper. I think the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act would have been one piece of legislation. Where in particular, I think that would have discussed some of the access to purchasing homes for easier access for some of the low income communities, right? And investment opportunities, really. I think
Housing
as
prices
far as
gone
the
down
criminal justice
since Trump?
and the criminal justice reform,
Okay,
maybe
go ahead. Go ahead and you can go
I
ahead and
don't
land it
know
because
what that
you're.
legislation was. Let me Google.
Nothing.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I
mean,
just want to bring up like
It's gone
one
down
thing.
since Trump was
Firstman
elected, or is
let
it
keeps
me.
back up?
saying
Well,
anytime we talk about the marginalized communities in the US, Fersman keeps bringing up the criminal justice reform, almost implying that the criminal justice system is only built for black and brown people.
well, I mean, effectively, that's true.
Oh, that's not
Police,
my intent.
police
That's
were
not my intent, but
created
I think
to keep black people from getting away.
2 points for
No.
you, two
She
puffs.
keeps
No, two puffs. 2 puffs. Just let me respond, if you will. I do feel like I kind of keep getting cut off. I know that I have an
Oh,
opposing viewpoint, but
Okay,
I genuinely,
hold on.
I appreciate.
I made everybody stop while you went on for a good 2 to 3 minutes, which I don't normally do. But since you're opposition, I wanted to give you the opportunity to say stuff. But then you don't get to when somebody
Shut
starts
up whenever you want me to.
Well, no. I'm just saying
Literally.
this is what happened. Like now we got to allow people to rebut some of the things that you've said. You offered a lot of various programs that in your mind are helping the marginalized communities when in fact there's other things going on. For example, the
Right.
opportunity zones are better for developers, not black people, not indigenous people. None of those marginalized communities. He's not actually doing it to help anybody. And I also find it weird that like you'll beat the crap out of, let's say that you got 10 black people. You beat the crap out of 5 of them and then you put the other 5 people in a nice bedroom and you're like, "I'm really good to black people." You see that? It's like you're shitting on them on one hand
Sorry.
and then doing very few things to make it look like you're helpful, but you still like fired 305,000 black women immediately from federal employment.
Yeah, and to remove the entire, arm of the Department of Justice that has to do with civil rights.
Right.
So if
Right.
yeah, in what regime would that be like an acceptable thing for protecting anybody, poor person, marginalized children? Do you know what civil rights are meant for?
I referred to the freedom of information request because if people look into that, it is about environmental, but it's like 66 policies have gone away that protected people from pollution, from corporations in particular. And you can't do a freedom of information request in America anymore because of that. And in the aftermath of all of this, we're going to find that everybody suffers because a few people were happy to accept black minorities, peoples of that YT, suffering more in the interim, because you're going to look back and all of that data is actually gone in the distraction of all of this chaos. It's gone. They're taking it down. They've cancelled freedom of information requests so Elon can keep polluting minority communities with impunity. So it actually affects everybody, because guess what? Pollution doesn't see the racism that this regime does. It doesn't. It affects everybody eventually, and it is affecting everybody in the USA and the UK right now. And the data isn't being provided or kept, and won't be able to be seen or harvested later on, because a few people are willing to accept a few people suffering under an unequal system.
It's what happened in like the German fascist regime in the 1940s. They chose an out group to target, to specifically build an apparatus specifically for basically policing them, making sure they couldn't have access to businesses, to loans, to things like that. And then they put them in the ghettos, and then they, forcibly remove them from the society and put them into camps. And like, we're already at like the stage 3 of that in America, if you guys don't realize this.
Yeah. Somebody in the comments, real quick, let me just pull this up. Somebody in the comments said it wasn't 300,000. Let me just rebuff that shit. Alfred is among the roughly 300,000 black women who exited the U.S. labor force in just 2 months. So there you go. New York Times reported on it. Reuters. Take your pick. Anyway, let me start with the timer because we got a full panel, but I really want to give recognition to Dylan. Dylan, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. If you are an overnight person and you want a show that's overnight, Dylan runs a panel overnight, and it was really good that he's got a lot of great opposition that comes up there. So I wanted to give Dylan a shout out, and I appreciate him being here. Dylan, did you want to start us off? I'm going to start with the timer. I'll actually start with you and then kind of go up and around.
I'm still trying to gauge a little bit just based off what JF said. There's a lot there, and I'm just waking up, so I'm trying to gather my head a bit. If you want to go to Irritable just for a couple minutes, I can take my time to listen and jot a couple notes down and then maybe respond in a bit.
Yeah, and I saw Irritable's hand up, and Irritable, you haven't spoken yet, so I'll just start at the bottom and go back in reverse. Irritable, go ahead, please.
Okay, thanks. One of the things I kind of wanted to touch on, right, because when we talk about marginalized communities, for context, I am a white cis woman, like a white cis woman, but I also kind of want to touch on encompassing within those marginalized communities, LGBTQ rights specifically. Like, I don't know if you know this, and to categorically kind of step back and say that we are in a better time than ever before. As of 2026 right now, if you actually go to the ACLU's website, they have a tracker, and at the state level, there are, as of this second, 489 anti-LGBTQ bills that are pending, and they list them, right, directly linked to the individual states' websites about rights that are pending being taken away. So I disagree with you entirely. Just the magnitude of those bills that are pending for that marginalized community alone.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And great timing too. Roxy, go ahead, man.
I mean, it's just the nature of the beast. So we marginalize groups, and then we facilitate what they call ethnic cleansing of them. So we cut off all access to those people have to funding first. So for disabled people, they're no longer able to keep their ventilators running. They're no longer able to get health care. And they do this thing that once those people, have systematically been eradicated, or they have been forced to move or leave the country, then it moves on to another community. And they do this with any system that is built to oppress. So the military, ICE, police systems, those systems all contribute to this slow encroaching bit of ethnic cleansing, which is putting people in jails, moving people away from the places where they originally lived, taking away their access to healthcare, food, water, human rights, attorneys, all this stuff. They're getting, slowly edged out.
Okay. Two Puffs, go ahead.
Yeah, just to touch on what Irritable said, if y'all want an inkling into what our congressmen are passing, take a look at Tennessee. That we have been told by our governor and Kristi Noem, Pete Hegseth, that Tennessee is the blueprint for what's coming for other states. So keep that in mind when y'all are looking into bills that are being passed. Tennessee is the blueprint. So they just passed that private organizations can essentially not recognize gay marriage. They don't have to recognize that you are married, that you have a marriage certificate. So that will be, I'm assuming, coming to several other states once it gets officially passed and codified.
All right. Let me go to KB
Are you
Rules.
saying, sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Just
45 seconds.
Two Puffs, did you just say that a privately owned business does not need to recognize?
No, a private organization, right? So that can mean doctor's offices, that can mean insurance companies, that can mean
privately owned.
Yes, not state ran, right? So not state ran.
Yes. Okay.
But privately owned. But that can still mean doctor's offices. It could also mean insurance companies such as health insurance, and also life insurance
Yes.
companies.
Right.
Can deny
privately owned. Yep. Got it. Okay.
Are you okay with that?
Who, me?
No, Jay Firstman.
Oh.
So I
Because you keep
unsure,
harping on
I guess
privately owned. I feel like you're going to go down the line of, well, you shouldn't be allowed, you shouldn't tell somebody they have to treat somebody if it goes against their conscience.
I feel like I harped on it. I made one comment. I just want to make sure that I understood exactly what she was saying, because I haven't looked at Tennessee at all, or legislation that had been passed there. But I guess if you're asking about my thoughts on a privately owned business, I absolutely believe in the autonomy. I know what it takes for individuals and the risk that they take from multiple standpoints to create a business and believe in their business, whatever they're doing, right? You mentioned multiple industries. So I have respect for that. And I appreciate anybody who can create their own business. Do I think that it would be foolish to not serve a certain demographic? Absolutely. But do I think that absolutely is their right as a private business?
So I need to clarify, this is not serving people, right? This is recognizing their marriage certificate. So if you think that it is okay for Progressive to deny me health insurance because of my marriage certificate, that is wrong, right? If you think it is okay that a life insurance company will not pay my death benefits to my spouse because they don't recognize my marriage certificate, that is not
I absolutely
okay.
do. And here's why, Two Puffs. And I
That's
absolutely
disgusting.
do. So, and here's why. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's right. But I'm saying that I absolutely think that if that's their prerogative, 100%. Get your name out there. That's who you are as a person. That's where your heart is. That's your morals. Perfect. Get that out in the world. I believe
so they can keep my death benefits and not pay them out to my spouse.
Hold on. No, because what's going to happen? What's going to happen is another individual is going to start a business and say, "That's foolish of you to do. Come to me. Give me your money. I will absolutely pay your benefits, and then you'll pay that company."
Let me ask you, Jay
Fersman, of the society that we live in.
Let me ask you, how do you get somebody to die again? How do you get somebody to die again? It's like, well, next time you die, you'll be able to have this other company that will pay it out. How does that work, Jay Firstman? Well, hold on.
Yeah,
Hold on. How do you get somebody to die again?
Who would purchase a life insurance policy? Let's just say
you don't know
a straight
until
white woman.
They say they won't pay it. That's the problem.
Because you didn't read? Because you didn't read their policy?
No. This is something new. So it didn't exist prior to that. You're saying that
a private company like a prison is housing inmates, and they decide to use chemical weapons on a certain amount of the inmates that are transgender. What if?
Okay, you're saying. Sorry, I was speaking when you kept going. You're saying that somebody should have read a policy that didn't actually exist, and it doesn't say we won't do this, because if that's the case, they shouldn't have taken the money that they were getting for those people when they themselves would know that they weren't going to pay it out. Right?
I actually would put the burden on the consumer. Okay. I would research any company that I am going
to a car accident.
You're okay with stealing shit from people because then and there that's fraudulent. That's fraudulent. Because,
no, let's do a hypothetical.
We're going to take your money and you didn't read the contract. We're going to take all your money for your whole life, and when you die, were like, nah, should have read the fine print. We're not going to pay out, meaning they were just stealing your money the whole time.
I don't even think I'm sorry. I don't think I even understand the scenario in which we're kind of debating.
Let me explain a scenario for you then, right? Okay, I get into a car accident, and an ambulance takes me to a hospital.
Stop. Hold on. I need context before the accident happens because we're talking about life insurance.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to tell you right now. Okay.
Before the accident happens.
Listen to me. I get into a car accident. Okay. And an ambulance, I'm brain dead. Okay. An ambulance picks me up and takes me to a hospital. That is a privately owned hospital. Okay. That privately owned hospital says, I don't believe in your marriage certificate because I don't believe you should be gay married. Okay. The hospital that my wife, let's just say, I am married to my husband, but let's say my wife comes to the hospital and they see my lifeless, brain dead body sitting there. Okay. They don't want me hooked up to machines, but because that privately owned hospital can say, I don't recognize your marriage certificate at all, I'm going to say, no, we're going to donate her organs instead. We're going to keep her body pumping so I can donate her organs because they don't recognize my marriage certificate. You see the problem here?
Yeah, and people don't have a choice what private prisons they are assigned to.
Hold on.
So there's no choice of anyone whether or not they go to a private prison or they go to a public prison. So if they're an inmate, the facility, which is a private organization, can do whatever they want to whatever gender people they want, whatever race of people in the prison, and there's no oversight as far as the government, as far as what chemicals they can give them, what procedures they can do on them or can't do on them. Like, are the people in prisons the customers in your example, or are the states the customers?
Also, and let's
real quick.
Okay.
This is one-on-one between two puffs and Jay Fursman. You guys for 4 minutes. Everybody else is going to mute up, and you guys are going to have this conversation. Go ahead.
And let's give you another scenario. You work at a job, and your job says you have Blue Cross Blue Shield. You can't go get another insurance. That's not how that works. You can't go get a marketplace insurance. You can't go change your insurance willy-nilly. You can't go get United Healthcare because your job says you have Blue Cross Blue Shield. But guess what? Blue Cross Blue Shield says, I don't recognize your marriage certificate. So, sorry, your wife or your husband can't be on your insurance policy.
Okay. So I would respectfully disagree. You absolutely are not required to enroll in your employer plan or designate any portion. Most of the time, private companies that you're working for are covering at least a portion of that insurance policy, but that is a free election at will on anyone's behalf. In my experience, maybe that's something different that you've seen.
Hold on 1 second. What do you mean you don't have to enroll?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What do you mean you don't have to enroll in your jobs? So you're advocating no health insurance over your job's health insurance?
I'm saying that you absolutely have the choice. You do not have to. It is not an automatic deduction like FICA. 100%. Yes.
Girl.
Agreed.
If you have a job and your job offers health insurance, you cannot, by law, go to the marketplace to get your own health insurance. Okay. So if that health insurance says, I don't have any say, right? This is my job. I have Blue Cross Blue Shield. Okay. But they don't want to recognize my marriage certificate. That means that my wife or my husband can't be on my insurance. So when you are thinking of this law,
that does not that does not impact your health insurance coverage. Just because your wife couldn't in this scenario that we're running, that doesn't impact.
That is fucking insane. That is insane, bro. That is insane that you think that way. That you think that it is okay for a health insurance company to federally, or to a private insurance company or a private company in general, that you think that it is okay for them to negate a federally protected document because, I just don't believe in that. That's fucking weird, bro. I'm chilling on that. I'm good. I'm Gucci on that.
Yeah.
I'm
not
I don't want to hear
right.
shit else from her, bro.
Okay, well, the 40,
I'm not
40
saying that
seconds
it's
still
right, Two
exist.
Puffs, but I'm saying that I'm not saying that it's right by any means, but I am saying I can respect a private company's, if that is the prerogative that they want to put out to the world. And as a believer in for-profit companies, look, I grind every day. Like, I'm trying to better myself. I want to be in a better financial
Then
situation.
be a better fucking person, because you got some shit. You got to work on yourself, dude. Multiple times in this live, you have equated black people with fucking I'm done.
Okay, now real quick, that's the first time that I've used that hot seat. What do we think of it collectively? I thought
that was awesome.
Do you think the time was too long? Do you think I should make it shorter, longer?
It didn't feel
No,
too
for a
long.
one-on-one hot seat, the time was good, liberal.
You think 4 minutes was okay? Yeah, I mean, because it kind of puts you in. You don't know it's coming, and all of a sudden, now you're on a one-on-one debate. So, I don't know. I thought it was good. I thought it was really good. Okay, everybody seems to like that in the comments. So that was the first time I've ever used it. So when you see that change, that we'll figure out who's doing what. So 4 minutes seems good. That's great. Thank you guys. And Jay Fersman and Two Puffs, thank you. I appreciate that. It's a crazy discussion. Now I'm going around still. Everybody's going to get a timer. Then I'll open it up to open discussion. Miklo, you just came in at perfect timing. You'll be next. Go ahead. 65 seconds.
All right. There's so much to cover here. Jay Fersman is an individual who literally spends time in the DOC helping deconstruct white supremacy ideology for individuals that are trying to get out of that lifestyle. Sitting in the comments, listening to you, you are literally propagating and spewing white supremacy ideology, not only from the AB Aryan Brotherhood, but from the Hooded Clan. The fact that you sit here and you go, in my experience, tells me that you are blind and willfully ignorant. Our entire judicial system is built and founded on white supremacy. Our entire medical system is founded on white supremacy. Until 2017, the medical books that doctors and nurses used for education spoke to the fact that black individuals had a higher pain tolerance and were more likely to be addicted to schmugs. So this was still being taught. I implore you to learn more, because everything you've set up here, I have heard from Peckerwoods and I have heard from neo-Nazi ideology.
Okay. Thank you, Miklo. John, you're up next, man. Go ahead.
Cool, mate. Look, I'm going to be perhaps a little bit more, I'm going to try to be a bit more forgiving, because, though it's also, it's not for me to say how people obviously interpret what was said before by Fersman, right? But I will say this. I guess there's a big difference between saying what your view is as opposed to asking questions about someone who has a different view to you. So if you realise that there's, a bunch of people who are disadvantaged and they've got their own views, I guess for me, it's like, well, I can tell them what I think, but they pretty much already know that, because that's why they're disadvantaged. They're not getting listened to by people who might be in a position to at least do something about it, even if it isn't just to understand the problem and not add to it. So I guess for me, it's like, if I have people, and this is how I've always gone about it, certainly in my older life, if I have people saying I've got these problems and they're from a different cultural group than me, I say, well, sure, I'll take you at face value. Tell me about what they are. I'm just going to ask you questions. Is that okay? Because then it's not me saying, I think this and you're wrong, or I think this and that's not true, or I respectfully disagree. It's me saying, I don't know. Tell me what I don't know. Please don't judge me for not knowing. I just want to know. And that, I think, is a big difference. That's all I'll say about that.
Yeah, fair enough. Great point. Hekate, you're next. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I would just like to say about the discrimination that you mentioned earlier, and I recognise you're the only opposition on here. So, I'm speaking to you, but when you're looking at gateways of society, anything that serves a provision, a service, something that you need to fit into certain ways of life, and that isn't equal, whether it's housing, justice, or a business, it creates a cycle of exclusion that becomes increasingly difficult to break. Discrimination in any public-facing human society over time reinforces all of the stereotypes and normalizes the unequal treatment and eventually affects you too, in a derogatory way. So that's all I've got to say. The dogs are barking.
Even the dog's upset. I don't blame them. Don't blame him one bit. I'd be pissed too.
I don't. It's uncomfortable.
It's like, fuck that. We're going to tell you like it is. If only we could understand them, right? Holy shit, if we could speak to animals, whoo, the stories they could tell, I'll tell you what. J.D. Vance would be in trouble.
It's a really off-the-wall fact, but actually the dog shelters struggle to rehome dogs that have darker fur. There's a stereotype there. It literally leaks into every part of our society subliminally, and affects the lowliest. So,
well, good on those puppies. Or dogs, what have you.
Yeah, they're with me now. They're with me. They're happy.
Now, Jay Fersman, go ahead. Your last one, and then I'm going to open it up to everybody. Go ahead.
No, I absolutely appreciate and have been listening to all the commentary. I think that I just respectfully disagree. Maybe I'm not intentionally trying to put any one race in, any certain category, or I just, from a business standpoint, I believe in capitalism and democracy, and I believe that there are more good people in the world than bad, and I do not believe that companies that are putting out massively wrong policy in the instance that Two Puffs was stating, regarding insurance, I don't think they'll succeed, and they will change. And that's my opinion, because they can't make money, which is their ultimate objective.
Well, there are laws that are being passed that say basically that you cannot fire an employee who refuses to do their job when it violates their conscience. And I think that's wrong. I think if you're in the healthcare industry, you're there to serve everybody, and you should, if you're open to the public, you should be serving everybody without discriminating against anything. And if you don't like it, if there are things that you're being asked to do that violate your conscience, like, for example, a liver transplant for somebody who is an alcoholic, if it violates your religion or your conscience that they had drank all themselves into destroying their liver, you should still have to do it. And if you can't or won't, you'd leave the company, right? Or the company should be allowed to fire you if the company itself determines that that was wrong. But these laws are saying the companies can't even fire the employees that are refusing to do that. And that's absolute bullshit, in my opinion. Now, I want to play a clip before we open it up to everybody. And Dylan, I don't know if you have enough information now to make a cogent point, because I'd gone to you first and you weren't ready yet. But let me play this video, and maybe this will spark a little more discussion about it. I played this the other day, so many of you may have already heard it, but just listen to the mentality of people in the United States that might give some perspective.
But I want to know how it is you voted for Donald Trump when you're so into facts, because his entire campaign is not based in facts. It was all based in propaganda and emotion.
I voted for Donald Trump for one reason only. His policies, if implemented, would slow the dispossession of whites in the United States. If you were to deport all illegal immigrants, if you were to think very hard about letting in any Muslims, all of this would slow the rate at which whites are becoming a minority.
Why are you so worried about the white dispossession of America?
Because I want my people to survive. Is that so strange? We don't control China. We don't control any place where whites are not a majority. And if we become a minority, we will not control our own destiny anymore.
I grew up in this country as a minority, as the children of immigrants. I was their first child born in America. And while I didn't have much possession or didn't much control, I really enjoyed myself. And I think that if you ask a lot of Americans, they would say that I had a lot to offer this country. You know, according to you, I guess I would be perpetuating the dispossession of white America.
That is true. That is true.
Would you say that you wouldn't want me in this country?
At some point, when my ancestors built this nation, they did not build it with the intention of giving it away to Mexicans or Chinese or Haitians or to anyone else.
Do you consider, you keep saying your ancestors built this country, you consider that a fact?
Who else built it?
Black people, Native Americans, Chinese people who came and built the railroads.
Do you think none of that could have been
Italian
achieved?
people?
But they're Europeans, aren't they?
My God. Sadly, this mentality exists in a lot of people, like the great replacement theory. They're trying to replace us. And it drives a lot of people who won't even admit that that's their concern. They know that it's wrong and that society generally might shame them. And so they hide their true intentions while simultaneously doing things that affect the same outcome. And that to me is just wrong. But I'm going to open up the panel. Dylan, if you want, I would like you to open the discussion if you'd like. And if you don't follow Dylan, please follow Dylan.
Yeah, I mean, just playing into the... I appreciate that, liberal. I'm watching here. I'm watching Jay's stance on capitalism. You guys, I know a lot of people know how I feel about capitalism. Being a Canadian, I do believe that it inherently serves to disadvantage class and create class warfare. Sorry, I got a phone call. Usually only incentivizing the rich to get richer and essentially buying out private corporations, which isn't going to help the lower class citizens. When I think of Canada, we've got kind of a mix between capitalism and socialism. So I'm just, and when you see the video that Liberal just played for you, these are the people that exist within the private corporation ownership companies. These are the people that make the decisions within private healthcare, within private educations, so there is inherent bias, there is inherent racism at a private ownership level. And I think these are things that we need to be addressing in order to actually fix the problem. But the unfortunate part is people don't even want to address systemic racism. They don't even want to acknowledge the fact that it exists within private entities and private corporations. So I think if we're able to have these conversations, it might help to create solutions if you guys want to continue. Anybody else that wants to chime in?
Everybody all at once. When you want people to talk, they're like, fuck you. Right? No, Woxy, because I think I'd cut into you earlier when you were trying to speak. If you want to go, by all means.
So I can add to that a little bit, because there's a lot of people that are in institutions that don't get a chance to even make the choice of whether or not they want to be the consumer that chooses one institution or chooses another institution. So think about private insane asylums, think about private prisons, think about centers for taking care of people's disabled children. And then those children age out of the system, and the parents can't take care of them because they were unalived somehow. So those are all institutions that largely our public sector has taken over, prisons especially now that Trump is in office. And those are institutions that are able to commit human rights atrocities at will. They are able to implement euthanasia. They're able to do
eugenics. They're able to essentially chemically castrate people in prisons if they're doing too much, like GRAPE. So these are all things you should look at and say, do we want private institutions to take care of these, or do we want it to be a publicly discussed, publicly voted on, and publicly institutionalized system for these facilities?
Well, public regulation should be like a huge part of it. If you have private government and private entities that are creating the regulations around these systems, then we're not going to fix anything, because the systemic racism exists within the people that are creating the regulations as well. It goes from the direct top to the bottom. So
that's right.
We need to be holding them accountable as well, and we need to be the ones that are able to create the regulations, whether we create oversight boards that are non-biased and do have more of a civilian kind of perspective in the oversight board, then like that'd be something to discuss. But if we're just continuing to allow these powerful people to create the regulations and essentially
for themselves,
for financial gain, we know
we
know about prison systems, we know about quotas, we know how they were essentially used to keep making money, and we know that that's most likely in the intent going forward. Building these new institutions is it's a moneymaker for these people, and it's a moneymaker at the expense of taxpayer dollars, American citizens. I don't see how capitalism in this form helps anybody.
And that's why they never abolished slavery, because they knew that they needed it. They knew they needed it. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but slavery is still legal in this country. Is there any argument against that?
No, not for me. Like we could debate, like I don't know how Jay is feeling, since Jay seems to be the one that's the opposition up here right now. But I mean, we can talk about financial slavery. We can talk about racial segregation and slavery that still exists. But I don't know
looks a little different, but at the end of the day, it's the same shit. It's just there's one additional step to it, aside from, taking people over on boats. But I mean, Jay Fersman, do you agree that the United States still has slavery legalized?
Can you expand? Like, give me an example?
Sure.
Exactly how?
Right. If you are put in prison, you can be enslaved. You can be treated as a slave by law. It's actually written into the Constitution, which I have right here. What I need to do actually is put this in my TikTok shop and sell these, because it's relevant. But yeah, I'll just read it. Neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime. That's the 13th Amendment. So there's an exception to it. You can be a slave or an involuntary servant if you have committed a crime. And that's why that like Geo Group is such a big industry. And Donald Trump, matter of fact, Pam Bondi lobbied for Geo Group through the Ballard Partners.
I honestly... So are we just saying that folks who, let's just say, they've got a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and they're going to get a job in the prison system but be paid below minimum wage? Is that what we're arguing?
They currently do, and it's not even because the people on death row are the minority in prison. Most people aren't on life sentences or on death row.
A lot of people are innocent in prison too.
There's people that get arrested for protesting.
Comes into the minorities.
And well, like for me, liberal, like I'm sitting here thinking, I come from a country where our minimum wage is, I think, $17 or $18 at this point, based off the increase in the economy and in inflation. I think, like, even just in a generalized sense, your citizens are slaves to the corporations, essentially. I don't see being paid $7 an hour in a current economy where people are needing I think it's like upwards of $80,000 on a singular level just to get by. I don't think, I consider that slave labor.
Yeah, right.
I consider it because they don't have the opportunity to just go, okay, I don't like this job, they're underpaying me, let me go find another job. No, if they don't have the qualifications, or if they were raised in, say, for example, going from homeless to being off the streets, They don't have the opportunities and chance that everybody else has by going and getting a degree. A lot of the time, if you're homeless, your education is kind of capped. I know here in Canada, I will never be able to go and get a law degree. I will never be able to go and get a medical doctorate degree. I am stuck due to the fact that I didn't graduate. Yet I still, the least I will ever be paid is $17 an hour, no matter where I work. Whereas in the United States, you have people that have like degrees and
Could you go back
doctorates
to
and
school
stuff.
though? Do you have the option to go back to school and you're just choosing not to?
You do have the option to go back to school, but the most I'll ever be able to get is a GDP or it's like
a GED.
Yeah, essentially a lower
Equivalent.
form. Yeah, so even then I still wouldn't be able to qualify for certain jobs. But here in Canada, like I don't have the cap of a $7 minimum wage, right? That's where I find the slave labor to be, just paying people something in which they cannot survive off of.
Well, to be fair, we're only talking. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Fursman. No, go ahead, Fursman.
Go ahead, sorry. Well, so you have the option to go back and get your what we in the States would call a GED equivalent, whatever that is in Canada. Are you saying you couldn't pursue higher education in Canada or elsewhere? Is that what you're?
The education is the irrelevant part, right? The education is the irrelevant part. I'm restricted in what I can do in higher education, but it doesn't affect how much I can make. I can still make a shitload. I can make more money than people in your country that have multiple degrees make, who are working at McDonald's right now just to get by. I can make more than them. That doesn't make sense to me.
I think McDonald's, at least in Minnesota, I think you can literally work at McDonald's and be making like $15, $16 an hour starting.
Yeah, but you guys also have waiters in states where they're making $2 an hour. Do you not see that as slave labor?
It's not $2 an hour.
Yes, it is. It's $2.13 an hour in Tennessee.
It is.
It's not in Minnesota. So to be fair, to your point, Two Puffs, you're right. Maybe not nationwide, but in Minnesota, it's not. And the tips that they're receiving that I would argue are more often than not documented accurately on a tax return. So we can factor in that to the equation as well. Above minimum wage, I would argue, at least where I live, right?
Well, sure.
For folks that are working in the
Sure, but not everybody lives in Minnesota.
Or works at a restaurant where tips are good. Because, as a matter of fact,
What if you live in a real small town?
Yeah, there are billionaires, for example, who, and maybe I can look this quote up. I'd read it years ago. He was like, I don't tip. And the reason is I don't tip is that if I just give these people money, they're not going to learn a lesson. They're not going to try harder to get a better job. And I'm like, what the fuck? They're working, and you're like, I'm not like, yeah. This is like the mentality is like, bro, that job isn't easy, and it is a skill that not everybody can do. You know,
it's
a
true.
good wait staff.
People like me,
I mean, yeah, they're hard to come by.
Even people like me, I'm educated. I know computer systems. I'm a software engineer. I know how to create a computer from RAM, from a processor, from having, a bus that transfers information between the RAM and the processor. But do you know how hard it would be for me to get the capital to start my own computer company or start my own telecommunications company? It would cost hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. Most credit lines won't offer that to someone who's never opened a business before, who's never started a venture on their own. So even if you have education, if you want to say, I want to be a nuclear scientist, I'm a nuclear scientist, I have a degree. Now I need to get a loan and start my business. Do you think any bank worth their salt is going to give that person millions of dollars?
Yes, I do. I would argue,
and they've only had student loans
with you.
So would you give someone millions of dollars if they have no credit history and student loans worth $200,000 and they've never paid more than $100,000 off of any credit funds ever?
I mean, I wouldn't because I can't, but I have seen it.
Where have you seen it?
Several times.
Usually not.
What example? Can you give us an example of where you've seen it?
Yeah, so I have seen just firsthand through my own employment history, I've seen several folks branch off and start their own individual companies and then just need the working capital, but never have, honestly, still have student loan debt, right? So they've got that. And
There's only 5 social media companies that are big conglomerates. There's only like 5 movie studios that make movies. There's only all the businesses in America have consolidated to where they're manufacturing mega corporations. They have everything streamlined. They have so it's very hard for a regular person to come in and compete at that level. Do you understand that?
maybe we're talking about like 2 different asset levels. Like I'm talking like very middle class, so like, right? So to me, owning a business, kind of working your way up.
What's a social media company that's owned by a middle class American?
I have no idea. I don't know any social media companies.
They're Facebook, TikTok, Twitter. There's like 5 big ones, and it's there for a reason. It's like that for a reason, because they don't want other people creating, smaller businesses to compete against mega conglomerates. There's actually policy written into, and even like if you guys follow the Upscrolled app, they've removed it completely from the Google Play Store just because.
So let's get out of the social media. Let's get out of the social media realm now.
Let's actually talk about it, because it's a great example of what I'm saying. You're pivoting now, so you're saying don't focus on things that I don't want to focus on.
No, not at all.
Well,
not at all.
I don't want to focus
I'm
on because
okay.
it proves my point wrong.
If we want to transition into the issue of social media, I'm happy to, because there's so many fucking problems with that. There's so many issues that are causing society problems, I think, even. So we can't go there, but, if we want
the algorithms are giving children, eating disorders and stuff. And we don't have other choices. There's no systemic other choices. There's no ways for people to make social media apps unless, they are a part of Google or a part of Microsoft.
Right. Or support Israel. Maybe if you started one and said that you support Israel, they may give you $1 billion, and it'd be like, I'm being facetious.
Or
but
come
that's what
up
it
with a
seems
better
like.
idea.
No, but this is so much bigger. This is so much bigger than just social media corporations. Like even looking at small business, manufacturing, and commerce goods businesses. Do you really think that small businesses in America are benefiting right now off of things like the tariffs? Do you really think that your government is incentivizing more people to open small businesses? Because I've seen nothing of a sort lately.
Yeah,
So I think a little bit different of an issue. I think so you're pivoting from, is it possible, right, to get a loan to start a business, and now we're pivoting now to, is it beneficial to the small businesses with the tariffs that are going on?
No, I don't think.
In my opinion, I think they're 2 separate issues.
I don't think a single person,
one,
though,
is
that
it possible? Yes, I think it is possible, depending on the industry. So social media, absolutely. Wookie, what is your name? Wacky? Waxy?
Waxy.
Dude, manufacturing.
So social media, any tech industry right now, totally agree. Difficult unless you are like an AI genius. I would argue smartest.
$1 billion.
Yeah, difficult to start any type of business there.
Yes,
but let's take that out of the conversation. Beyond that, absolutely, I still think there's incredible opportunity for people.
How do you start a TV network as a middle class American? You can't. You absolutely can't.
Okay, so let's just say tech. Well, I actually would argue that industry, I would actually kind of group into social media. I would say, like, for like the small business, right? It's like the liberal loudmouth. I don't know. Are you in the creator rewards program? Are you getting paid for the views and the right? So it's
not
like
the views, but I get paid for gifting, and that reminds me, keep tapping,
guy.
and I have a gifting goal up
Let
there
me
of 50
just
donuts.
give
Thank you
this
for
guy
reminding me,
some
Jay
money.
Firstman. Send it to me. I've got a Crash
I
App
got
and
you.
a Vimo. You can send love offerings because who doesn't love this, right? I mean, look at
I
it.
do. Like,
Right?
I
I mean-
appreciate the conversation. I really do.
No,
So
and thank you.
I still think,
but I
while
will say
it's changing, possible.
there are, and maybe this is a bad example, but when I started, like, some of the things I do are different from other creators. And I try to be different, right? Because you can go to any old fucking panel and just hear people gabbing. But, when you add something that's innovative or whatever, people are drawn to it. And this happened at the beginning. But then the attack came from people, and they've just for the last year been attacking and attacking and attacking. My gifts have gone way down, my views went way down, and this has happened to other creators. And that effectively is what they do to any company that tries to start up that they see as a threat to their stuff, like he's going to take our views or he's going to take this or whatever. They don't want to share the playing field, so they'll come in and attack. And since the lobbyists for the billionaires are in there writing all of our laws, basically they write laws that look like regulation when the reality is that it actually is designed to keep everybody else suppressed and from being able to be successful. Now, there are some people that break through, but those are the exceptions. Those are not the rule, right? And so, like,
you see tech companies doing this, though. The Microsoft's their slogan was embrace, acquire, extend, and extinguish. They prioritize acquiring other brands that are similar to them, or finding new hot tech stocks, and then they purchase them. They support and embrace the community of the people that they acquire from those positions, those new businesses, and then they axe them all. They take the product, they axe all the people that built it, and then they move on, and nothing else can compete because they already built the infrastructure that it runs on.
Does anybody here, just out of curiosity, does anybody here own a business? Like, just genuine curiosity.
Yeah, actually, I own a nonprofit, and I have degrees in business management, and I'm a project manager. So reality is, when we go into what are small companies profiting off of tariffs, it depends on the company and what they're doing. Reality is most are not. If you look at manufacturing, we've lost jobs. If you look at the trucking company, anyone that owns a smaller trucking company is suffering due to tariffs. So it really depends. I mean, even when you go into social media, right? Social media individuals, tech-wise, make money off of debates or controversial topics. So it just kind of depends on what that looks like. Obviously, nonprofits don't make much, and tariffs technically can or cannot affect a nonprofit depending on what they do.
Well, you're a nonprofit, so we're not making any profits, right? That's not
true. That's not true. Nonprofits,
you're
like
running
if you look
it.
at Compass Health, Compass Health makes millions and millions and millions of dollars as a nonprofit.
Yeah, you can even have nonprofits that pay their employees.
That's right.
Most nonprofits pay their employees, but that is not profit.
Well, it's
So
for the
Compass Health,
employees,
for example,
sure.
their CEO made last year made $14.8 million. So that's not true either. Actually, a lot of nonprofits, those that are CEOs or those types of positions, higher management, make a shit ton of money.
I'm not saying they don't make a shit ton of money. I'm saying, as a business owner, you understand what profit is, right? So
How the hell are you a nonprofit if you make profit? Isn't a nonprofit, you get donations for something, for a cause, and then the people donate to that cause, and that's where the money goes.
This is where the gray area lies, right? You make a great point. So these nonprofits, they claim they're nonprofits, but they're still paying, right? These business owners that, hey, I created this nonprofit, and then they're going out and paying themselves multi-millions of dollars.
Goodwill is a scam.
Right.
I'm just saying.
It does happen. Yeah.
I give a as much as I can every year to companies that I can see that, yeah, the folks on top aren't pocketing what's
If you're
being
calling
given.
yourself a nonprofit and you're making a profit, then you're not a nonprofit. I mean, doesn't
That's
that
what
exit
that's what the
itself out?
problem is. They don't call it a profit because
But it's that's a different thing. Like somebody being paid for work that they do as an individual. That's not where the
Well, it's like an employee
nonprofit
at
comes.
Goodwill, right?
Right. Right. That's
so
not a
okay,
nonprofit
Lib.
necessarily.
Okay.
We're
Okay, so
talking
this
about
is
the
a, this is
company
a,
itself says that it's not, its goal isn't to make money, and whatever money it makes is going to go back into the thing that it's doing.
If they
that's
happen to
okay,
make
you make
money,
an
that's not on
excellent
them.
This is an excellent point. So let's say we've got this nonprofit company. They're bringing in, let's just, for simplicity purposes, $1 million in revenue, right? So we've got $1 million of revenue coming in, or donations, whatever we want to call it. And then we've got some overhead, right? One of which is going to be payroll. And then we're going to say that, okay, well, maybe it's only me. I've got my own 501c3. I'm a nonprofit company. I've got $1 million coming in, and then $800,000 is my salary.
Yeah.
I mean,
This is
so
the trouble.
you guys haven't actually researched any of this, have you?
Yeah,
Like, you do
I was
understand
asking
there's
the
like
question. Tell us how it works.
I will. This is an easy. This is easy. There's about 1 to 2 million registered nonprofits in the United States. Okay, and they generate like $3.7 trillion in profit. Most of their profit comes through government contracts, not what you donate. So to sit here and think, oh, well, nonprofits in the name, they don't make a profit, means that you have no actual cognitive understanding.
So it just
of
means you
business
get to
management or
boast yourself
nonprofits.
up like you're some kind of hero when you're not.
I actually,
depends on the
for the
nonprofit. This is-
record,
Yeah, it depends
this
on
is
what
why
they're
I tell
doing.
people to research.
I actually went through the process and actually established a 501c3. So I feel like I have a good understanding. I am not an expert by any means. Please enlighten me.
Yeah, Miklo, I don't think you were
also-
done
Working
with.
on doing
I don't think Miklo was done with his point. Were you?
Perfect.
No.
Miklo, go ahead.
So what you have to look at is like what they state their budget is, what they have as write-offs, what government contracts they have, employee salaries, right? Like obviously when they pay salary to employees, not including upper management, that's not considered profit, right? And when they do business write-offs, just like any business, then you can easily dispute like how much is actual profit, so forth and so on. But you can look at the economic impact. I mean, in 2019, I want to say 501c3s alone brought in 2.49 trillion in revenue. And this is all stuff you can research. I mean, if you don't believe me, then go look at it, right? I can show you, I can bring up Compass Health right now, and it could show you the pie chart and what they make in profit, where they didn't make profit, because they run multiple different programs in most nonprofits. The nonprofit I own, we don't make profit because we literally, even though we pay for the licensure and everything, we don't pay ourselves out of it at all. Like, we
Because
just
you're
don't pay anything.
potentially, and correct me if I'm wrong, you are running a nonprofit the way that the idea behind a 501c3 was designed to be utilized. However, there were several loopholes available, and so maybe some people are taking advantage. Can we agree on that?
You can agree on that. I mean, it really comes into the rule. There's a 33% rule when it comes to nonprofits that they can make 33% revenue, right? And they have to account for the other, God, math is hard today because it's Friday, 77% has to be accounted as
back into the
This
business.
is what I'm
Correct.
saying.
Right.
But for those
But they
folks
still
at the
make
top, maybe they're paying themselves a little bit more than whatever institution it is that they claim they're supporting.
They can be
The other
punished.
side of it too.
There are laws in place and they can punish and force them to pay back if they are overcompensating. There are laws that dictate this, but I don't think there's a hard cap.
Would you
or
agree that the
percentage.
laws? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think there's a hard cap or percentage, although I think that there probably should be. Because if the goal
There
is to
should
help
be.
people, I feel like there
Is
should be.
Goodwill
and
liberal,
considered a
the prime
nonprofit?
example is look at the
'Cause, I
churches,
mean,
right? A
it's
church is
genius.
designated as a nonprofit. They're designated as a 501c8 under tax
Dudes
code.
rolling around
Churches
with
make
Rolexes,
millions.
fucking jets.
That is an excellent example. Probably
That
the
shit's
best
crazy,
example
y'all.
out there.
Yeah, that's wild. Now, it's been us three for a minute. Somebody else, I think, was chiming in earlier, and I think they got cut off. I don't know who that was.
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah,
No, you didn't
please,
cut me
go
off
ahead,
'cause
Jennifer.
Nicola hadn't finished. I'll make this point and drop down, Liv, just so you know, because I've got to get these dogs out. But the opposition gets very hyper-specific on every conversation that's made, and loses the point of how the framework underneath, if everything isn't equally represented by law, the law that society has to live by, then it doesn't work, and it drags down a society, and it might be fresh and shiny on the surface, but actually we are enslaved more hour to hour wise anyway, even outside of prisons, just in the societies we have to live in. And that's all on the back of minorities being treated badly and unequally represented. But the opposition gets very hyper specific on every example and seems to lose that point, that the underlying point of an unequal society isn't cohesive for growth for everybody, and becomes fewer and fewer at the top that profiteer. And we've seen that. We see that now, that the billionaire, trillionaire class is tiny, where the gap below them is widening greater and greater for everybody. So, but thank you, Lib. I'll keep tapping now.
Thank you,
You
Hecate.
again.
I
You're doing
appreciate that.
great.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, guys, we have 80 people in here. We are 8,000 away from 150K. I'd like to get to 200K before we shut the show down. Let's keep tapping, please. I appreciate it for real. Now, I have 23 out of 50 donuts. I'm looking for some donuts. If you want to support the show, please feed me with some donuts because I need more sugar. That's the best thing for me right now is some sugar.
Calm down, Homer Simpson.
So let me get to Irritable. I don't think I've heard you in a while. Did you want to jump in there?
Yeah.
Please.
So I think also one of the things to kind of piggyback off of what Miklo was saying is when we think of especially large nonprofits contextually, they very often have large endowments, and which come in depending upon like where the donor, where the organization, like whether it's a corporation or things like that. They turn around and very often invest that into the stock market to generate interest, and especially with nonprofits, they have two different things. So whether it is like earned income versus like a quote unquote profit, and that earned income is typically from like things like that, like I mentioned, like investments, like merchandise, if we think of like merch that the Girl Scouts do, or like service fees depending upon if it's like the organization or whatever. But a lot, like I mentioned, a lot of the very large nonprofits turn and actually invest in the stock
has a new
market.
billionaires bill where he just wants to tax the most.
Sorry. Hold on. She was, yeah. Here, there we go. Sorry. Go ahead, Irritable. Now I'm
and
irritable.
Also, one of the other things I kind of wanted to touch on, because we kind of cycled into this sort of nonprofit debate, but I kind of wanted to go back to in the situation of sort of like wage slavery, kind of like it basically like indentured wage servitude. And it's just a sort of final thought regarding that is the fact that we have a situation, I know for a fact within New York State right now, but likely in other states, country within the US, that because of the potential loss of like Medicaid funding and access to Medicaid, and also dependent upon like SSI income, to disabled people may often make the choice to not get married because of that if they have a combined income over a certain threshold, that would reduce basically make them ineligible for certain benefits. And we have that right now. That is existing. And those thresholds and that kind of like wage indentured servitude, that wage threshold we have within this country for just disabled people. Like not even touching
Crazy.
waitresses, waiters, things like that. These are, and I know people directly that this has impacted. So I mean, we're still living in the year of 2026 and we have this on the books.
Yeah, and to that point, like, does anybody disagree with everybody in the U.S. should have access to health care? Do we have anybody that just thinks that if you don't have money, you should just unalive from your ailments?
I like the idea of what's coming. I mean, making our own choice and not being forced to pay out of our checks.
Well, I'd
Not
like
being
to say something on that, Tim.
forced to pay? And sure, John. Did you want to expand on that? Yeah, no. Real quick. KB, what did you mean by forced to pay?
Well, I mean, for the there was the Obamacare Act or whatever. Like we had to have, we have to have show our insurance now in our taxes, which is crazy.
Well, Trump got rid of that.
If you
I know.
look
Whoa,
at-
you said something positive about Trump. Are you okay? You feeling all right?
I think I agree with you.
Hang on. I'd like to have a crack here.
Cape rules. I think I agree with you.
Hey. Can I have a shot?
Yes, go, John.
John, go ahead.
Right, that'd be great. Right. Look, the first thing I've got to say about that is we have Medicare here in Australia. We have a private healthcare system as well. We spend 9% of our GDP. You guys spend double that, 18% of your GDP on health, and we cover everyone. And wealthy people get the luxury service they want. So, the reality is that even if a third of your people didn't pay the tax, then you'd save a third of your GDP. It would go from 18 to 12%, and that would mean that you're saving a third of the money that you spend nationally on health, and everyone would be covered. So it is possible, but it's just you're locked in. Remember I said there was those 6 levels of programming earlier? People who don't look at the solutions in other places are just locked into the 6 levels of programming. And I'll finish on this. Bernie Sanders currently has a Make Billionaires Pay Their Fair Share Act, which he's just launched, and he's proposing a 5% annual wealth tax on individuals with a net worth exceeding $1 billion. Now, I'm not sure anyone on this panel should complain about, oh, no, we shouldn't tax them 5%. Now, that's 938 billionaires, mind you, so not even 1,000 people who collectively hold an estimated $8.2 trillion in wealth. And that bill is going to raise roughly $4 trillion over the next decade, $4.4 trillion. And you know what he's going to spend it on? He wants to spend it on a $3,000 direct check to every person, including children, in a household making 150 grand or less. So if you're all making 150 grand or less, you get 3 grand for every person in your household. So a family of 4 would get 12 grand in the first year. Medicare expansion, he's going to put Medicare benefits to cover dental, vision and hearing for seniors, affordable housing, building, rehabilitating and preserving over 7 million affordable homes to help close the housing gap. Childcare costs, capping childcare expenses, so no family pays more than 7% of their income on childcare. Teacher compensation, establishing a national minimum annual salary of $60,000 for all public school teachers, and expanding Medicaid and healthcare services for seniors and people with disabilities, reversing the recent federal cuts. So that's what he wants to do. 938 billionaires, no one you should frankly give a fuck about. Everyone should support that bill. But for some stupid pre-programmed reason that you've drunk the Kool-Aid, there's going to be a bunch of people who aren't even close to that money who are going to say, no, let's look after those 1,000 people. They can still create all the jobs and all the wealth and everything else while they pay that tax. There's no problem there. So it's just a bullshit argument if you don't want to see that sort of thing happen. And this is what this is what I was talking about through the conversation, saying, hey, these are the sorts of solutions you actually need to buy into.
I have an example of that directly ties to our defense spending. So we spend $200 trillion a year on defense spending. It says here most of the interceptor missiles that America creates that we're using in like the Middle East right now, they're built in a factory in Camden, Arkansas.
and about a quarter of Camden, Arkansas, lives under the poverty line. And each missile, they make 600 missiles per year. Each missile costs the government $2 million. And in order for a general assembly of one of those missiles, so in order for someone who worked at the factory to be able to afford one of those missiles, they would have to work at that factory for 6 years.
Thank you, Dylan.
So think about that. Like, why aren't those profits shared equally amongst the people manufacturing those weapons? You know,
you talking about them buying their own missile?
No, I'm just saying that they make a sliver of what the person running the business makes. The person running the business sells the missiles to the government for $2 million a piece. They make 600 of them a year. There's 20 employees, but each of those employees makes less than $200,000.
Oh yeah, look at Elon Musk. His net worth has gone up, I think, 4 or 5 times. I don't even, and I know he does the AI thing, but that whole SpaceX, I'm guessing it had to be military contracts that paid him out that much, right?
Contracts, yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Hang on, I just want to ask you a question, everyone. Hey, I want to test the room. Can everyone agree that we should be supporting that Bernie Sanders bill? Can everyone just say, yes, that wouldn't hurt me, that wouldn't hurt the billionaires, and we get all those benefits? You all get a $3,000 check?
Yeah, I mean, Trump is supporting that, correct?
No, Bernie Sanders has put it down. Now, Trump hasn't come out and said he supports it, so that's yet to be seen. But
I don't know enough about it. I haven't followed that enough, but would that, again, just through my own research, the real issue that I see with American healthcare industries is that these huge companies are monopolizing not only the hospitals, the doctor's offices, but also the pharmaceuticals. So
hang on first, man. Hang on, I'm going to push back there quickly because I'm sorry. You can take it wherever you like in a second, but I was putting the question. I want you to cope with it. You said you don't know enough about it. I just told you what it is. They're going to take 5% of their wealth every fucking year, and they're going to give you a $3,000 check every year. Now, I'm saying to you, right? There's 938 people being supported. They're all billionaires. They've got $8.8 trillion between them. It's not going to hurt them. So, is there any reason you couldn't just say, yeah, that sounds like a good idea? I'll support that.
Can you tell me those same? I love the stats that you came because those are how I make my decisions. Can you give me those same numbers if the monopoly that I started to kind of describe to you that's
a conditional. No, I want you to deal with the proposition.
John,
that's the whole point.
If
you
the Democrats would let,
I can't answer that. I would be so. It sounds great. I would be curious to see if there's a better option on if we
than taking money off of the people who've got so much it doesn't matter.
Would have won if the Democrats wouldn't have given it to Hillary. I think that.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I feel about that bill and him.
Oh, yeah, we couldn't really hear you. But here's the headline here. Business Insiders proposing a 5% billionaire wealth tax to fund $3,000 checks for Americans. That's it.
Right. There's nothing right. It's as simple as that. And it's not ideological. It's just common sense. And at the end of the day, that's the whole thing. To be able to in your own mind, without having to pre-check your programming or pre-check all your conditionals, going, yeah, it's about time those guys paid the fucking bill.
I hear you, and I want to say yes, but I just
say yes.
Yes, 100%.
You guys,
yes.
my brain.
Someone else talk other than you, Bergman, like once.
Well, I mean,
she is. Tonight.
Well,
I want to say that
if
Bernie Sanders would have actually been able to run for the presidential campaign in 2016 like he was supposed to, I think he would have won. And I think that's how I feel about Bernie Sanders. I think he is a good guy, and it's too bad that he got robbed of the opportunity by his own party.
Absolutely.
I would agree with that. I would say he got robbed by the Democratic Party.
Well, Hillary Clinton, to be specific, because she's the one that used their own debt, the DNC's debt, to take it over. It's like, well, we'll bail you out. We'll pay off your debts as long as you let us control the fucking thing. And that's
I am intrigued by too on that side is that who's the Texas guy?
Tallarico you're thinking of.
Yes.
I don't know.
What are your thoughts on him?
I like what he
He
says.
intrigues
I
me.
voted for Trump 3 times. I'm gonna put that out there too.
I like what Tallarico says, but my trust in him, I think he may be lying. I don't fully trust the guy. I just something about it, you know.
That APAC
Just
paid for Tallarico's campaign, and he was at an APAC
Right.
party before his election. Like, he is full blown APAC. Like, that's the crazy part. Like, y'all went and picked him, and y'all talk about the ones that are like, oh, I don't want to vote for anybody that's, funding Israel. But APAC is that, and Tallarico, he is supported by them, even though he's a Democrat.
Donald Trump got $100 million by some Jewish
And that's the
influenced woman.
problem, right? Y'all are paying for all this atrocity that is happening by choosing these people. But then you sit up here and you talk out the other side of your neck. Like, hold on, pause, please, because I got to play jump in and say what I need to say as fast as possible. Mr. KB Rules down there talking about I wish we could all go back to living the American dream. What is the American dream in your words, Mr. KB Rules?
Not hoping that I have money in my account from paycheck to paycheck. What do you mean? Opportunity? Just not
So you
broke,
think
not
that,
hungry.
so let me get this straight. So you think that the people who are coming into this country to make money to feed themselves and their family is taking from you, when the people that control the wealth in this country are the ones that are choosing how much we get paid? Because to be honest with you, McDonald's worker making $15 an hour in Minnesota only brings home $28K a year. So you tell me where in the country you can live off of $28K a year.
You
Because if
can't.
you
That's the
can't,
point. I think SNAP
then
benefits and
you
all
need to
that
stop
is
voting
designed to
for
keep you
this
poor.
administration and people like James Tallarico, and start voting for people who are more for the people, like Bernie Sanders, because his proposal is definitely one that I
I
would
don't
get
think Bernie
behind
Sanders, I don't think
all
he's ever
day,
going to run
every day.
again, but
So
he's getting
sitting
too
up here
old.
skipping around the fact that y'all are uninformed and
I
trying to
was
blame somebody else is crazy work to
I
me.
worked
And
for a
that's the
company,
issue. That's
Builder's
slave
Choice or
labor in
something, where
you.
we delivered supplies, and I was
Death
delivering
to
the
America,
supplies,
death
and
to
the
Trump,
illegals are
long live
building the
Iran,
house.
long
That is a
live Iran.
problem.
Death
The
to you
illegal
old
immigrants are
bastards,
the
death
ones that
to
are building the
America,
house
death
and
to
making the good
America,
jobs,
death to
and we are
Trump.
the ones delivering the
Long
supplies.
live
That is
Iran,
backwards.
long
That is
live
not right.
Iran.
Who the
Death.
fuck? Okay, real quick. I want to point out I could not mute that guy, and I dropped him, and he was still talking.
You're good.
So, KB, I kind of want to give you some context because you mentioned about SNAP programs and things like that to kind of level the playing field of who uses SNAP benefits. I'm located within Vermont. And I don't know if you know of Vermont's demographic, but we roughly have 600,000 people within the state of Vermont, most of which are elderly people. Now, Vermont is by no means, and I mean the citizens of Vermont, not people who actually flock here and have a second home here to go skiing. Most of the citizens of Vermont are not rich by any means. They have a lot of cyclical jobs, like working at ski resorts or things like that. They work in construction. It's a hard knock life here. Now, with that context, right, most of the people who are here, the large portion of people who are here, are elderly. So a lot of people within the state of Vermont actually use SNAP benefits who are over the age of 65. So when you want to talk smack about people who use like SNAP benefits that quote unquote keeps no, let me land my plane, sweetheart. No, I don't care if I'm fucking. You're stupid. So here's the thing.
We can't do that.
You want to go.
Can't do that. You'll get my life taken down. Don't do that.
So here's the thing.
Go ahead.
Here in the state of Vermont, like I said, we have many, many elderly people who use SNAP benefits. And that is the thing, right? Because I don't know who you're lumping into when you say that it keeps people like where they're at or whatever, but I think you need to get a broader picture of who actually uses SNAP benefits and who actually is part of that program. Because when you make broad assumptions and you just lump everyone in, and I think you're making just a targeted assumption that keeps people, quote unquote, like whatever, lazy, that's not even remotely accurate.
Okay, you go.
Okay,
Good?
I do not have a problem with the elderly on SNAP. The whole point is pretty much all Walmart employees, which has nothing to do with the elderly, are on SNAP benefits, and it's Walmart pays their employees nothing, and then they come back and then they take their government money and then they give it to Walmart, so it's like a double hit for them. They're not only having to pay their employees so low, and they have no, I think the cutoff is 25K a year, which is like you are barely surviving to get the SNAP benefits. You cannot tell me that program is not designed to keep you on the bottom. That is what it's for. And pieces of shit like Walmart are double dipping. They're getting your SNAP benefits and they're paying you shit on top of it.
But you voted for Donald Trump. Like that makes sense.
100% because of tariffs.
To that, I'll say there's an argument to be made that sure, that can, reduce whatever, if the government is what's keeping you alive, that puts you in a position where you rely on the government to keep you alive. The problem is that the very companies that are paying you shit spend millions of dollars every year to lobby the government for those very laws. And then we end up subsidizing the cost of labor for those companies. And so we pay to feed people so that Walmart can pay less, or so that McDonald's can pay less, because they don't need to make sure that they can eat, right? Because they know that the government will feed them. If you were to turn around and make them pay a livable wage, nobody would be eligible for food stamps. And it would be an emergency, temporary emergency assistance, which is, what it's really designed
what it's supposed to be.
Right. But there are still cases, for example, people who are disabled, they need to eat too. Why in the hell would you gripe about somebody needing to eat? And
never would.
We've got plenty of food, though, to go around. We can feed those people. I don't know why that's a problem. So let's all collectively say those companies need to pay more so that those people are no longer eligible for food stamps. That's how you solve that problem, right? Because the minimum wage was created literally for the purpose of saying that a business should not exist if that business doesn't pay a livable wage.
I got attacked by a bunch of other Republicans when I said that there should be profit caps. They about fucking ripped my head off.
Yeah, I mean, well, there used to be something like it. It wasn't called a profit cap. What it's called is top marginal tax rate. So above that certain bracket, we used to tax people 90+%. And so nobody's going to get, back 4 to 6% of their income because the rest of it was taxed. So those companies just didn't pay those outrageous amounts. So we didn't see this, 3,000% more the CEO is getting paid than the highest paid employee or whatever. Right. So
I saw it as like, if there's a profit cap, that means that if they're reinvesting back into their employees, their profit's still going to be good, but their employees also benefit, which is like, I mean, nowadays, it's sad.
That's why during that time when our top marginal tax rates were 70 to 90+%, that's why companies did so well. And that's why our middle class was so good, because companies then had plausible deniability to not pay their CEOs $20 million or whatever it is, while they're paying their lowest employee fucking $12 an hour, right? So when you're not paying that amount, they keep it and it gets spread out among the employees, or it gets invested to expand the business. That's what high top marginal tax rates do, and we should certainly bring those back.
That's the damn cost of living raise. You know about that? Like, what is? I think my last company was like 2.5%.
Yeah,
it was like, what the fuck? It's the biggest joke. Additionally, and then a company says, well, as long as you fit these certain guidelines, don't be late, don't be this, and make goals for yourself, or you won't get your 3%. Like, get the fuck.
Right. Well, you can see minimum wage was put in place to say every job in this country should pay a livable wage. That's what they said when they implemented it. The problem the problem is that they didn't couple it to like GDP or, productivity or whatever. There was no, where inflation goes up.
There was no guideline, I guess, right?
Right. It didn't rise with inflation. Had it risen with inflation, you know, we wouldn't be having this conversation, and fucking minimum wage would probably be sitting at like $28
We
an
all
hour
wouldn't
right
be
now.
hating each other and miserable and screaming and losing our damn minds.
That's right. Because if you're a business and you can't pay a livable wage, you're doing something wrong. You're doing something wrong. Because if you're not paying a livable wage, we all know that you're keeping that extra profit.
There shouldn't be 10 people that live in America that are worth $5 trillion.
That's right.
And people that can't afford a fucking loaf of bread.
KB, I'm just so confused because down in the comments and you know, you've been blaming Democrats and you've been
I do blame Democrats.
You know, blaming liberals and you know, you called us names and
they're the ones
you voted
out there
for
doing
Trump,
these
and
no
so I'm like
kings protests and all this
confused.
stuff. What do you mean? And I mean, like I said, the fact that it, like that Nick kid bringing out the fraud in Somalia, he gets attacked as a racist and this and that. Like anytime any of this stuff is brought up publicly, you guys back them. All the Democrats stand together on we need to keep getting robbed and screwed over.
I'm just confused how you feel this way and then you vote for someone like Donald Trump.
Because it was a better of the two evils. You have to make a choice.
I'm just confused.
I would take somebody that's making money above board than somebody who's doing it like shadily. Yes, the Republicans, they are all making money, but I'd rather the guy that's doing it above board, and I don't care how much he's making, than the guy that's doing it like, I make $100,000 a year, but I'm worth $5 million and I have nothing to show for it.
So yet again, why would you vote for Donald Trump? You're literally contradicting yourself.
Yeah.
He's literally. I'm so confused.
How has it been above board when he's actually been taken to court so many times for his construction and not paying his construction teams that he's hired? And he's run out on multiple bills.
Held liable for fraud. I mean, he's bankrupted 6 casinos.
Who's better? What do you mean, like Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris?
We're not going to do that. No, you were
saying
saying
doing a whataboutism. I'm wondering why you feel this way, and then you voted for Donald Trump.
You said the definition. You said the threshold was that he pays for everything, and that he is above board, and that he makes his money above board.
He is a rich man that we've known about our whole life.
I wasn't done with my sentence, and I do apologize if you believe that the beginning of yours is in the middle of mine.
However, I hate that stupid.
Well, you know what? I apologize. You've got big feelings.
Dylan, thank you so much for finishing that gifting goal off. I really appreciate it. Two Puffs, thank you for the donuts. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Miklo, thank you for the roses. Let's see. I probably missed somebody in here. Jay Fersman, I think I already thank you in the comments. Guys, thank you so much. I'm about to reset my gifting goal. We're at 170K likes. Please keep tapping. I really appreciate it. I want to see that 200K so bad I can taste it. It tastes delicious. All right, come on, guys. And now, who was that? Was that Irritable was going? I apologize, but I had to get that out. Go ahead, please.
Oh no, I always enjoy it because I've got, basically somebody raging out, about me, but it's fun. But my point was that we have somebody, right? Because you set that threshold, and I think that's what Two Puffs was trying to make, that you set that definitive threshold, that you have somebody who is above board. That was something that you used as a defining factor, and that he is making money above board. But I specifically said, hey, wait, if we take a look at like how he essentially treats his own workers or even his contractors in his business dealings, he has been taken to court multiple times for refusing or running out on paying his contractors. So technically, your threshold of being a quote unquote above board person does not hold water.
Oh, real quick, before anybody responds, I want to give a shout out. Thank you, Zio, for the $10. Thank you so much on Crash App. Keep in mind, I have a Crash App. The information's in my bio if you want to send some love offerings that way. Now, KB, did you want to respond to what she just said?
Like I said, I mean, the fact that all these rich people are doing shady things, but he's a well-known rich guy. We've known that our whole life. We all grew up thinking he was the richest fucking person on the planet. At least I did. And, it's just, as far as I know, he's more above board than any of these other politicians. So why would I choose them? I would rather the guy that I think, yes, all rich people are there. You know, even Donald Trump said it while he was campaigning against Hillary. He's I know that you won't do anything to me about the taxes because I use the same system as your friends to get out of paying taxes. Like, okay, they're all corrupt, but I just, the other guys are legitimately hiding everything and they don't show receipts for anything.
So if they're corrupt
So let
in
me
your
ask
face,
you a question.
you're okay with that. But if they're corrupt behind, like that's the
Yeah,
difference for you.
I mean, I'd rather be out there than not know about it all. I mean, you know, the fact
Fair
that
enough.
we have no clue what's going where.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. I mean, you know, that is a take. It's same with like racists. I'd rather a racist just tell me he's a fucking racist rather than lie about it and smile in my face and then shake me in the back when I turn around. Yeah, there you go. Oh, got him.
Malcolm X said that. I'd rather the
that's
racist
right.
than the liberal.
Yeah, the white savior liberal is the most dangerous to the black
Sorry,
community.
I don't mean
that's
you.
Right.
You're a pretty good one, honestly. I'll be honest. So far, I'm pretty sure Irritable's a liberal, but she's the annoying one.
Oh, she's not annoying to me. I like Irritable.
You know, thank you. And I love that you specifically target the women on this panel. Like, it is not entirely lost on me that you purposely, again. So you purposely interrupt me and you've interrupted
I'm a
two pups. So
stay-at-home
I don't know.
progressive dad.
That's lovely. I am delighted for you. But here's the thing. You have consistently interrupted myself and you've consistently interrupted two pups. And it's really amusing. I understand that your misogyny basically is coming off in this way because you're intimidated or you really can't control yourself. Again, we're interrupting at this point. I'm just kind of, if you need me to speak more slowly so you understand, and I understand your cognitive load may be at its maximum right now, but interrupting women and putting down women and insulting women does not make you look cool, my dude. You look like a piece of shit.
Got to be careful. TikTok don't
I
like it.
just have one question.
Oh yeah, she gets to call me that. I thought we weren't going name calling.
Well, I just
Hey, Brawls,
we can't. But yeah, guys, it's real fucking sensitive. I mean, yeah, I don't know what will get me, but last time I was up 3 days ago, I mean, nobody said anything egregious. Well, one person I think said something kind of crazy, but
say what you want. You haven't got a flag from me yet.
I haven't gotten a flag from any. Well, no, actually, somebody earlier got violated, but he didn't even say anything. That was that Green Gooner guy, remember? Way earlier. Anyway,
I just find
please,
it interesting
please
he's allowed to
careful.
run in the comments and run at me, but then I'm the one getting the warning.
No. I get it, but yeah, I
I didn't
understand
call
your
you a
irritation.
name.
I completely understand your irritation.
You've been running at me in the comments this entire time, dude.
My live, so please don't take it personal. If I was on a Canadian server, I'd call everybody a fucking a-hole, and I would, we would all have it out. But this is
again,
America,
I used the definer
land
of you
the
look
free.
like. I didn't actually say he was, so that's a definer.
Let's go to Rumble, then we can call each other everything.
Go over to Dylan's panel, and you can call each other names if you want. No, I get that. That's why I said just be careful. That's why I said be careful. Because that can easily turn into
It applies
something.
to him too.
I'm
Yes,
not
it
rude
does.
though. I don't
Yes.
like the name call.
No, and I'm pretty sure I called you out, KB, for saying something shitty earlier to somebody else.
Yeah, I know. I was I was full of shit right there.
Matter of fact, didn't I? Yeah, I dropped him earlier. Yeah, for something.
Yes, you did. Yes,
yeah,
you did.
Yeah, I did. So it's I'm getting everybody today. I'm on it today. Okay. That said, I'm not even sure what we're talking about now at this point. What are we talking about?
I was going to ask Cabrills if he votes in his local elections or if he only votes for the president.
I can't wait to vote for Nancy Mace as the new. She's going to be the governor of South Carolina.
Okay. Do you vote Republican, red all through, or
I'm going to vote for her because she said she wants the unalive penalty for 3 PDOs.
Okay. Now, what about like other instances? Do you only vote Republican, period, like through and through, or do you just go based off of what they say?
If they have policies that align with my life, then yes.
Okay. I just wanted to ask that question, get
You were
some
expecting me to
clarification
be a
there.
Democrat,
No, I was expecting you to say
always
red
vote
no matter
blue,
what.
or you ain't whatever unless you vote for me, stuff like that.
No,
I
I
don't like
figured
that
you would
either.
just vote red just to vote red.
I vote red because I'm mad. And I'm gonna put
Yeah,
on my
like
hat. I'm gonna call myself MAGA. That wasn't mocking you. I was
I do
just,
have my hat. I can go
mocking.
get it. You want me to put it
Oh
on?
damn it! I don't have my MAGA pictures on this computer. Hold on, maybe I do. Do I? I don't think so. I had AI create the quintessential MAGA. It's fucking hilarious. This dude looks like a farmer. He's like, "Rrr." It was pretty funny. Well, let me ask everybody: do you think that Iran has a right to defend itself? Do we all
Absolutely.
agree that every country has a right to defend itself?
That sounds like Israeli talk.
I mean, it kind of does, but does a country have a right to defend itself when it's being attacked?
Of course.
Okay, so them like coming back at our bases, do you think that's fair play?
Oh, I do.
I mean,
Realistically,
it's expected,
I
right?
don't. Yeah, it's expected. I mean, you can't keep bullying a country and expect them not to retaliate. You know what I mean?
Right. And it's weird saying that as an American because, I don't want my country to be harmed, but I also want my country to stop fucking harming everybody else. I'm so sick of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
I know,
we can't even feed people or give them health care, but we're like, we'll buy a bunch of bombs and put them into elementary schools over in this other country because we don't like those guys. It's crazy.
Right.
I voted for Trump, but I told you my stance on Israel, man, and I know how much they influence, and I hate it.
Yeah. Now, Redneck, you're just buffering. Redneck Reefer, it's just buffering. So if you want to drop and then come back up, let me drop you and then you request back up. That usually fixes it. Yeah. Anybody else? Fersman, what say you? I think maybe you have a different thought on that. Oh, Fersman's.
The sad part is he's using, Benjamin uses the same story every time to get us involved, and we still keep doing it.
Oh, shit, y'all. 179. We're getting close to 200K. We can get there. We're so close. Keep tapping.
I think maybe we could, as far as Iran, I think we all could probably likely collectively agree that the Ayatollah, right, Ayatollah Khomeini, was not a good person, likely needed to be deposed. The manner in which it was done and the expediency kind of and how the United States basically with Iran leading was leverage was not the way to do it. And then right now we don't have an off ramp at this point. And because of the situation that the United States has placed itself in, it is just a continual ramping of the perilousness nature of global politics at this point. And on top of it is my I hear another voice. It's really strange. I hear another voice.
KB, I don't think she was done yet. I don't think she was done yet. I'll come back to you after she's done. Go ahead and
did
finish.
I take my meds today? I'm hearing another voice in my head. It's so
Turtle
weird.
Queen, I love you.
I agree you're on mid.
Oh, come on, guys.
So anyway.
Go ahead, finish your point.
As my point, just to land super quick, is my understanding that even Russia is now leveraging to get involved, I believe, within the last 24 hours. So it's not going to be good, right? And I think we all can collectively understand that and realize that there doesn't seem to be any sort of off-ramp, and especially with the surge in gas prices and oil prices, it's likely going to hit $5 a gallon for us, even at the local level.
That's right. Yeah, and I'll say about Khomeini, the problem with being in America is that the media that I have available to me is all basically tainted by some agenda. Generally speaking, it's the shit rail country that's really pulling those strings, in my opinion. So even though I hear, Khomeini's done all these things, he's done this, that, whatever, I don't know. And I have a hard time believing anything that the media says anymore. So when they tell me that this thing happens, like, part of me wants to say, well, the opposite must be true because it's these fucking countries that are always going around bombing people and these people that are pushing those things that are telling me this stuff. So I have to, kind of with discernment know that I'm being told this by people who have an agenda to push that rhetoric to me. So I don't know that Khomeini is a bad person. He may do things that a lot of people may look at and be like, what the fuck is that? But Saudi Arabia also does shit like that in that country. And we're still friends with them. Like, even Dubai. Fucking, you know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. That's my take on it.
How you
Anybody
doing,
else?
host?
Doing fine. What's up?
Good. I didn't know if there was a particular order, so I just kind of
No,
stayed
we're
quiet.
just having an open discussion. So go ahead, man.
Yeah. I think it's kind of rich that here we are in the United States, the birthplace of colonialism and imperialism, and we're lifting the finger at another group of people while we have been the mainstay burden on the backs of people because we use our Rambo-like skills, tactics, bombs, and militia to go and tell them how we think they should live so that we can live comfortably here. And then we want to avert our eyes and point fingers and act like they're the bad guys when you have these governments that pop up as a response to our antagonism and imperialism in the region. I know someone's saying, I think we're all in agreement the Ayatollah was a bad guy. No, we're not. He has no bearing on me as a United States citizen. Iran is a signator to all the nuclear proliferation agreements. They openly admit and have had international agencies go and investigate all of their nuclear sites. Israel is not a signator. Israel never signed the nuclear proliferation agreement. Israel has routinely bombed, pillaged, and plundered, not just in the Middle East, but also in the Caribbean. People don't even know the history between Israel and Haiti, Israel and Cuba, Israel and the Congo, Israel and Sudan, Israel and Bosnia when they supported the Serbs against the Bosnians. And so, what I think we need to do is we need to stop lifting our fingers and saying who is good and who is bad. I mean, that's all a matter of where you are in the world. I would argue that we've had some way worse presidents. Obama, perhaps. I know everyone likes to use him as the token example of democracy in the Democratic Party, but he's the drone president of all. I mean, he murdered more Iraqis and more Yemenis, more targeted assassinations than any other president. I mean, he was horrible. Nobody wants to talk about that because it's a drone president, right? Who wants to talk about that? But there is something to be said, and I think you nailed it on the head. That our media is completely occupied. We don't have a free media. I think recently there was a young man. I think his name is Tyler Oliveira. He did an expose on Somalia and Minnesota. He was talking about the Pakistani grape gangs of Europe. He went around talking about the illegal immigrants. He talked about everything under the sun. The moment he decided to highlight Kiryat Joel in Muncie, New York, which is not too far from my home, the moment he decided to go to Lakewood, New Jersey, and talk about that specific two communities who are literally not assimilating, completely undermining the American taxpayer, hijacking our entire infrastructure, subverting, not choosing to be a part of this United States of America, but remain in isolation, then all of a sudden he loses his Patreon. His TikTok accounts are being taken down, and so I think there's something to be said. When we look at things, we need to look at things from not from the American angle. Look at things
Not
from just a
yet.
perspective of neutrality, and you'll be able to see all the pros and cons. And
I want to get
one
back on a regular
one
schedule.
one last point that I'd like to land on. There has never been anything beneficial from any time in history where America has ever involved itself in foreign wars. Never at any point, I repeat myself, never at any point in time, unless it's at the exclusive benefit of the United States government, not the people. Be mindful. When I talk about the government, I am not talking about the people. I'm talking about that top tier echelon that completely benefits from the war machine in the top down. And let's be clear and let's be honest and let's speak openly and candidly. I'm a US taxpayer. When I came here, I was openly told to assimilate into the American paradigm. My parents made sure that I grew up. We spoke English. I wasn't even allowed to speak Italian outside the home. I had to speak English. Why? Because you're in America. You got to get on board. And so that's what the program was about, right? There was this understanding that you came here and you assimilated. Now, that's for every group, mind you. But I live in Brooklyn. I can walk 3 blocks east of me and 7 blocks south of me. And it's like entering another world when everything is in Hebrew. Everything, every school. I never went to school with any Jewish kids.
And does anybody ever say anything about it? Nope.
Never. There was never a conversation about it.
They go after their money.
They go after their money. You're shut down. You're canceled out. I'm a New York. I was a professor with the St. John's University in Queens, New York. And let me tell you something. The moment that this all popped off and I was doing Mideast studies, they decided that they needed to revamp the program and subsequently started chopping away people that didn't agree with the program because talking about occupation just isn't the right thing. We can talk about slavery.
Yep.
We can talk about LGBTQ. We can talk about religious freedoms or the lack of religious freedoms. But the moment you talk about the blue and white, the moment you talk about the little people that you can't talk about that run everything, you're ran out of academia, you're ran out of your business, you're shut down, you're getting Googles, you're getting doxxed, you're getting harassed, you're called every name in the book. I can critique Saudi Arabia and not be called an anti-Islamist. I can critique Pakistan and India and not be called an anti-Daisy. I can talk about the colonial practices of Imperial Europe and not be called anti-white. But the moment I talk about the same concepts that are actually being indoctrinated by that same organization that's supposedly our closest ally, they're not cutting us any checks. When we needed a check, who cut that $1.5 trillion check? Saudis did. Who gave us a $500 million in free industry? Qatar did. Who cut the United States government another $600 billion investment 3 months before we plowed their oil fields? Saudi did. And then what did we do? We took all of our THAAD systems off of every single base and showed them in a blink of an eye who we really wanted, and that was that blue and white state. So now all of these other countries that have been sitting there letting us use their bases, and let's be honest, I don't know if people know this. I've been to Qatar. I've been in the Qatari bases. Do you know that they pay us to be there on their bases? We don't lift a dollar. Every Qatari base has been built, funded, and maintained by the Qatari government. Do you know that if we were to foot that bill, it would be about $78 billion a year for the amount of land and equipment that is there? They foot that bill. Let me say that. They foot that bill. So while they're paying for us to be there, we're paying the blue and white to exist. It is a net negative to even call them an ally when we're not paying for their military and we are their military. We're not paying for their equipment. Their equipment is our equipment. We're not asking them to contribute to our economy. They openly and actively contribute to our economy. And you want to sit here and tell me that my closest ally is the one mooching off of my system at the federal level. And then when they come to the United States of America, they're mooching off of me as a taxpayer at the local level. Has anyone looked into Lakewood, New Jersey, and the fact that they only have 7,000 kids and spend $458 million inside of an education system? That doesn't even make sense. The largest city in the entire state of New Jersey is Newark. Newark has over 24,000 students and their budget is 350. Make it make sense. It's time for us to stand up, and I'm going to say something that might be a bit uncomfortable, and I'll land here and I thank you. It's not a monologue, I promise. Far too often, people of color have been made to look like we're the bad guys. With all due respect and with all due love, and I mean this sincerely, this is not about Republican and Democrat anymore. Neither is it about black and white. Now it's about those who just want to live and pay their bills versus everyone else who wants to support the blue and white. And that's really what it comes down to. If you think that this is still relegated on blue and white, you haven't been paying attention to what AIPAC, you haven't been paying attention to the ADL, you haven't been paying attention to J Street. They're not talking about owning or paying one side of our political spectrum. they're openly bragging and acknowledging they own both. So I'm not saying we need a third party. I'm going to say what is uncomfortable. We need, and I mean we, as in the non-white Americans, to stand up and show that same tenacity that you did January the 6th when you felt undermined because your vote didn't go through. Yeah, we need that energy, but we need it governed towards our Congress. When you can have a congressman openly break the arm of a Marine who's telling you openly in full uniform that he doesn't want to go to war for another country, but you celebrate Brian Mast walk in the halls of Congress in a full IDF uniform, something is extremely perverted and wrong in this country. I'll land there. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. And the busing at Lakewood, the fucking town is paying for busing to private schools for them, y'all. It's just a parasitic thing that has to be dealt with. It's just a fact. At WPHD, okay? WPHD. I mean, bro, you said everything we've been talking about in one fucking, a few paragraphs, I guess. Does anybody want to respond to that?
I just wanted to clarify. So in my statement, and mind you, I summarized it into, I think we can all agree that he wasn't a good person, or whatever phrasing particularly that I use. I have no benchmark of what a good president or a good leader is, because I am not going to hold up any single individual, current or historical, and say this individual was perfect in how they led. If we need to go kind of down and talk about how, like, the Ayatollah, or even further, the Shah, like, created issues within Iran, and like we can understand how specifically the Ayatollah had individual efforts that impacted everyday life for the civilians and for the even human rights within the country, how there was the Comité, how there were like the Comité essentially was like a committee that went around within their communities, within their neighborhoods and things like that, and they basically would kind of like a morale police, so to speak. So they would kind of like monitor people, and that's just one example, right? Then we also look at everyday social life. So they wound up sustaining a massive brain drain. Individuals who were within different sectors wound up leaving the country after the rise. We have the impact on women within the country. And mind you, again, I am not saying that the Shah was good. No. I am saying that, there are issues. We need to talk about the issues. I am not saying that, you brought up Obama. Obama had his issues too. Every single leader globally has had issues. And if we don't talk about those issues and acknowledge the fact that, hey, we can talk about this leader and the negative impacts that they had on that society, and also to the point that his popularity, specifically the Ayatollahs, was declining. Like, yes, he had a massive surge if we look like post 1979, and then it was declining after that. Like, as of like if we look like 2000s, I believe, it really wasn't that he was not a populist person, and individuals were living under the system that he built of surveillance. So again, to kind of circle back to what I said, I don't believe he was a great person. I don't believe we should have gone in there. I don't believe the method that he was removed was the opportune way. I don't believe we should have had any hand in it at all. But again, I am also not holding up any single individual president or global leader at all saying that is a benchmark. I think we need to look at each individual leader and break down and disseminate where and their impacts that they've had on their people, and really call a spade a spade.
Okay, so why do you feel the need to point out that Khomeini wasn't a good person if, by your own words, it doesn't matter, it shouldn't have played a role in us going in there and doing that? Why do you feel the need to do that?
Because I brought that up. The reason why is because he specifically, he compared it to like Obama. And he compared it by saying, like, oh, then if you want to talk about this, we can talk about Obama, and basically using it as a comparison like that. My circle back was, he was a bad person. He did do negative things to his people. I am not going to sit here and say he was a great leader. Like that, like I am essentially breaking it down like fact statements, right? Was he a positive impact on his people? No, I don't believe he was. And I can give facts of the reason he was. And the reason why I don't believe we should have gone in there is because we have domestic issues here at home that we should be spending the millions, if not billions, on domestic policy at this point. We have so many other major issues that should be at the top of the list, as opposed to running around the globe and blowing things up.
Well, I mean, with that, I agree, but actually, you weren't responding to the Obama comment. I had asked everybody if they thought, Iran had a right to defend themselves. I believe that's when you offered that we shouldn't be going and bombing Iran, but then you added the qualifier. I think we can all agree that Khomeini was a bad person. The person that brought up the drone, I believe, was PhD, and that was after you'd made that statement. So again, I ask, why do you feel the need to add that in there every time it comes up to whether or not we should have bombed them? I don't understand
I didn't bring it up every time. I was clarifying my reasoning, because very often, the counter argument is we should have gone in there. He was bad, this and that. My point is, we have no business going in there. Was he a bad person? Yes. The thing is, like, this is going to be talked about,
but that doesn't matter.
There was suppression going up with it.
If your own words, you said it has nothing to do with it and we shouldn't have gone in there, why say it?
What do you mean?
Why offer that if it's irrelevant to what you're talking about? You don't
I am
have to
making my point, but I am.
He's saying that if it's irrelevant, why even qualify his character if the contingency is you don't enter an environment? Like I would argue President Bush unalived over 2 million people. Should that qualify that we now should accept terrorism? Using your analogous, using your framework, you have just justified the expulsion and thereby the extermination of a U.S. president or former president because you feel that he's not a nice guy. I'm going to ask you this. Can you name for me the amount of death toll? We have the quantifiable and qualifiable numbers that actually place on top of Bush's head. Do you have those same numbers?
Real quick, guys,
I'm sure you
200K. We hit 200K likes. Thank you all so much. Let me do the sound effect real quick and then go ahead and answer that question, Irritable. Thank you all so much. Go ahead, Irritable.
No, I gave my answer.
Oh, okay.
Right. It's that answer, unfortunately, is anecdotal. So I don't know if you've ever been to Iran. Have you ever been to Iran?
No.
Okay. Have you ever visited or spoken to anybody involved in the?
Let's move forward in the conversation. You're actually getting to the point. No, because you're actually hyper focusing on me specifically. No, you're hyper focusing. Okay.
Well, let me
My point
add
is you're
something.
hyper focusing on me specifically.
Well, the reason that I brought this up, and I didn't really say the purpose, is that whenever you add the qualifiers like, well, he's a bad person, that serves only to justify the behavior, because it is irrelevant. Even if he was a bad person, we shouldn't have gone and done that anyway, right? To your own point, like it was a totally irrelevant thing. And so when you say that, you're doing the same thing that the people that are justifying that what we're doing are saying. Yeah, but he was a terrible person. He did all these terrible things. I just don't really find it, and I'm not really even criticizing you necessarily. I don't really understand why it's being added in there when it's totally irrelevant to the discussion, right?
Because again, we're giving historical context and historical analysis. Like this is part of my statement. And when I said I'm just not giving this as anecdotal evidence or whatever, I am actually stating individual things within history. And I also made a point to point that out, right? You can summarize whether he was a bad person or not. I gave my reasons why I was summarizing it up that way. And I was subsetting and saying, hey, there are individual groups that he was having and going and canvassing neighborhoods and essentially creating a system of suppression. And the reason why I said that was, yes, I do believe that he was a bad person. That is my opinion. I gave reasons for that. I am not saying that what we did was right. I am not saying what he did was right. Also, mind you, I was giving that to give context to the reason why I said that, because I think it's important for people if they want to fact check me, to go and look this up, rather than saying, mindlessly, hey, he's a bad person, but whatever. That was the reason why I took the time to clarify and say, hey, these are specifically my reasons. These are specifically the things that I hold value with humanitarian as well as social issues when I look at it and analyze a situation from my point of view. Because if we're going to, kind of crawl up into whether I've spoken to people from Iran before, or if I speak, anything from anywhere, if I've traveled there, okay, I'll give you my context, and I'll give you my understanding of how I look at global policy, and I'll give you my, perspective. And again, this is about my opinion, hence the reason why I was giving my opinion about why I think he is a bad person, and also why, when I look at a situation, I can
Host, can you look up? Can you
Can
look
I
up
add
what a
my view to it,
cyanim?
then?
Can you? I'm sorry, John. 1 second. Can you look up what a cyanim is?
It's not
So this
simply.
way I can qualify my answer.
Cyanim?
Yeah, well,
Sorry.
Yes, please. It's spelled SAYN Psy SAYAANIM. Cyanim.
Okay.
And I'll explain why that
Yeah, but
anecdotal evidence is not. That opinion is not going to hold weight.
Well, can I put a
John,
One
sure,
second, John, please.
Well,
One second, John.
I can
please.
pull it up and get back to it.
Sure. So I'll tell you what a cyanim is as you look it up. A cyanim is known as a human capital asset. As long as a person is actually ethnically Jewish, according to the Mossad, they are considered a human capital asset wherever they are in the world. Evidence of the cyanim have been invested in what was the 2010 assassination in Dubai. The administration of Dubai recognized that assets known as the cyanim have been used and employed all over, up to and including the United States. A recent trend that you guys should be familiar with is Jonathan Pollard. So when we are looking at evidences in Iran, and Israel has admitted openly that they have over 2,000 plus operating agents that have been registered with the Mossad, but they have over 500,000 cyanim. Now, what that means is that these are people that are not organically on the books as working for the Mossad, but they have allegiance to Israel and operate within the spectrum of their actual civilian professions. So when you're seeing, Irritable, a lot of these bad actors that you're looking at that are being touted as victims, most often they're not. And so this is why I encourage people to actually get inside and understand Mideast Persian politics from beyond the surface level of understanding it from what the news says, the articles says, and the periodicals say. If you actually look at some of the EP files, there was an interesting article, and I encourage everyone to go look at it. There was an article that was written
Let me
by
point something out real quick. Look at this. When
Sure,
I Google define cyanim, it is only giving, and I put it in quotes because it kept doing it and changing it to synonym. That's all it's giving me. It won't show me cyanim. That's why.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So I'll do it for you, cyanim.
I mean, AI already explained it to me, and I
okay.
believe,
so the AI explained it to you then. Wow.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And then
So
pulled
here-
up the
and that's what's
book
crazy.
of Donald Trump for some fucking weird reason. Don't ask me.
In the EP files, right? In the EP files, there was a couple of articles which are crazy. So the Times of Israel and the Jewish Virtual Library, the Chabad Times, the Jewish Chronicles, and Jerusalem Post all sent him an article and said, "Is this okay? Should we post?" He then edits the article and says, "Run it." And all of them, if you go right now, all ran the exact same article. So what is this evidence of? Not only is this evidence of that you have a controlled conspiracy of media, what this also shows is that all the information that you think you know or that you think you've seen isn't the information that is organic on the ground. Because up until today, I promise you, some of your audience members didn't even know that the cyanim exist. And they're real.
Well, I didn't have a name for it, but I knew that those people existed. And so now I have a name for it, and that's wonderful. Yeah. Now
We're finding out a lot of shit has been bullshit, though.
It has been, and it has been for a long fucking time. I mean, hell, Bernays even told everybody, and nobody cared to listen. That was back in the 20s. Eastwood, go ahead, man. And thank you, PhD. I appreciate that.
Yeah, look, Tim, I just wanted to make my final comments only because it's sun's coming up here in Australia, so I better jump off. But I also wanted to I also just wanted to make a comment in general about governments because I'm not really reflecting on what PhD's putting. He's bringing the receipts, so that's fair enough. I don't think we could say, frankly, is there a good government in the world, really? I mean, there might be a couple. But the honest truth is they're all pretty bad, and they can all be measured on various metrics as to how bad they are and why. Yes, you can make comparisons between them, and there's certainly a couple that are worse than everyone else, seemingly, maybe a handful. And so I just don't think that these things they're not mutually exclusive. They can stand together, which is, we shouldn't have violence in the world at all. I mean, what's really going on here is a bunch of men who just can't evolve past their, violent tendencies, their penchant for control, their own lust for power. That's what's going on here. I mean, a bunch of essentially stilted men, arrested development somewhere around their early teens when they went to their private schools and got hazed. Then just can't fucking step it up and evolve. And so they find that the psychopaths rise to the top. He who cheats first wins in a game theory environment. And so this is what we're faced with yet again. I mean, all of this time, I mean, I'm pretty old and we're here in 2026 and like it might as well be 1939. I mean, it's crazy. And
John,
so
are you from Australia?
Yes, I am, mate.
Do you believe that the Bondi Beach thing was a false flag, or do you think that was an actual real thing?
Mate, I don't know, right? I mean, I'm not going to speculate other than to say it didn't look particularly well organised. It looked like a couple of, fucking idiots, basically. Right?
You know what's crazy? Are you familiar with how to use Google Trends? Do you know how to use Google Trends?
Hang on, mate. Let me finish my answer. That doesn't mean to say that it wasn't taken advantage of, and I've spoken of this on Tim's Live before. Benjamin Netanyahu came out within 24 hours and used it as political leverage here to try to really, retaliate against our working class government because, of course, we backed a two-state solution, formally agreeing to the Palestinian state. Our government did that. And so Netanyahu took that opportunity immediately off the back of the tragedy. And I mean, they came out, a whole bunch of people supporting Israel came out and literally said that our government, our prime minister, had blood on his hands because he caused the massacre. Now, they ramped that up for a couple of months and it was fucking, Australians hate that shit. We believe in a fair go. So we don't like it when people jump on tragedy and try to use it for political purposes. So what actually happened was that the opposition here, our sort of rump MAGA opposition who got their asses handed to them in the last election in 25 because they went to the MAGA right and Australians said, go fuck yourself. They jumped on Netanyahu's bandwagon and wanted much stronger hate speech laws and much stronger gun laws. Well, after a couple of months of basically letting them flood the zone with their shit, our working class prime minister came out with much stronger hate laws, but also they protected Muslims and they protected our First Nations people and also stronger gun laws. And of course, once the Conservatives couldn't pick and choose who their racism was directed at, they then backed down off of the very laws they called for. It split the Conservative opposition. The leader was toppled and they now look as bad as they've ever looked in my entire lifetime. And their loss last year was the worst loss since 1944. So basically, it backfired, blew up in their face. So I'm not suggesting for a moment there's not geopolitics and local politics all wound together. That was absolutely a military operation that Netanyahu was trying to invoke here in Australia. I just don't know whether it's directly connected to the gunman. But frankly, it doesn't matter because the effect of the pretext as he used it was to really try to interfere in our politics in a way that he's doing in America every day. Now, he didn't succeed here because, frankly, we have a few checks and balances you guys don't have. We have compulsory voting, for example, and we also have a population that basically we don't buy into authoritarianism at all. We don't, we distrust all authority. So we sort of go, well, you can all go fuck yourselves. And so we don't really buy into the rallying of the right wing. So all I wanted to really make the point of on my departure, Tim, was to say that all governments are bad. It's absolutely true that the Iranian government's bad. That doesn't mean anyone should be going into other countries and bombing them or doing any of that shit. These are separate things. That should never fucking happen. But I don't think it's a debate to say that those fucking idiots in Iran are fucking idiots. But I also don't think they're the worst ones out there by some margin. I mean, it's obviously the case that there's about half a dozen others that are, much worse, and we all know who they are. So that's my take.
Yeah, I mean, fair enough. Yeah, thanks, John. I appreciate it, man. Get some sleep.
Good on you, buddy. Really appreciate your life, man.
Yep. Thanks for being up. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we'll catch
See
you
you,
later.
everyone.
See you. Now, does anybody want to respond to any of that?
I want to add some stuff, actually.
Sure.
I think, in all of this conversation with the reports of some of the military pep talks talking about our lovely leader being anointed by God himself. It's unconfirmed. I have not, seen anything other than supposedly that happened. So I can't say for sure that really happened. But if it did, and we have a right-wing government, and, Netanyahu's also part of a right-wing government, and these people are more interested in, this religious objective. And it bothers me to the extent that, well, there's more of us than there are of the rich people. And if this goes the way the end of days commentary is, there'll be a lot less of us for them to contend with.
That may be the point.
I actually have been lately thinking that is the point.
Yep.
And I wish I was wrong. And in any case, that's also could explain why nobody's doing anything about healthcare, feeding the poor, helping the middle class, taxing the rich, and fixing the things at home that need to be fixed. Because it won't matter in a little bit, because, there'll be a lot less of us out there.
And they'll be okay with it because they'll still have their labor, because they'll have robots that will do all the shit that they need everybody else to do. China's even developing robots that can have babies.
Well, and
what will you need people for?
And I will say that there are, politicians on the left that have talked about that inevitability that, a UBI is going to be necessary for us to be able to support the population as a result of that technology. But the problem is that I don't think the rich even care to pay anybody anything.
That's right.
And because they sit on their wealth, the economy stagnates. And then we all are stuck with, living paycheck to paycheck, because there is no fluidity in the economy, because they are basically hoarding the wealth and not reinvesting, or forced to reinvest by a 70 to 80% capital gains tax on them, which they really should have. Because that way, I honestly think anybody over $100 million in their pocket really doesn't, they won capitalism. They don't need to earn anymore, and they can live comfortably for the rest of their life and never need to make another dime. And as far as I'm concerned, any additional funds that they make need to be taxed at 90% like it was after the 30s, and put back into the economy, so that there is there is fluidity in the economy. People are making a living wage, which, by the way, really should be $35, almost $40 an hour in most areas. And in San Francisco, I would go so far to say it might even be as high as 60 to 70. The reality is that housing is not being fixed, because all of the corporate people are buying up all the houses and turning us into a rental economy. And that is one of the reasons why housing is so messed up. One of the big reasons. Now, I will say that Trump did end that fact that they can't do that anymore. So I give them kudos for that move. And I can't believe I say that. There's some things that I say that he's done that I can't believe I say I agree with him in certain things. But at the end of the day, unless we get religion out of this whole argument, we talk about top versus bottom as opposed to left versus right, and we understand that right now the Christian Taliban in our country are running it and are in pretty much every branch of government. And until we remove that from the equation, this is not going to stop. And I honestly have started to believe that this is directly related to our not lowering the boom after the Civil War on these individuals and letting them walk, honestly. And I'm sorry to say that, but I'm going to land the plane there. Maybe I'm being a little conspiracy theory-esque a little bit. I don't know.
Well, what do you do with all this information? Because, like, I just put that up, and I'll put it back up here again.
I know.
The robot with the artificial womb could give birth to humans by next year. These wealthy individuals are the ones that will be controlling that which is given out in UBI. Why would they do it? They don't like us. They want to get rid of us. We're inconvenient to them because
If
we
they
will
do
come
that
out
and
and
there is a
say,
God,
I'm
he's
sorry,
gonna end it.
I thought I was talking. I may have been wrong. Was I talking or was somebody else talking? Anyway, you've got this issue where now they can birth their own babies, create their babies in a fucking lab somewhere so they can, grape them or do whatever they want to them. And then the robots, they're now working on, and Donald Trump put this forward, the Genesis mission, this fucking executive order shit, where he's got 270 days he's pushing for them to create, basically robots that can build their own fucking plants, rebuild themselves, do all the fucking labor so they can send them out to go mine. They can fucking melt that shit down so that they can build their own factories and shit and be autonomous to a degree. He's wanting to push robots that can unalive you. He's pushing all of these things that speak to and lead to one real major outcome, which is that they can have robots do what you and I are doing. Why would they need us? Aside from graping us or, doing experiments or being organ donors for them. It's not really conspiracy when you have all this information and if you're unwilling to put these things together in a fucking puzzle, it's like, that's too scary. That sounds too weird. These people are weird. These billionaires went up on fucking TV. Dude, what the fuck was that guy's name? I got the video on my other computer, but he was like, we're going to be gods. Peter Thiel couldn't even answer the question whether or not humans should continue to survive. He couldn't answer that directly because they want this hybrid where they install fucking chips and shit in their brain. This isn't conspiracy. They've said it themselves. And so we have to be willing at some point to say, okay, all of this forms one fucking image, and that is that we're unnecessary and they want to control everything.
Well, why do you think they want to bring the end of days? That's sort of my theory too. I've been starting to think that, and I don't like thinking that because I feel like I should be wearing a tinfoil hat when I say it.
Don't feel that way because literally they're doing all of these things in our own fucking right in front of us. It's not a conspiracy to me. We're speculating on what the outcome looks like. That's not conspiracy theory. That's acknowledging that all of these things could be really bad for the rest of us.
But then how do we stop it? I'm sorry. Let me interject one more thing.
Well,
how do we
can't
stop
talk
it?
about
that's
that
the real question.
On TikTok.
No, I know. And that's the problem. And that's why we need a way to organize. And that's part of the problem.
Because they're fucking watching everything you do. They listen to everything you do. Fucking Discord was started by a fucking Zio. Just like now TikTok is owned by a fucking Zio, just like the rest of them. It's like, the thing I wonder is it too late for us? Did we wait too long? That's my concern.
Not necessarily. That's why they're doing a slow roll. Not necessarily. That's why they're doing a slow roll on everything. Essentially, if you actually look at Mr. King, man of books pertaining to faces, that individual and his spouse owning a bioengineering medical company. Her background is in pathology. And the fact of the matter is, they have way more tricks ahead of us. But if humanity just gets their shit together and puts everything to the side, it doesn't matter. I don't care if you supported him. I don't care if you supported J.D. Vance. I don't care if you're a white Christian nationalist. I don't care. But survival, mutually assured destruction should supersede every other identity.
I'm sorry, host. Seems to be some kind of tit for tat in the chat there. Maybe you can clarify when you get a chance. Did I make any insinuation of any person on this panel? Because it seems to be like, did I call anyone a bad actor?
I didn't hear
Okay,
it.
so apparently there's a lot of. So I asked a validated question, and so did you, when there was a qualifier given to the character of the assassinated leader of Iran,
Right.
and you and I both agreed. Well, you kind of are leading credence to the attack when you're giving an opinion on the character.
That's kind of how I.
Because
Yeah.
there's some in your
'cause-
chat that are saying that I attacked a woman and that you didn't defend a woman. Apparently, that's what's going on in your chat. I just
Okay.
wanna
Well, let me
give you a
just
breast.
clarify. People call me a misogynist, transphobic, racist. They just do. There's a fucking group of, and I believe they are all secret fucking Zios running some fucking weird shit on TikTok. More evidence on that coming soon, for the record. And they do. That's what they do. So who was it that said that?
Yeah, I think it was the person that was right below me, and then there's someone in the chat, Dylan. Looks like he's maybe cheerleading.
Dylan said that I did not like protect this
that I was
person.
attacking and assassinating character and insinuating, and I didn't have good faith or whatever he's cheerleading for.
Your
I
line
didn't
of
say anything.
questioning was very accusatory, and I don't even know those other people. And I sat
Okay.
back and was confused how you conflated her saying she
He's a
doesn't
bad guy.
have a comparable leader to compare to that essentially bad actor. You conflated her just saying, "Oh, I don't have any leader that I can conflate to being a good leader," and or compare to a good leader because there has not been one in history. And you essentially questioned her in a line of, "She's a bad actor for Israel."
She
for the
said
record,
that he was a
okay,
bad guy.
Look, if that's
She
the
said,
way,
I think we can all agree he was a bad guy or something like that. And I said, well, no, we don't all agree. And then she said, well, I can have my opinion because I have the facts based on my opinion. And then the host said, well, almost leading credence to a person's character is almost validating the actions taken against them. And I was laying the foundation as to why that opinion is irrelevant. That opinion on a bad leader is irrelevant because unjustifiable actions, regardless of whom they're against, make us worse than what we think we've done better than. I don't think I said anything that is aggressive. I'm just laying the facts, and I really could care less for people's emotions. With all due respect, I'm here for the facts. We're talking about real lives that are being lost while we're on TikTok thinking about how we feel. Let's be honest. People right now are losing their lives. American soldiers are going to be losing their lives. People on bases have lost their lives. Brown people, because no one really cares about them, have been losing their lives. Arabs, Muslims, Yazidis, Kurds, Persians, they have been losing their lives. So I'm sorry. I'm not really interested in someone's anecdotal evidences of opinion when we really don't have all of the facts. And we just woke up to realizing, hello, we just had Larry Ellison buy CNN, Warner Brothers, TikTok. We have his son at the helm. Every single Rupert Murdoch, every single one of these heads of industry own our media. How do you even know that what you know is really what you know? The fact that Ghislaine Maxwell's father owned all of our textbooks while we've been going to school. How do you even know what you know is what you know? So with all due respect, miss me with the emotions. We need to start understanding I don't care about emotions. We need to start looking at facts.
Okay, so I understand that. So how is it that you know what you know?
Because I
How are
grew up
you
not just I grew up not just in the United States. I'm
you're
answering your
so
question.
into everything.
You're asking me a question or making a loaded statement. You asked me, how do I know what I know? That's the first honest, good faith question people have asked. Not only am I been educated here in the United States, but I've also been educated abroad. I didn't come to the United States looking for the American dream. I came to the United States looking to go back home. That's what I came here to do. I came here to get an education because I truly wanted to go back to Italy. And when I got back to Italy, I realized Italy became just as worse as America is. They've become just as broke as America has. And then I realized I want to go to the Middle East. And that's where I laid my foundation, from Dubai to Qatar to Kuwait to Iraq and all the way around. So my education is not just behind a desk or a screen in some I think I know I believe nonprofit in the United States. It's from being really organically connected to the Middle East and Africa, from places like the southern horn of Djibouti and to other places on the Ivory Coast. That's where I've gotten my education.
Okay, so because you're more educated, you have to come in here with a sense of I'm on a high horse. And essentially your line of accusatory questioning for a misspoken
facts. I'm
word
sorry.
that she
I didn't
said.
Come here with I didn't come here with accusatory anything.
Yes, you did.
What did I accuse? Tell me exactly a statement.
And then you have all your
accusatory.
little kids in the comments.
Ma'am, I'm asking you a direct question. What was a direct statement I made that was accusatory? Go.
Yeah. So you got Amber, you got Maribel, you got you got all your little cronies in here.
Statement. What was a
being
direct
fucking
statement?
assholes too.
What was a direct statement I made? What was a direct statement I made?
Thanks for having me. I appreciate it. Y'all have a great rest of your day.
Okay, so there was no
the
statement
last
I made.
moment
It was just
any of
during
us are
motions
alive,
again.
that would suck so bad. It would suck so bad if this is the last moment any of us are alive, because that could be a reality. That could be. So how about we actually do things that might, divert that action from occurring?
No, I'm just asking an honest faith question. There's people on the panel. What was an accusatory statement I made?
Okay. So I guess did 2+ leave? I was going to give you all 4 minutes. Let me go ahead and I'll just get rid of this. Here's the thing, guys. When MAGA defends and justifies what we did, they almost always come out and say, and not just MAGA, liberals too. They'll say, well, here was a terrible guy. And I asked her simply, why do we feel like we need to add that qualifier in there when we disagree with what we've done? Like, I didn't understand. It wasn't to attack anybody. I was trying to understand why it was that she felt like she needed to. And if it's a pre-buttal to say that, look, you and I, on opposite ends of the political spectrum can agree that he's a bad person, and so that kind of, negates that argument, then that's fair enough. Of course, that wasn't her response. So I asked her again, and PhD really didn't even say a whole lot about it because I had cut in when PhD started talking because I wanted to ask the question. So I can't see through somebody else's eyes and their perspective. I don't understand why somebody might think that PhD was attacking her. I didn't feel like that was the case. I certainly wasn't attacking her. Like, it wasn't even a big deal. And then what, fucking 5-10 minutes later, here we are, like, going through that. I don't really understand it. I didn't think PhD was.
I think she got triggered when we talked about the Sayanim. When we talked about the Sayanim, I think that's what triggered her.
Yeah, look, and if somebody felt like they were attacked, it's not anybody's intention, I don't think. PhD, was that your intention?
No, I genuinely, I originally used to follow you on my main account, and I had recently lost that account because I became targeted by the blue and white states aggression. I had over 6 digits of followers. I lost my Instagram account, my original Instagram account, where I had 250,000 on there originally before I even got to TikTok.
Wow.
And so I've always been on their radar, for lack of better words. I've even debated some of their top dudes.
Well, to your question, I mean, bringing up his badness, isn't that the same as bringing up Schmittler in the W2, which we know who was involved in us getting involved in that, but wouldn't, I mean, that's why.
No, the better question, Cruels, I would ask is, we have had Fidel Castro in power way longer than Khomeini did. Why didn't we take him out? We've had the leadership of North Korea in power way longer than we've had the Khomeini in power. Why didn't we take them out? We've had horrible actors all throughout the world that we've never decided to take out. But here's the interesting part, right?
Threats to the American dollar.
Well, here's an interesting part. The Persians actually had a democratically elected leader. The CIA decided to undermine their democratically elected leader because he nationalized their oil, and we undermine them by putting in the Shah. And then what is the natural reaction? Like any natural reaction, someone breaks into your house and then occupies it, you're going to get it back. And that's what the Khomeini regime was. Now, I'm not here to be their advocate, right? I'm not here to be the defender. But here's what I will say. As a person who appreciates sovereignty, because that's what we've all grown up in the United States to believe, right? One nation under God, right? Indivisible with liberty and justice for all. How can I not want that for everyone else? How do I demand that everyone else be sovereign while we're undermining every government in the region?
Can I jump in for a second, please?
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, it's been me and BHD for a minute. Who is that? Is that Benjamin?
Yes, sir.
Oh no, you
the one and only.
You mute up. You mute up. Shh. You mute up. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Hey, well, I've kind of been watching in and out, Tim. I've been really busy, but I am liking what I'm seeing. You're over. Well, I know, dude. I'm telling you, I'm going through a little bit of stuff right now with the family and with the kids and work and all that good stuff. Everything's good. It's just a lot of crap going on. I do like we're over 200.
Oh, I know,
and I like
right?
the number of people in the room. I mean, you have been killing it lately.
Thank you all. Thank you.
But my question is so I'm not a smart guy. I'm just a good old truck driver, and I have, this is a 9th grade education, so I don't know that I can run with a PhD here. But I do have a question for you, PhD, and you're probably going to say it wasn't worth it, but for me, I think it was 120,000% necessary that we took the nukes or the ability for Iran to have nukes. I mean, I know they didn't have them at this point, but what do we do? Let them build them and have them, and then we get into a little tassel. And then now all they have to do is say, come at us and we'll push the magic button, because you have a country that's screaming death to America, and everybody knows that. Everybody saw it. Everybody heard it. Do we just ignore that and then say, oh, man, we should have taken care of that when we had the chance? Because no other administration is going to do what Trump did. That's just a fact. They're going to go through all the channels, which takes years and years and years. And we don't have years to do that. They were close to having those made. So what's your take on it?
You understand he was about to unalive naturally, right?
So I'm PhD. How you doing? I'm PhD. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
So you asked a great question. I've heard this a lot. So I think it's interesting because they do chant death to America, right? But how do you understand that? Have you ever asked have you asked what they're actually saying in Persian?
No, I haven't, and I ain't gonna lie. I'm not gonna sit here and say I've.
Yeah. So here's the funny part, right? So when you're translating language, you're actually translating culture, right? So for example, I speak 5 languages. If I were to tell you that when you see your mother, you're supposed to give her the bendiciones, you will say, what does that mean? So you see your mother, you got to give her the blessings. You're like, what does that even mean? So it's not just a matter of translating language, it's also a matter of understanding the context of the language. They also scream markabar for taxes, which means death to taxes. So does that mean they want to go out and slaughter taxes?
Well, I mean, fair enough, but translate that meaning then, because I can only take it one way.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you. So it's actually talking about death to the imperialism of America. That's actually the chant and what it's actually saying, in the same way that they chant death to taxes. They actually legitimately chant that in Iran. But again, politicians like extremists will always find a way to use a vehicle of religiosity or propagandization for their end goal, right? Bill Maher practices the same type of Islam as Osama bin Laden does, right? They're both extreme. They both preach the same type of extremist ideology, but that's not what the everyday people actually believe in or adhere to. But the better question is, do they deserve to have end weapons? Well, I would argue this. We know that Israel has them. So now watch this, right? Let's use logistics. Would you think that Israel would use their end weapon on their neighbors? They can't, because that's like literally setting off a TNT in your backyard, expecting your front door not to get blown off. So now
Right.
ask yourself a question, Benjamin. Who do they have them for?
I mean,
Right?
I hear
Good
what you're
question.
saying, but at the same time, like,
How about I don't say it? How about we pull up a video on YouTube, October the 3rd, Jonathan Pollard, the biggest spy in US history who worked for the Israeli Mossad, actually says in 1973, he openly phone called the prime minister of Israel and said to him, the moment that they stopped when they sanctioned the Israelis over the first time of their weapons, he said, use the N bomb on them. Show them that they have it. Tell them to take their A5 aircraft and take pictures of what we have on the runway and let them know we're ready to use it. Pull it up. It's on YouTube. It's in English. It's about the minute marker, I think 26:13. And he says, yeah, we threaten them with nuclear war. So what? So let's be honest. Do you think that Israel has those things to use them on Iran? No. That's like America using it on Canada, expecting no blowback. That's absolutely ridiculous. So I would argue this. We're making sure we're taking away from Iran so that they only have one dominant power in the region. But Benjamin, here's the problem you're going to have to face. Every single Congress leader, every single politician, every single U.S. House of Representative, every single major person sitting in every major position in the United States government, they'll argue about everything else, Benjamin, but what's one thing they don't argue about?
not
Israel.
much. What
Israel,
is it?
right?
Yep.
Israel.
They
So that
always
kind of makes you
agree.
scratch that kind of makes you scratch your head and think, wait a minute. Why is it that we're okay with them having it when they can usually use it against us? And Jonathan Pollard admits that they have an intercontinental ballistic N bomb. That's not to use on Iran. You don't need an intercontinental B for Iran. You don't need that for Qatar or Saudi. You don't even need that for Turkey. But
I
you need
say we
that.
give Iran the nuke. We know who they'll use it on first, and then
I
we
would have
work with
argued.
Iran.
I would have argued that a fair balance of power, because here's another argument to have. Ready? When was the last time Iran actually flew any pew-pews, boomed, or invaded any other country at their behest of their protection?
What's your definition of invaded? Because I feel like we're invaded right now.
And here, let me play
We are
this.
invaded.
This is
Play that and
yeah, this is Pollard. Oh, let me unmute.
Of that, I was criticized very heavily for opposing the ceasefire, the American imposed ceasefire in Lebanon on us. And I was told by certain people in the government, look, we didn't have choice because we were being threatened with a complete cutoff of arms. So I listened to this, and the individual telling me this said, you don't believe this, or what? I said, well, I believe that the Biden administration, as I called it, did threaten us. But I said, you're mistaken if you think there's never a choice. There was a choice. He said, well, what? Is it to have our weapons cut off? I said, no, let me bring you back to October 1973, during the Yom Kippur War, when Henry Kissinger instituted an arms embargo against us. He stopped the aerial resupply of our army at that point to extract diplomatic concessions from us. And what happened? What happened was an A4 Skyhawk was parked at Tel Nof Air Base with some interesting weapons under its wings. And we told the Americans, take your eye in the sky and take a good look at the airplane that's on that runway. And the next day, the airlift started. So the guy that I was talking,
which airlift?
To Israel, the arms airlift.
So in other words, we threatened their.
We threatened to use unconventional weapons. I'll leave it at that. And so he said, "Is this what you want us to threaten now?" I said, "Absolutely. Except this time, I want us to go forward with it if necessary. If they think we're bluffing, we go forward with it. Look,
Wait, some people might look at this and hear you saying these things and say, he's a dangerous dude. You know, he could, blow up the entire Middle East.
Well, I guess people really haven't been keeping their eyes open since October 7th because the whole Middle East has blown up. And as far as I'm concerned, when we are faced with an existential threat, we have the right to use any and all weapons in our disposal to eliminate that existential threat. Let me give you
And there you go.
Who's Pollard? Help me understand.
Jonathan Pollard is the guy. He ended up with the life sentence. He only served 30 years in prison for it. He stole our fucking top secret fucking national security documents and gave them to his country. Shit real. And then when he got out of prison, I think he was on probation for what? Well, he was born here. He's an American citizen. But he's, this is this Zionist fucking whatever fucking mental problem this occurs with, where they have this love for shit rail for some reason. And so he was sending his shit over there, and then he spent, I think, 5 years on probation. The moment he was able to, he got out and he went to Israel. And now we got Mike fucking Suckleby over there sucking this dude and his family off. The ambassador, the U.S. ambassador to Israel was, I think he was an interview or something with him, because Tucker Carlson really hammered home on that, because he's just sucking them off. It's gross. We're taken.
20 years he set back the intelligence community, FYI. When I wrote a paper, I wrote a paper for my initial, my first terminal degree, and it was basically all around intelligence. And one of the things that you guys will be interesting to know is that the NSA, the Secret Service, the CIA, the DOD were set back almost 20, by some estimates, 30 years of intelligence. So that means that when he gave away our secrets, he gave away all of our satellite information, all of our technological advancements, our cybersecurity. So all of these claims that the Israelis have, like, oh, we're the tech startup of the world. It's not that was their information. That's ours. They stole our stuff, created it, and then sold it back to us. And then who do we have buying it? The same politicians that are undermining us, who are sworn allegiance to them. I want you to think about this. There are far more Catholics in the United States than there are J people, correct? But we're not making tours to Vatican City. Right. I want you to really think about that for a minute. And look, I would be very candid. I'm going to be very candid and open and honest. And I say this with humility, but I say this with sternness and firmness. And I hope people understand. White America has been taken for a rodeo. And the reason why is because what they did is they came in here like a Jake Lang, and they cosplayed. They pretended to be a European Christian, all the meanwhile being an Israeli Jew, screaming about European nationalism and Christian fundamentalism, getting you all to focus on the Black community, the Hispanic community, the Somali community, the Arab community, the Muslim community. But guess what? There are 7,642 Hasidic communities scattered all throughout the United States that are leeching your tax dollars to the tunes of hundreds of billions of dollars a year. When you scratch your head and you try to figure out why your school is failing, but their schools is succeeding, you have to pay for your private schools, but your tax dollars are paying for theirs. Do you know that in my community in Borough Park, if you're a Hasidic community, boys and girls can't go on the same school bus. So they have to have a separate school bus for their boys and a separate school bus for their girls, and it's tax funded. And here's the other part, that sometimes on a school bus of 30, it would be 2 or 3 students. On a on a school bus for kids of girls, it might be 5 or 10 students with 30 seats. But mind you, the rest of our public schools have to be crammed into these buses, these shanty buses that may or may not work. And you all are looking at the Somali community, you're looking at the Black community, you're looking at the Hispanic community, these Muslim takeover. Remember, the easiest way to get you to not look at me is to point in 10 other directions. You're so confused, you're no longer looking at me.
Yeah. Now,
Okay,
KB,
Trina,
thank
wait.
you. Now, Truth Seeker has been trying to jump in. PhD, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Truth Seeker, please go ahead.
Hi, Lebro. Nice to see you, Mo. JF, what for dinner? Kabil, Benjamin. Yeah, it just kind of saddens me when I kind of listen how important media has swayed everybody. We're looking at the blue and white state that literally, we don't even know how many nukes they have. They've kaboomed every single country around them. They literally have been doing a G-side. For me, that would be the biggest threat. And yet we're looking at a country, Iran, that has not invaded anyone, that has not done anything to any of its neighbors by unaliving them, except for the Iraq, but they kind of, that's another story for another day. But they were invaded first, by the way. So why are we looking at Iran as a threat? Yet we have one country that is saying F international law. We don't care what you say. We're going to do what we want to do. And we've infiltrated every single government to do what we want them to do. We've infiltrated the American government. That's a huge threat. And how Americans can come and say a country that has not done anything to you, they never blew up your USSR Navy ship. They haven't invaded you. They only said death to your policies because your policies is literally putting up sanctions that is literally strangling them from having a good life. That is what they're saying death to.
They do not
Death to
say
your
unlive
policy.
to policy.
Exactly. That is what they're asking for. And if you were strangling my economy and you kept on putting things that would literally stopping me from being a decent country that I can actually strive upon, of course I'm going to say death to your policies.
True Seeker, though, are you impressed with their law, like what they do to the women over there, and how they unalive them just because
They
of their
don't
religious
unalive
belief?
their woman, please.
Yeah, say
I don't
unalive
like
too,
this.
but I'm out.
You don't think that? You don't
They
think
don't.
that?
Okay, can I finish? They don't unalive their woman. I don't
Yeah.
know why you think that Iranian people, Iranian women are these weak women and they're waiting for the West to come and save them on a white horse. Have you met Iranian women, sir?
I believe like I don't believe one or
I'm
two
asking
people,
you a
but
simple Benjamin, have you met an Iranian woman, sir?
the
Simple question.
no, I'm sure they're batshit crazy, but
They're not
I
that
Do
shit
you
crazy.
understand?
They're strong and
Do
they're
you
stoic.
understand how the IRG? Do you understand how the IRGC came into power, Benjamin?
don't.
Okay, it was from a revolution of the Iranian people that pushed out the Shah themselves. A lot of people think the IRGC was just literally put there. They had an Iranian revolution, threw over the Shah sellout, and the IRGC took over. It wasn't the IRGC took over, came in with guns blazing. No, they were thrown over and they were put into power. So let me tell you something about Iranian people. They don't need the West. They don't need any of y'all to help you. They don't care about you. All they want is the sanctions to be lifted so they can live a peaceful, lovely life and they can sell their oil and their resources and so that they can actually have a decent infrastructure. They do not care about going into, but one thing I can say that they do care about is if someone comes to their doorstep and says, hey, can you help us? We oppressed. These people are trying to take over our country. Yeah, they'll help you out. They'll give you weapons, and rightfully so.
True
Like they
Seeker,
have given. I
let me
swear to
take your
God.
take on death to America. When we say it's death to policies, that's fair. I can accept that. However, that's still a dangerous threat because the only way you get rid of
It's not.
policies
Compared
are
to
the
what we
people
did,
making the policies.
hold on. So let me get this straight. Israel infiltrated your whole government. Your tax dollars is sent to do a G-side. They taking your weapons, you paying for them, and then they're literally telling you you will do what we say, and that's not a threat.
I mean, that is too. I mean, I'm not dumb. I mean, I get it. I think there's a whole lot of shady crap going on that we can't
Why are Americans so laid back about Israel? Do you guys think, like, they blew up your USSR Navy ship? You do understand that. And they knew
And they
it was the
threatened us
American
with
Navy ship.
nuclear war. They
And
threatened
they
to bomb
threatened you
us
with
with a nuke.
nuclear war, but you guys
That's
don't
right.
see them as a threat. Holy shit. That's what I don't get. You guys are so relaxed. They literally, honestly, Benjamin Netanyahu comes to your country. Congress and Republicans don't agree on anything, and yet you literally, both of them stood up to this genocidal maniac, and nobody sees that as like.
Now, real
hello.
quick, What's for Dinner has been trying to jump in for a minute. What's for Dinner? Please go ahead.
Okay, so again about Mr. Jonathan Pollock. He also is related to the affair concerning our uranium being stolen in the United States, our yellow cake uranium being magically gone. There's also the fact that Israel, if you look historically, in every single place it's ever been, they were used as a red herring. They were the person that you point as a decoy to your own misdoings. And that's exactly what's happening right now. They want, because they're accelerationists, the current government, and they are literally trying to force the world to force out Jews, so they have to return to Israel. The same way with the Levant affair, how they triggered a boom boom campaign in several other countries because they just wanted to funnel in as many Jays as they possibly could. This is the same kind of idea. But if you look at the actions of Saudi Arabia specifically concerning the last 90 days and their investment into Mexico, putting almost $500 billion between Saudi Arabia and the UAE into Mexico, and then having us go in and having our forces and our tax dollars going in to remove cartel has destabilized the region, in addition to the fact of looking at the oil from Venezuela and how that relates to them having control over a significant amount of the world's oil supply, in addition to the fact of the cryptocurrencies and the BRICS nation being established to undercut the American dollar, trading directly with both India and China, bypassing the petrodollar, in addition to also being not in support of the people of Palestine, because they are both Sunni nations, but it was Iran that supported Palestine because Saudi Arabia wanted Gaza to be leveled because they wanted to establish a two-way canal that they want to have there, in addition to also the fact that when you look at the investment to Jared Kushner's private equity company of the $2 billion, the $2 billion into Bitcoin and into the border peace, this all actually tracks back to Saudi Arabia. They're utilizing Israel for its misdeeds to take a lot of the hits as far as being a decoy. But at the end of the day, the majority of the economic resources are going directly to Saudi Arabia. That's why 13 of the hijackers for 9/11 were from where? Saudi Arabia.
I'm impressed. I think you did that without taking one single breath.
Can I answer a question Benjamin had? I thought it was really interesting that Truth gave.
And then you can drop
Zio, real quick, Zio, you wanted to jump in real quick?
Yeah, True Speaker, please, you have to watch and use TikTok-friendly language. You've said all the words, the KILL word, the MUDER word. You've said BOMB. We have to be very, very careful. I mean, she was going on and on.
I didn't even hear it.
You didn't. And then I'm screaming. And so we have to be very careful because we just got this live back. Guys, and we're at 220,000 likes. Let's get to 300K, guys.
Dude, if we could get there.
So wonderful. I think we can get there.
And also, to that point, guys, I do have a gifting goal. We've got 100 and some people in here. Let's fill that gifting goal up. Support the live. If you like what you're hearing, if you've learned anything, send something. Gift here because like Wrath of Ares said in the comments, the Zios now have apparently me on another list. And to the Zios that do that, you can go fuck yourself. You're literally going to have to cut my break line to get me to shut up. That's it. That's all.
But we can't see the gifting. Can you tag it onto the bottom so that people can see it? Because I see it's like 75. I don't even know what that. Oh, there it is. Somebody sees it. I cannot see it. So if you can tag it,
I pinned it for you guys. Yes, thank you. And Crash App and Vimo and all that good stuff. You can support there too. Sorry, Zio. Did you have something else?
Speaker. Watch the words. Susika said every of the word was the word that was going to get the ads taken down. So, guys, let's tap that screen. And you have been awesome. Thank you. Drop me.
Thank you. Yeah, before they get you.
Yeah.
Who's in the comments?
Yeah. Her just wanting, she could comment and say, I want to come up, and they'll be like, we got to get rid of her. They're after her hard, like, for real. Anyway, PhD, you were going to respond to something.
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait. A guest in your live has violated our misinformation policy. Let's see what that. I think it was True Seeker. True Seeker, they got you.
That was the warnings that your mod just gave. Yeah.
Yep. So True Seeker, that's
so Benjamin
crazy.
said some good stuff. He was like, we got to protect the women. So I'm going to read you some statistics from Iran, Benjamin, and you tell me if this is worthy of going in there and intervening. So in and around recent statistics, 20 to 21% of their below the age of 17 girls are involved in SA work. 7 out of 10 Iranian men believe that grape is not grape if you know the woman. 4 out of 10 women agree. Do you think those are crazy statistics?
Well, I'm sure you're going to hit me back with America is way worse, but...
No, but I mean, do you genuinely think that women accepting grape, almost 50% of them, do you think that's strange?
I do.
Do you think that 70% of men thinking you can grape a woman that you know and it's not grape, do you think that's strange?
I'm scared to say yes, but yes.
Okay. Do you think that 20% of the S work is done by people under the age of 17?
Do I say? I don't know.
No, I'm saying, do you think that's bad? I'm asking you just, do you think it's a bad thing? 20%, 20 out of every 100 is going to be done by someone under the age of 17.
I think that's sad, yeah.
Okay. How about if I told you 100% of Thai workers in that country reported S abuse?
Yep. We pulled that up on the screen before. Benjamin, I feel like you were in here that day when we pulled that up.
Every statistic I just named, Benjamin, isn't from Iran. That's Israel.
That's right.
So if you're going to argue that the mechanisms for justification of the removal of a regime in Israel, welfare ministry, I'm taking it all from .il sources. So these are all taken from .israel sources. 20% of S work is done by girls under the age of 17. As young as 12 were documented. An estimated 14,000 are coming from outside. So they're importing their S work. Also, 7 out of 10 men surveyed in a test sample of 10,000. So 70% of 10,000, that's 7,000 men agree that having forced sex with a person that you know is okay. And 40% of those women agree. So the women actually affirm that degenerative behavior. And 100% of Thai workers, 100% completely were ignored when they were calling about S abuse. So if we're going to hold this moral compass, right? We've already shown at the nuclear level that Israel loses. We've already shown at the allyship level, Israel loses. And now I'm telling you, your argument about women is irrelevant because Israel loses again.
In fact, let me tell you this. Let me tell you where my you want to call it hatred I could say.
Real quick, let me give a shout out. Kara, thank you so much for those lucky lenses. I appreciate that and that happy Friday. Thank you so much. And Benjamin, thank you as well for the lucky lens. Go ahead.
Can I give you a quick hint? When you're getting your folks to tap host, if they're not, you got to read the new guidelines. If they're not part of the team, the taps won't count towards your data. It'll count towards the stream, but not towards your data, and that's what protects you. And when they're gifting, you'll get the gift, but it won't count towards your data algorithm. So make sure that they're getting the daily heart me, then tapping, sharing, and gifting.
I see what you mean.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And it's a penny for the heart me anyway. So, and you guys get points and it levels you up. And in fact, once you reach level 10, And if once you reach level 10, reach out to me and I'll add you into the group that's only for people level 10 and above. And that's the minimum that I could put. Like they created a new like group type. So if you're level 10 and you're not in that group, send me a message if you'd like to be, and I'll bring you in there. And thank you for bringing that up, PhD. But Benjamin, I think you were trying to say something to what he was saying.
I think the worry. I don't want to. I know everybody's going to say it's hatred, but more so my fear is, I remember watching 9/11. I was with my buddy and we were watching TV. I remember like the whole thing, and for me, it's like that group of people came from that area.
Yeah, okay, buddy. I got to cut you off there because you do know 9/11. We literally had 5 Israeli Mossad agents who were arrested in New York when it happened, and who on their cameras had pictures of them literally standing in eyesight of the Twin Towers, holding up fucking lighters, the literal day before September the 10th. And that our State Department investigated, that the NYPD literally processed the moving van that they were in, and they found it to be saturated, not positive, but saturated in boom boom material. And those individuals, some of them,
now be careful.
Some of them even being picked up.
Be careful
with
I
didn't
all
want
of
to go down
that.
the conspiracy. I didn't want to do that.
Sarah, I literally have the fucking police reports.
I can appreciate that.
But
I'll look that up later.
When you get into the specifics of that, they will get you for misinformation, and when they get you, they're going to get me.
Yeah, so, I will look into that.
Yes.
I can appreciate that,
true.
But I want to protect his life. But for me, that's where it stems from, right?
Benjamin, I was there. I was a first responder. That was my first year out of graduation. I actually helped transport the 5 from Bayonne, New Jersey to lockup in Kings County, federal lockup. I was there.
Well, I'll have to read into it later and like look into it more. But that's where it started for me. And then like I just feel better that the other country has maybe something we need to do as well. But at least for now, we took their capabilities away because they are one country that, we have ours, but we also, I know y'all are going to say I'm crazy because we've already used it, but I don't feel like that's top of our agenda. I feel like we're the superpower that has to hold stuff like that. But I do feel good or better going to bed at night knowing that that's not going to happen there for a long time. So,
yeah, buddy, I think that you're incredibly mistaken by that because you're not remembering the fact that this is a country that is a Shia country. So they believe in the martyr. They very much believe in it. And there are also millions of people throughout the world who believe in similar things, especially when you have 150 school children who are unalived. And a leader who was martyred along with his daughter and his granddaughter. When if we had just leave these people alone, right? If we had just minded our business, sat on our fucking thumbs for the next couple of weeks, the man was going to be gone anyway because he was 86 years old and end-stage cancer. But instead of us doing that very simple option, us going in, we've already lost 9 servicemen, and we have currently over 1,000 Americans, 1,000 lives that are currently in peril in the Middle East, and we're not picking up our people. Britain has been able to, Australia has been able to, New Zealand has been able to, and a list of other countries. But we're not interested in that because it's much easier for those people to be unalived as collateral damage for an emergency spending bill so somebody can get $1.4 trillion instead of saving Americans. That's what we're in. We're in a time where we're literally at the point of a global jihad, and it is a righteous war because we gave them the righteous fucking circumstances.
Yeah, I don't think it's appropriate to use that language if you don't know the context of how to use it. What's for dinner? I mean, no disrespect.
Sir, I am not unaware of the words coming out of my mouth. I've also been to the Middle East.
I'm also telling you not to use that language because you used it in the wrong context. It's actually it's very stigmatic. Let's not do that.
Tell me, excuse me. I'm sorry.
What was it that was said?
In the wrong context.
So that we all understand. Oh, I see. Global jihad. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sir. You're telling me that I'm martyr, and having
what is a martyr?
I'd like to answer, but you're
somebody who unalives basically for their cause.
Yeah. Benjamin, Benjamin, let me ask you this. So, are you aware that in 2003, March, ironically, of 2003, when we first initiated our invasion of Operation Iraqi Freedom, do you realize that Iran helped us with that, right?
I did not know.
Yeah. So Iran helped us with that. No other country would allow us access to enter through their borders, but Iran did.
Okay.
And so when you invoke 9/11, it was kind of giving me, and I'm not making an accusatory statement here, but to look at the Middle East as one big monolith is very bad, because the Middle East is a multitude of ethnicities. It is also a multitude of religious identities, and it's a multitude of cultures. They're not all one and the same, right? And so when you're invoking 9/11, unfortunately, what also happens is you fall into this um, stereotypical framework that was designed for you to fall into. Because as long as all you can see is people in the Middle East as 9/11, then what you've done inadvertently and psychologically is given Israel the red carpet to just do whatever you want. And it's kind of accepted because it's like, well, they deserve it, right? All the meanwhile ignoring that things like that don't happen in a vacuum, they happen in a context, right? And with the usage of the word jihad, global jihad was a term that was actually used and created by the Horowitz Foundation and the Mideast Forum. And they used it as a stigmatization and a stereotyping in order to basically drag Islam through the dirt. There is no concept in Islam known as a global jihad. It doesn't exist at all. There's only four
Yeah, so
types
I
of
never I
jihad.
never said that it
Please
was
don't
a
interrupt me
concept.
and educate me on something that I
Yeah,
have
I'm
a
sorry, you
literal
already
degree in.
interrupted me, so I'm not
Please
understanding the
don't
difference.
interrupt me on something I literally have the certifications to actually
I
educate
have a
you
degree
on.
in I have a degree in Abrahamic studies.
Congratulations,
I'm
but you
sorry
don't
that you have
have
a
a
penis and
degree
I
in
don't, but
Islam. You don't have a degree in Islam,
Okay.
so don't
I have a
speak
degree
on
in
it.
Okay.
Abrahamic studies. Islam
Okay.
is part of
Okay.
Abrahamic religion.
Okay,
Tell
so
me the
well,
four types of jihad then.
you've put forward that the global jihad is a term that was essentially used to do the very thing that we're seeing where they drag Muslims.
Yes,
Now, to that
exactly.
point, what's for dinner? If you have alternate thoughts on that, please offer those. I'd like to hear the other side because it's the first I've heard that, PhD, and I appreciate it. Go ahead. What's for
The
dinner?
only thing that I indicated was this was the justification for the same thing that they have been so afraid of. That's all.
Maybe it was a misunderstanding. We can look at it that way, or
Yeah, I was just saying not to use the word global jihad. I don't understand what was the miscommunication there. It's not a
Again, sir,
concept that
the
exists.
same thing, the same concept that they've been trying to scare people for in this country for 25 years. They literally gave them the context to have the same thing they said they were afraid of.
They're doing.
Right, but what I'm saying is living up to a stigma is still the stigma. So that's what I'm telling you is I'm asking you to not use that term. It's actually counterproductive to Muslims.
I
It's harmful.
repeatedly have not used
Holy
it as a
shit.
matter of fact. So
Thank
there
you,
go.
Bobby. Bobby B just sent 21 lucky lenses. Thank you. I heard another
May I
voice.
add
Is that
something?
Nacho? It's Nacho Cheese,
Yeah,
homie.
it's me.
No, go ahead.
not your turn.
I want to ask, like, we all know they want to like bring about the third temple, right? And how is it not jihadist to say for the Zionists that they just want to bring like the third temple to somehow bring about the ending of the world and literally unalive civilians and are ethnically cleansing to achieve that goal? How is that not jihadist?
Oh,
It's worse.
sir, I would say that they are absolutely the most vile and wicked government in human history. No,
And I
no
have a
hard
question
stop.
for
Who is?
Benjamin.
Israel.
I was about to say I didn't
I
even
have a
hear, but it was
question for
probably
Benjamin.
Israel. Fuckers.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Benjamin, you would agree, right, that Israel has way too much power over the United States, right?
I think
No.
I'm understanding that they have more than I like.
So, okay, so do you think that that will be less or that will be like resolved when Israel is gonna like be confirmed in everything they just did by winning against Iran?
I mean, yeah, it's probably not good that they.
It
Yeah.
will be worse, right? So you could actually like make the argument that Iran shouldn't lose this conflict because it will only get worse for everybody there.
Well, no worries about that because Iran is definitely going to win and the United States is going to be humiliated because that's the intention. It's supposed to subvert our country. It's supposed to destroy the United States. Donald Trump is essentially just a Trojan horse for America.
And you know what's funny? The leader of Germany just said like the international law shouldn't be available for the Iranian people, and that's so like hypocritical because Israel is the country which is famous for ignoring international law, and Friedrich Merz is like calling that Iran shouldn't like have any security through international law to save like Israel. What the fuck?
Well,
Yeah.
actually, if you look at the fact that
Do
the
as I
leader was
say,
literally
not as I
unaliving,
do. Yeah, do as I say, not as
the
I
Law
leader
do.
was
for law
literally
for thee,
unaliving.
not for me.
And
That's
I mean,
right.
he is
That's right.
literally ignoring international law because Benjamin Netanyahu is still in Germany, I guess, still in Berlin, and he's not arrested. And Germany
Yeah.
has to do that.
Well, Germany has a
Again,
problem with always being on the wrong side of history anyway. So, I mean, there you go.
again, people are not looking at the most important thing. He was unaliving naturally
Thank
from
you, Kara.
cancer. He was an end-stage cancer. If we had simply not intervened, if we had sat on our thumbs for just a few weeks, this problem would have resolved itself. And not only would it have resolved itself, it would have delegitimized his regime. It would have delegitimized his sons. It would have delegitimized his grandsons because
Oh, when he
Sorry, I didn't mean to
through
interrupt.
natural
I've got to get to.
causes unalived. Is that what you were meaning? Oh, Benjamin, you got to run.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I've got to get to the babysitting the grandbaby. I will say I would like to say thank you because I do have more perspective and no pun intended. And I will do some reading. I will definitely annoy Tim with some messages that he loves to see from. I know you cringe when you see my name and a message come across like that. That bastard! I done told him. Like, why don't he listen? Well, I'm gonna do some reading.
I can't say I've never had that thought, but it's not.
I know you
it's
see
not
my
often.
name and you're like, you. Okay, well, you know where I'm at with this. I'm learning, and I do appreciate the knowledge. I'm not just listening and thinking, well,
I
they're
can
full of
always give
shit.
you reading materials, Benjamin, that I think that you would appreciate if you genuinely are curious. I would
I'm
love
going to
to.
start with the 9/11 deal just because I feel like I want to start there. And so I have to take it little by little due to my
Or
ADHD. And so,
or I have ADHD too, so welcome to the club. It's
Audiobook
fun.
while
But
you're driving,
we
man.
yeah, we make better dates anyway. You know what I mean? We keep our dates never knowing what's going on. What I'll tell you, Benjamin, there's a great book by a former Mossad agent called By Way of Deception. Talk about ADHD. That book will drive you crazy because it'll actually expose everything that we've been talking about, that everything you think you know. I mean, and I mean this. It's like a third eye opening. Everything you think you know, you don't.
hold on,
And I
I
mean
lost
that.
everything. My phone froze. What were you saying? I'm sorry.
It's called By Way of Deception, and it's a book by Viktor Ostrovsky. He was a former Mossad agent who broke away because he decided that, well, he grew a conscience. He was like, what Israel's doing is gross. And it was the only book in U.S. history that ever had a gag order placed on it and was removed from the shelves. And then ultimately it was overturned in the Supreme Court and he was allowed to print it. And it's called By Way of Deception.
By way of deception.
Yeah, by Viktor Ostrovsky, and he was a former Mossad agent. He goes into detail about all of the different stories that they plant, how they planned on buying media, how they planned on buying newspapers, how they studied American culture, how they studied American psychology, how to infuse ideas into the everyday staple of American fabric. Like, for example, I bet you didn't even know that the Pledge of Allegiance, right? One nation under God. Most Americans don't even know that was infused by a coalition of CIA and Mossad agents to forge that Judeo-Christian narrative. The concept of putting God on our money was a CIA Mossad agency operative because they were trying to sell the idea of supporting Israel using Christian
Religion.
dogma to trump it up.
Right. That's
See, most Americans don't know that.
Kind of reminds me
go
of
look it up.
the elders of Zion, the book in Russia.
I don't believe that was
your opinion that was true or not, or that
yes,
was a fake?
my opinion.
I've got to get, guys. Thanks.
Thanks,
Thank
Benjamin.
you. Yes.
Thanks.
My
Bye.
opinion of it is when too many coincidences become non-coincidences, it becomes reality, right? So let's look at some facts, and I encourage everyone to read the book. They'll tell you not to. They still sell it on Amazon. I encourage you to read it. When they tell you that there's a plot to own all the media, is that a fact? Yes. And they openly say this, right? Benjamin Netanyahu said the eighth front of the war is social media. He said, we already own the news. We already own the media. And he's bragging about it. But if I say it, the ADL is on top of
You're
me
an
saying I'm a hateful guy.
anti-Semite. What a bigot you are. Even though it literally says a lot of this stuff in their own religious text.
You don't even have to go down to it being purely the religion. You can look at the Sabbastein Frankists, because the Sabbastein Frankists are almost completely finalized on their goals. It's a sect within them, because in addition to being Jays, they also converted to every other major religion and incepted every stronghold of power. And they don't consider themselves to be of the religion. They consider themselves to be themselves, and that they are through transgression is how they will supplant God.
Going backwards ushers in the Messiah instead of going forwards. Go into sin instead of doing into righteousness. So you throw the world into chaos. That's there. But to your point, I wanted to go back to that. No, if you actually read the protocols, right? They talk about going into a state of chaos, right? A state of deception. They talk about owning the education system. They talk about perversions, extreme perversions. They talk about chopping up and breaking the nuclear family. I'm going to make a statement that most people should not think is controversial, but all the isms always have a J behind it. Communism, fascism, any of these isms, feminism, all of the isms always have a J attached to it, right? If you think about one aspect, someone brought this up on my panel the other day, and I didn't think too much about it. And they said, why is it that Martin Luther King is celebrated, but Malcolm X is not? And I'm like, well, maybe because Malcolm X was, a devout Muslim. And they're like, no, because Jays propped him up. They supported the NAACP. The NAACP thus subsequently pushed him. They wrote his speeches for him. I didn't know this stuff. And I'm like, wow, that makes a lot of sense.
Martin Luther King and Thurgood Marshall wrote all of his speeches. I know that for a fact because
Martin Luther King's lawyer wrote his speeches for him.
Yeah, Thurgood Marshall, the Supreme Court Justice.
Yeah, the Congressional Library disagrees with you.
I'm sorry. Let me repeat myself. Martin Luther King's attorney was Thurgood Marshall. He became a Supreme Court Justice.
My answer doesn't change.
I'm sorry, mine doesn't either, and mine's correct because
his name was Stanley Levinson. You can look him up in case you need some.
I'm so sorry. You might want to look it up because he also had he also very much had a lawyer named Thurgood Marshall. He became the Supreme Court Justice of the United States of America. Did your guy become the Supreme Court Justice?
So Stanley Levinson, if you guys want some facts, wrote every single one of his speeches, articles, and strategy documents. That's a fact.
Yeah, I mean
the Supreme. Whoa! Thurgood Marshall was responsible for the strategy from the civil rights movement, even down to Rosa Parks and her going on the bus after the 16-year-old who previously had been arrested. I know this for a fact. I know these people.
Well, I mean, what PhD is saying is right now. Whether he wrote like every word of it, I'm not sure because he was generally considered a friend and assisted in those speeches.
Thurgood Marshall also wrote his speech. You can look it up. Thurgood Marshall is slated as writing Martin Luther King speeches.
Well, right here. And, because I've run into this before. Yeah, I don't know to what degree the speeches were fully completed by, but I mean, it is kind of interesting, right?
Okay. Well, if I look up Thurgood Marshall and Martin Luther King speeches, I know it comes up because I know the family.
So again, Stanley Davidson was also Thurgood Marshall's attorney, and Stanley Davidson was also MLK's attorney. And in addition to that, Jack Greenberg is one of the most prolific speechwriters for Thurgood Marshall as well.
Okay.
And this is what I
Again,
say. What we think we know
please,
and what
baby
we've been
Jesus.
told is
Sir, please
intentionally to
do.
keep the map.
I
You're
know
speaking over
you're
me. You can't hear me
incredibly
if you're
rude. I
speaking
know
over
you're
me.
incredibly rude and you want to be
I'm
offensive,
not being
but
rude,
there's
but
no
you're
need to
speaking over me, and
degrade
there's
somebody's
other people that
legacy.
need to also hear this information.
Yeah,
So
you need to degrade Thurgood Marshall's legacy. Thank you so
Jack
much.
Jack Greenberg and Stanley Levinson also wrote Thurgood Marshall's speech and also pushed him and propelled him to his position because in that time period, unfortunately, Black folks did not have the opportunity to rise, unfortunately, whether we like it or not, without having a white person to sponsor or back them or money. And the fact that the Jewish agencies provided both, they were white passing and provided money, also helped push him forward. And in return, that then gave them opportunity and flex to have a peg in the system. So they used Black folks as a methodology to infuse themselves into the system. And this is why the Black American has always been hijacked, or their movement has always been co opted by J people, because it's a lot easier to show you this face when you don't see me behind it.
Sir, do you understand how insulting you are? These Black people
I'm
aren't
not
capable
interested
of
in your.
legacy.
I'm not
No, I'm
interested in
sorry.
your
Black
attacks,
people aren't
please.
capable of fucking helping one another.
That's
Black
not what
people
I
couldn't
said.
possibly have
That's not what I
accomplished this.
said.
Black people couldn't
Please don't
accomplish. That's what
frame.
you just said.
Okay,
That's not what I
Repeatedly.
said.
well, she
That's
has
not what I
she
said.
has a thought about what you said, and she's welcome to express that thought. If and you can
But yeah, but
rebut
not
her
don't
expression.
mischaracterize what I said though. I don't have a
Well, then
problem
you
with her
can correct her
emotional
afterwards.
responses, but not mischaracterizing what I said.
Okay, what's for dinner? Go ahead.
I have respected Thurgood Marshall my entire life because I grew up with his grandniece. And the fact that you can't even just give the man the fucking, just the merit of his work and the sacrifices he made. It's disgusting. Black people have always been beholden to the Jays. You know what? Maybe it's because we were people who were fucking oppressed. You ever think about that?
Well,
I don't know
what
what
he
this
said. What he
evidence is.
said was, or at
No,
least the
what
way
he had
I
said
heard
was
it.
very clear.
What I heard was that all of their movements were hijacked by them to some
that's all I
other
said.
agenda. He did not say that that they couldn't do this stuff by themselves. He was saying that every time that they did, they got hijacked right alongside everybody else because they're, fucking tendrils.
Thank you. That's all I said. I never took away anything from anyone's accomplishments. By the way, Dr. Charles Drew, for example, right? Dr. Charles Drew, with blood plasma, introduced and invented a great way for us to be able to give blood transfusions in a very methodical, very innovative way, right? He ended up succumbing to death due to a car accident from not being able to receive the same technology he helped create, because in this country, regardless of how successful a Black person was, if you didn't have a white person behind you to push you forward, you were always going to be designed to fail. I don't understand what's controversial about that.
Can I ask a quick question to you, PhD? Um, so I'm curious, do you think that this is a spiritual conflict or with spiritual motivation, or do you think that it's a mix, like they try to be they try to use the like religious people, their motivation for their support?
Yes.
Or yeah, but do you think that they themselves who are doing this and controlling this and abusing and exploiting it might actually also have like a spiritual connection to the situation, like wishing for the world to end, or for a new global conflict, or wishing that the prophecy is gonna be like somehow brought about through the third temple? Or do you think that's an entire separate
Well,
thing going
let me
on?
ask you, Nacho, if I had a holy book and I decided that I'm going to use this holy book and violence to get rid of you, your whole family, and your lineage, what would you call me?
I mean, if someone is using prophecy as a blueprint, it's simply just abusing literature and scripture, right?
What would you
Because
call me?
you are,
We have a definition for someone who uses religion and
yes,
violence to harm other people.
blasphemy, I think it is.
No, it's called terrorism.
Yeah, of
Right?
course you
Okay,
can
okay.
call it
So
like
when people, so we can
radicalism.
agree that when you use religion as a motivator and you execute your religious beliefs upon other people with violence, that's called terrorism, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what is different about what Israel's doing? They're validating their entire existence predicated on their belief, not mine, their belief on that, the fact that they belong there because their little magic book says that they belong there, and they're willing to use
Yeah.
bullets and BOMBs to do it. They're not just secluding. You ever noticed how the blue and white state never talks about when they come to America? They always talk about the Judeo-Christian alliance. Why don't they talk
Yes,
about the
but
fact that they have executed over 400,000 Christians in the span of the 80 years that they've been there?
Excuse me. Say
there
unalive.
is
Excuse
sorry.
me. Say
Unalive.
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 No, say
Over
thank you.
400,000
But
Christians since they've been there. Why don't they come here and tell
but
white America
yeah.
that they're occupying Christian Palestinians at the same rate,
Mhm.
occupying them, unaliving them, strangulating them economically, cutting them off socially, preventing them from returning organically? Why is it that they only focus on the Muslims? Because you want to other them. That's what it is. If I come to DC
But
and
I
knock
think yeah.
and tell people that we're harming Christians just the same, how quick do you think American public is going to be to support that?
I agree, but there is something weird about it because it seems they that they are very, very precise and careful when it comes to the prophecy. Like they want to clone a red cow to sacrifice it for the third temple. Sorry, what? And they didn't achieve it yet. Like the cow
Yes,
was
they
red but had like yellow hair, and that was not allowed. So they are still
no. They did
trying
it in
that.
April. Six of them.
What?
No. Six of them. They sacrificed them at the temple in April. They already did that. Six of them.
Okay. I'm gonna bring in the timer
Yeah,
because
that's
we've
why
got
they
almost a
need.
full panel. So let me. I'm gonna let you finish. I think was that who was that talking? Nacho? Who was that?
Yeah, can I?
Was that yes,
Sorry.
yes, yes? I'm gonna go ahead because you had spent some of the time. I'm gonna give you 50 more seconds. Go ahead, and then I'm
All
gonna get
right.
around the room.
So what I'm just asking is, if they don't care about religions and stuff, right? Why are they so precise in like fulfilling the prophecies? To me, it almost sounds like they are literally convinced that it's real.
I don't think it really is. I wouldn't not thou shalt, thou shalt not, it shall, thou shall. And this isn't about the respect and refrain from God. This is about supplanting God. So you conduct yourself according to the prophecies. You make sure these things are fulfilled, so you can ultimately unalive God and assume His position.
Now, what's for dinner? This is your timer. If you want to say more, you're welcome to it. Because I'm trying to get around the room
Well,
so
again, the
everybody.
United States is basically accomplished going into a conflict that would have been completely unnecessary within a matter of weeks because the man had end-stage cancer. In addition to the fact that what we're seeing as far as the civilians who are American citizens just being abandoned completely by our government and not being even allowed to commercially return home. Is those people are literally just cannon fodder. Those are collateral damage in order for Trump to get his emergency funding bill passed and get $1.4 trillion of American taxpayer money. In addition to the fact that if you're looking at domestically, one of the biggest things that we can do actually is to actively go against the corporations currently supporting these efforts because they're ultimately trying to hurt all of us. If you even look at the $40 billion that have been used to purchase warehouses, and as I said, the J statement that I made was in regards to we're giving them an excuse to have one.
Okay. Now, and again, I'm just going to get around the room. That's why I brought that in the timer because we got several new people. Nakia, well, I'm not sure who came in first. Let me go to East LA. This should be interesting. East LA, go ahead. Led Zeppelin, go ahead, man. You okay? Well, we'll just move along. Zio, go ahead.
Yes, I have an offer to what's for dinner. I understand you get upset, but we have to understand that.
I can't hear you. Is that just me, or is anybody else having issues here?
I
No,
couldn't
can
hear
you
her
hear me?
either.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes,
Yes, that's
ma'am.
much better.
Okay. What
Okay.
I'm just saying to what's for dinner, what perspective was saying basically was that these people have infiltrated almost every major movement that the Black American has done, and they were supposed to be allies, which we now know that that was utter nonsense. They have been in every aspect of our life. There are two books that you can read, maybe three, by the Nation of Islam. The scholars who wrote this book or who they quoted out of this books were Jewish scholars. The secret relationship between blacks and Jews. You will find that they were all up and through slavery and all sorts of things where they had insurance companies. They had their hand in every part of this country from as early as we can think about.
That's a
So
fact.
that is definitely a fact. So he's not trying to say this, put down Dr. King or Thurgood Marshall. What he's saying is that they have had their tentacles in every part of business in this country since the beginning. And more importantly, if you think about today, and I'm landing my plane, every major black artist in music who had a prolific catalog, none of those artists own those catalogs today. If you think about it, you will find that people, even as far back as when rock and roll and all of that was first started by black people, those catalogs are owned by Jewish people for the most part. And
Yes,
you can
ma'am.
juxtapose that to black artists being in poverty lines and living in hotels on the street, but their music that they were producing is in the hands of the grandchildren of some Jewish person who took it, who's living high off the hog. It is really a
Facts.
wicked relationship. So check that out, sister, and it'll give you a different perspective.
Yeah, that's
But my
and
perspective is
oh,
my mother's godfather.
okay. So I'm going to give you some rebuttal time if you want it. What's for dinner? Go ahead.
But I'm very well aware of the relationship between some
Yeah,
people in the J community
yeah.
and Black Americans. I'm also very well aware that if it wasn't for Clive Davis and his relationship with Poppy, that a whole generation of people wouldn't have been exposed to a literal government plot to undermine, to incept, and to control Black society and culture. Like, trust me, I'm very aware of what I say.
Okay.
Can I
All right.
can I give an
Now,
example of something, host, if I may?
sure. Let me because we've had a lot of time here.
I got you.
Let me get to the next people, and I'll come back to you. I promise. You've been a fantastic resource on the panel. I want to say I appreciate you for being up here, man.
Well, could I at least give you an article to pull up while you do that?
Sure. What's it called?
It's actually recent. It's called by Vanessa Beeley. So you're going to type in the name Vanessa, common spelling, Vanessa, Beeley, Beeley, and it's called. The title of the article is actually called "Israel Grape Ritual Ceremonies." As recent, it's and this is just as recent as 2023, by the way.
I almost typed in grape, but I got you.
Cory Booker with Rodney Smuley dressed as a clown pumping on his back. Yeah, we've seen it.
Cory Booker, yeah. Oh my God, don't get me started on that fucking guy. But no, thank you. I'm gonna get that going. But Golden Calf. I'm not sure if you or Nakia were here first, but go ahead, Golden Calf.
Man, I just came up here to thank the host and thank PhD for putting this information out. Man, I thought that maybe I had a tinfoil hat on or something. But I've been knowing about these people for a long time. And what's for dinner? You got to understand something. Sometimes we have to listen and not be so combative because the last thing Martin Luther King said was he led his people into a burning building. That was not for the white tea people of America. That was for these the J people because he knows that he was like a psyops. The civil rights movement to me was like a psyops. It was just to integrate us into society and use us for the money we spend and that's it. And so we have to be careful.
But when he was referring to leading us into a burning building, he literally was talking about leading us into poverty. Because if you have your civil rights and you're still poor, you're still
Ma'am,
stuck.
He's
ma'am,
talking about
I'm just
the
I'm
vehicle
just
of
trying to
which we
tell.
get there, though, for what's for dinner.
It's
He's saying
fucking
that's
God.
the J people using us for that purpose. Like that's
Yes,
what he's saying.
Okay,
when
it's
It
not.
has nothing to
No, it's not
do.
all
It
the
has
J people.
nothing
There's
to.
a specific
I
Okay,
segment of J
understand that
I
people.
we don't
can't
want to
hear
accept that.
anybody, and I just wanted to tell Nacho, I got you, buddy.
well, all I'm
My
Nacho
gonna say
bad.
cheese.
is this: the J people is like the man behind the curtain in the Wizard of Oz, and sometimes you have to get through whatever you need to get to realize that. And I'm just asking you, what's for dinner? Just listen, because nobody said nothing wrong on this panel today. Nothing.
Yeah,
We are realizing that our country has been taken over. We have been sold out, and us as Americans. And I don't believe in the skin color thing and all of that, but we need to come together to get rid of this problem. The body will send white blood cells to fight disease. We are the blood cells, and we have to fight this disease because it's becoming a real problem in everyday life of real Americans. Not talking about the politicians and none of that. Talking about us as real Americans. They don't care about us.
But dude, this is exactly what Israel wants because they went through the whole Levant affair just to drive Jews into Israel. So this whole worldwide thing about hating GAs all of a sudden, if there's a segment of them, yeah, there are some ones who are legitimately out to control the world. But not all J people are that, and you're not going to convince me because I'm not going to do the fucking bidding
I
of
don't think
Israel.
anyone's.
What's for dinner?
What's for dinner? No one
We're
is
talking
trying to
about
convince you of
Zionists,
that.
not just J. We're talking about Zionists. There are some J people who are
great people.
anti-Zionist and doing
That's
that
right.
work. We're not
That's right.
talking about J's.
So let me ask you this: what's for dinner? If 20 snakes in the woods is in a path that you got to cross, and two of them are poisonous, are you gonna take that chance?
Especially if I know which ones are which.
And
No,
that's
you don't know which ones are
they
which.
purposely do it
You
that
may
way
not
so
know.
you don't know. They
No,
yeah.
you're not getting it. I know Savastine Franks. I know who they are because they have.
Um
I, I,
you
I
cut
land
off
my
there for a second.
plane.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. Now let me get to Nikia, and then I'm going to get to I don't want to say Sanders because last time we got upset, but uh, that's why I call him Led Zeppelin. Nikia, please go ahead.
No, I'm just saying. I agree with what Geotag and I'm so sorry. I had my phone down, so I'm not for sure the gentleman that was speaking before me. But it's not just coincidental that they are in every single industry, every single the heads of them, not just necessarily in them, but the heads of them. And BLK people who have been in this country are still kind of fighting to get to that position. And you find less percentage of BLK people than you do of the jihad people in those positions. It's not coincidental. It's not conspiracy. It's truth. I'm not saying that all of those people are that way, but there is definitely some kind of agenda going on. And to deny that, to sit here and say, oh yeah, this is what's happening. BOK people are just doing it on their own. Yeah, but we are literally fighting fronts, different fronts. We're fighting the racism front. We're fighting the poverty front. We're fighting the assimilation front. And now we have to fight these underhanded people that use us and sit in our shadow essentially to use us to get to where they want to be, using us as a
And it's
vehicle
not like it
essentially.
could possibly be that they're
I'm not done.
literally
I'm not
planning
done.
on
Thank you.
doing.
I'm not done. I'm not done. I respect your opinion, but you need to let me finish.
You got
I
7 seconds. Go
understand
ahead.
you have passions about it, but you got to understand that what everyone else is saying on this panel is correct. And that's my 7 seconds.
Perfect timing. Now, East LA. I couldn't hear you last time. You are currently muted. Go ahead and unmute, and I'll put your time up there. If I don't hear from you, I'm just going to have to drop you and assume you accidentally came up here because you were tapping really hard liking my show. Okay,
And
in
stop
3,
reporting East LA. We know
2,
you reported the last time.
1.
Yeah, that's what he does.
Yeah, because right after, matter of fact, he got upset and left,
Yeah.
I think is when you got dinged. Yeah.
He
Let
loves
me
to
ask
screen record me too.
Perspective, you sound familiar. What did you go by another name up here?
Me, Pesci.
Okay, I knew who you. Okay, you
Yeah,
Okay,
sound
so okay,
okay. Very good.
Pesci.
yeah.
Okay, have you been up on my panel before?
I don't think so.
He's
Well,
been up
I'm
here
glad you
before.
came.
Have
I'm
I?
glad you came today. It's perfect
Okay.
timing, actually.
There's some evidence I want to give you
Exposed the
guys
fact.
for
He
something
exposed
that
the
I think. I'm sorry, I can't hear Zal
Do
talk.
what,
You're cutting
Sal?
out again.
I said, I'm glad he exposed the fact because we were talking about this of how I didn't know it was as many communities, but all these communities of the Hasidics that are literally graping this country in the welfare part of our money. So they have their tentacles all up and through the top billionaire class down to the poverty levels where they are just sucking this country dry. And I'm going to say this for myself. I stand with Iran. Iran, do your thing, protect yourself. You have a right to defend yourself. And if anybody in here thinks that is wrong for a country to defend itself, you are the biggest hypocrite on the planet.
I
Not even a
stand with
right
you,
to
sis.
protect themselves, but they have a right to sovereignty. And when someone says you're going to turn them into a parking lot, that is problematic.
So I'm from Brooklyn, right? And so I'm also a big. I love hip hop. That's my thing. I grew up with it. You know, I'm an '80s baby. I grew up with the hip hop. And so there was an up and coming group when I was a little older in my 20s, and it was Wu Tang, right? And Wu
Yep.
Tang, for
Go
those of you who
ahead.
don't know, comes from Staten Island, and they came out with a song in the '90s called PLO Style, right? Now, Method Man, who is the one of the main contributors to the group called Wu Tang, created a song in the '90s called PLO Style, and PLO stands for Palestinian Liberation Organization. Now, he was at that time signed to an organization called Def Jam Records, right? Def Jam Records was owned by an Israeli, right? Leo Cohen owned them at the time. He was about to cancel his whole contract because he said a song called PLO Style. Now, think about this hip hop, right? The same organization where you had a bunch of J lawyers go to war because the NWA, Dr. Dre, and Snoop Dogg were getting censored because they had a song called F the Police, if you guys
I
remember that, right?
remember. I
And
lived
it
it.
Yes.
and
I
it was
lived
a
it.
it was a result of that song F the Police that the entire administration, even if the Bush administration at the time was like, this is crazy, this is no good, da 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 da, and they created a label called what? Parental advisory. Remember that?
Yep.
And the
Yes. Yes.
argument
I
was,
remember that.
and
Yep.
the argument that was presented before the U.S. Supreme Court was that do artists have freedom of expression? Is hindering that freedom of expression a violation of their First Amendment right? And what did the Supreme Court say? Yes, it is. That artists have every right to have any form of expression.
What the is that? Mossad got us all just now.
What? Yeah. So they have
Holy shit.
they have freedom of expression, whether it be written, whether it be painted, expressive, or other. Right? Well, that PLO style song, Leo Cohen decided that he was going to cancel a $10 million contract of Wu Tang and Method Man. Now, here's why I give you this bit of history. Not because I'm interested in hip hop, but I want to show you the hypocrisy, right? So in hip hop music, you can call women bees, you can talk about Chinese people and call them any type of derogatory slang. You can talk about
Right.
Hispanic people. You can talk about gay people, transgender people. You can have women gyrating naked, half clothed. You can call black brothers and sisters call each other the N word all day long, no problem. You can talk about unaliving, black folks unaliving each other, gang banging. You can talk about everything. But the moment he said PLO style, he was going to get his whole contract canceled. Now, mind you, this is before the accessibility of the internet, correct? Now, what does it
Correct.
look like? What does it look like today when you have many artists, many news anchors, when you have many celebrities who are saying to you, if I say something against the standard norm, I can talk about everything else, but if I talk about this one topic, I'm
Yep.
done. Now you got the ADL telling me right here in Manhattan that no, they don't own media. They don't own this. They don't own that. We know that you do, right? You celebrate it and you tout it when it behooves you. And then when you're called out for it, then you retract your statements and act like, no, it's a stigma, it's a stereotype, it's
Yep.
blood libel. So that's why I give this example to lay credence to this concept that every time there is a person of color, whether they be black, whether they be Hispanic, whether they be even Arab, you will always find a J person behind it because unfortunately, they the ones that own the keys to the top, whether I like it or not. I could be the best basketball player in the world, but if I'm wearing a Free Palestine t-shirt, guess what? I'm not getting chosen. And that's just a
Right.
fact. What was
Hey,
that
real quick,
football? What was that football player?
Zio got by the people we're talking about. She didn't even say shit. I didn't even get a violation. Normally, it pops
The
something up.
algorithm, yeah.
I normally it'll pop something up. A guest in your live has done da 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 da. Nope, and they pulled her off. Crazy, fucking wild. But that's a great point, PhD. And not only that, but they were pushing, rappers, for example, to get all into the gang life or whatever and push that whole fucking stereotype shit. They were pushing that.
What is that
stuff.
football
Salam,
player
Salam, Mo,
recently?
you're talking about
host,
Aziz. Aziz, the football
it's not
player.
it's not even
Yeah,
just BLK people. Um, they look at white
WA
tea
money.
people as goyim too,
Yeah,
and they
that's
still
true.
they use white tea people in a certain way, like they use us. Like we all got to be in it together. The separation shit I don't like. Um, we can talk about our history. Y'all can talk about y'all history, but we all Americans, and I think that our country has been sold out. So I think we need to look more towards that than to separate ourselves and what happened to us and what happened to y'all or whatever. But I'm just saying, we have to come together. That's the only thing we can do.
No, gold. Is it the golden? The golden
Golden
calf.
Golden calf.
calf.
This whole come together narrative is that ship has sailed. I understand. Like I am the first person that wants to say let's hold hands and kumbaya this, but the system is already made and rigged. So to have like the outliers that say let's just come together, I wish that could happen, right? But ultimately, if you want to change anything, it has to be changed with your dollar. So if you say come together and let's do this with our money, money is the key, cash cow. That's king, right?
But
So
but but that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like if we take our dollars and don't give them why did they throw the tea in the Boston River? Why did they do that?
to
Because
affect,
no,
yeah, taxes, money,
that's
all
what
that to make a statement.
yeah. And so we need
Well,
to make a statement.
but I want you to think
Can
about something too. That's a matter of fact. About 50%, and I'm going to get back to the civil rights thing because I think that's kind of where Golden Cap is at with
Very
it too.
important.
50% of the quote unquote, and I hate to use the term white volunteers because what it does is it galvanizes Christian white America, which is
Yes, sir.
removed
Yep.
from this.
Hmm.
Let's call a spade, no pun intended here. The Jews, the Jays, accounted for 50% of the volunteers in the civil rights movement. Now, on one side, they'll tell you, well, see, look, we care about you. That's why we were involved. Don't you get it? We loved you. We cared about you. You didn't care about Black America when you threw a black man under the bus to take the crime for what your J person did and the reason why you formed the ADL. You tried to pin that on a black person. You only got involved when the J man was about to get lynched. That's when you realized you needed to care. And so you decided to use black individuals as a propeller, as a motivation way to get to where you wanted to be.
Yes,
That's what
sir.
they
That's
This
right.
did.
this isn't a statement though to say that all J people are like this.
Well,
But
you
That's
know
right.
what, Makita?
Zionism has made its little tentacles into the J community.
Well,
Like
That's
we
right.
cannot
Makita,
lie and say that's not happening. We
I will
can't
say
say
this.
that, yeah.
I will say this. Let me say where I'm at with it. Okay. And I have an unpopular opinion that's becoming more popular. The exception to the rule is not the rule, and that's what the brother Golden was saying to you. It is not within my purview, nor is it my responsibility to decipher who is and isn't causing me harm. It is
Absolutely.
within the purview of the community causing the harm to determine whom is and isn't causing the harm. In the same way, for example, Malcolm X gave a beautiful analogy. He said, if I'm in a neighborhood and the deli man has just punched me in the eye. The laundryman punched me in the eye. The crossing guard punched me in the eye. My school principal punched me in the eye. And they all happen to be white. And I say the statement, white men are dangerous. Am I the bad guy? Am I the problem?
No, not at all.
And that's what he's saying. He's saying it's not up to me. The people being victimized, we don't have the responsibility of deciphering who is good and who isn't, because we don't know what's in their head. We don't know what's in their heart. What if I told you, Nakia, that as part of the mantra of Zionism, that even the atheists should be openly declaring they don't support Zionism? What if I told you that's actually a model that they're taught?
Yeah, Theodore Herzl.
What if I told you that the person saying I'm not a Zionist is actually being taught to actually say that, because in saying that you still control the narrative?
Yes, I definitely get that, because I've heard stories of some J people saying, they were just taught these things from birth. They didn't understand or knew that there could be anything different. I've seen like different biographies and different interviews
There you
and things
go.
like that.
So
So I
is it so
definitely
now?
see that.
So if you were getting harmed, right? Like if you were in the
You have
era
no
of
choice but to
Malcolm
blame the
X.
group. Yeah, I understand
Thank you.
that.
There you go.
But what I'm
And then
saying
whose
is, like, I'm
responsibility
trying
is it?
to. If the burden is at their feet to prove
Bingo.
otherwise,
Done.
right?
That's it.
I completely
Done.
get that. I do agree with that for sure. But
But they're
even with
not.
those
They're
people who
not
don't
proving it.
know, and they don't feel like they have to. I think because
So why do they
you have
feel
people
like they
like
don't
What's
have
for
to?
Dinner. You have people like What's for Dinner who's thick in it, basically, who's thick in their family. That's what they believe.
But
This is
it's
what they've been
true
raised to
human being.
believe.
It's
And I
true
can't say
fucking
I
human
speak
being who
for
says they
That's
hate
for Dinner
fucking wrong. Yeah,
100%.
you're right.
I can't say that I speak for What's for Dinner 100%. I'll let her speak for herself. But for people like her who have family that they truly think, I am not in this, I am not indoctrinated, I am not, been taught to hate or taught to only support my people and their advancement, and that, like, I think my comment was for people like that. But I definitely hear you. The proof of burden is at their feet to say, I am not this. That's it. Like, if that's why you have even the white people and the issues with race in this country. The burden is at their feet to say, I'm not with them, I do not associate with them, and then show with their actions that they don't
Look
either.
at
So
look at Muslims. Like when
sorry about
after
that.
Hold on,
9/11.
hold
Oh, I'm sorry. I
hold
didn't
on
see the
before you.
timer.
No,
My
I
bad. My
didn't.
bad.
I know I had a
It
timer.
was
That's my
it
bad.
was for Nakia, because I got to do a PSA, but let me. You can have your 20 seconds if you want to land your plane, and then
No,
I'd like
go
to
ahead.
talk.
Go ahead. I landed.
Okay, yeah, real quick, guys.
I'm
Thank
sorry,
you so
Nakia.
much. No. Thank you so much, guys, for 250,000 likes. We are 50K away from 300K. Let's fucking do it. Shall we? Let's fucking get there. We got 131 people in there. If all of you are power tapping, we should get to 300K in the blink of a fucking eye. It shouldn't take too long. I'm about to reset my gifting goal, but let me say again, everybody gift the panelist, gift myself if you support the live. If you've learned anything, send something if you're able. I know it's fucking rough out there. I get it. It's rough for all of us. But currently there's a dino gifting up there, but I'm going to change that because it just kind of automatically rolled over. I have a Crash app, which is $LibLoudmouth. You can send something there if you'd like. And a Vimo, which is at LibLoudmouth also, if you want to support the live that way. All that information you can find in my bio as well. You guys have been awesome. The fucking panel's been great. The people in the comments, you guys are amazing. So I just wanted to thank you. And with that, we can continue the show. Go ahead, guys.
Can I just give you another piece of thing for the host? When people are tapping your screen, there's a quick way to repost the live that also boosts your algorithm. If they press and hold your face, they'll get a pop-up window, and there's a yellow bubble that says repost. If everyone does that, look at the bottom. You'll see it says PhD reposted. Yeah, that actually speeds up the process of hitting the stream faster. So if you guys all press and hold on the host's face and let go. Also, when you do that, if you'll notice the second time around, there's a window that pops up. You can quickly share the live much faster. So you can just go right down the list and shoot it out to everyone that you know.
Great tip. I also heard that if you
good shit.
If you posted it once, you can also delete that post and repost.
Let
and that
me tell you
also
something.
boosts that too.
You know why I don't gatekeep? Because we need more panels. Sincerely, we need more panels in different spaces speaking about this. Because for far too long, the people of the Middle East have been called every name in the book. Right? You're anti this. You're anti that. You're this. You're that. And it's like, hold on. You know what? When John says it, now people pay attention. But when Abdul's saying it, no one's listening.
Exactly.
Right? If Nakia is saying it, they're listening, right? If Hernandez is saying it, then they listen. But when Muhammad and Omar are talking, everybody was ignoring them,
But let
right?
me ask you this, a PhD, and this is a real question: are our politicians compromised?
Yes.
Fuck yeah.
1,000%.
Bro, let me.
That's not even a
I'm pulling up the
question.
video of Cory Booker. I'm doing it. Rabbi Shmuley and his
I just
kosher dildos.
while you're pulling that up, I just want to add. I just want to add on to Pesci's points when he brought up like the football player and stuff like that. Look at our vets, the vets that fought for this country. Literally, they broke his arm the other
Thank you,
day.
Kara.
They broke his
Yes.
arm because
That
he
was
didn't want to fight for
it was
Israel.
That was
ghastly.
That's a
In full
fact.
uniform too,
In
It
right?
full
was
uniform.
ghastly. You need to play
That's
that
a
video. That
fact.
was
A money.
horrible.
And you can hear the crack in his arm, and they just sat there
Yeah,
and
you
did
can
nothing.
hear it.
And it's crazy and it's wild. Like it just goes on to the point where Pesci was saying that you can talk about every group in this country, but you can't talk about Israel. And our
Right.
vet who literally fought for this country, he put his life on the line for this country, spoke up, and they broke his arm.
It
They broke
doesn't
his
But you,
matter.
arm.
do you know he's
Let
running?
me say this, please.
Hold on, but do you know
No,
he's running
excuse
for
me.
senator?
Excuse me.
Go ahead, go
What's for
ahead, go ahead.
dinner? You keep saying in the comments that we're hating all J people. You need to stop saying that. We're talking about Zionists. And so let's just talk about 70% of the J people who are Zionists. We're talking about those
Sorry.
people. We're not talking about people,
All of them. Literally said all.
excuse me. We're not talking about people like
Norm
the
Finkelstein
Hasidic
or
Jews who
fucking.
are out in the streets in New York who are fighting against Zionism. We're not talking about people like Norm Finkelstein who fight against Zionism. So
Right.
please stop making us out to be anti-Semitics.
Yeah.
Right.
And can I
They can
also
ignore what's
ask this
happening.
question? Would everyone agree that black people cannot be racist? Is that like
I
is
agree
that a
with
hot
that.
No,
take, or is that
we're not gonna do that one, bro.
okay?
Yeah, let's.
So
We not gonna do
That's a
here's this.
whole other
In this
argument. I'd rather stick to where
Yeah,
we're
we're not
at
gonna
because
do that
okay,
you're
one.
about
so
to trigger a
let me
bunch of fucking white liberals who are racist
okay, so
themselves and use the
let
N
me frame
word.
it this way.
Yet
Then
if you
let,
say that, they'll come in.
no, all right. So let me frame it like this. Okay, let me frame
Chop
it
it up
like
into
this.
bits.
Yeah. Let me frame it like this. Palestinians cannot be anti-Semitic because Palestinians are directly harmed by J people. So there's
Aren't
no
No,
they the
way.
actual
And
but you gotta
Semites?
Semitic.
understand.
And
Let
Semitic.
me. Well, yeah.
They're the only Semitic ones.
Palestinian
Right.
people are
Yeah,
Semitic. What are you
yeah.
talking about?
So let me land this. So if a Palestinian person today, anywhere in the diaspora or in Palestine, says I don't like J people, or even says I hate J people, they're within their rights to do that because they are directly being harmed by a state that is telling them that they are actively being removed and harmed because they are not J people. So they're within their rights to say that. So telling someone that they're out of character, out of line for saying that, well, I think you need to really put the shoes on your feet and walk in them before you decide how to judge how a person from a diasporic position feels, thinks, or believes. So why does Israel exist? Because they are Jays. Why are Palestinians being harmed? Because they are not. So what is Zionism? Zionism is the removal of people because they are not Jay. That's what it is.
Yeah, but look,
Well
it's
spoken.
not even just J people. Zionists, the majority of them are not J. But for some fucking weird reason,
But
they
y'all
jumped
not
on
calling
that
them what they really
bandwagon.
are.
And maybe it's
European?
because they think if they put
No, they
themselves next
Khazarians.
to. Is my mic muted?
You go ahead, go ahead.
No, we here.
Okay, let me play this video. This is Cory Booker, who has a rabbi on his back. This is during Purim. Purim, I'm not sure how to pronounce that shit, but during celebration while he was a Rhodes Scholar. This is before he became a politician. So when you ask, are the politicians taken? I mean, yeah, I'd say so because this was like
Isn't that such
he
a
was
symbol?
right. That's right. That's called
Yeah,
buck
by
breaking. Buck breaking ritual.
That's symbolic.
a humiliation ritual.
Yeah,
That's
They
right.
groomed
you got
him
a real point
before.
there.
They groomed him before he was even in politics. And this is what they do. They get their claws, like with the e-files. They get all these
Yep.
children to go into these politicians' rooms and they get the intel on them so that they can control them. This is what they do. It's not up for debate. We're not calling all J people that, but guess what? 90%, maybe 80% of people who say they're Jays are Zionists.
Yep. That's true.
But Zion, let me tell you
Did you
this.
pull
Let
up
me
that
tell you.
article, host? Did you pull up the article that I told you about?
I Googled it, but it wouldn't pull a fucking thing up.
I'm going to send it to you. The reason why I'm going to send it to you is because they mention a ritualistic ceremony. And in detail in that article, which was just published last year in April, in detail, you find the exact same ritual in the Epstein files that was actually
Wow.
practiced in detail. And
Yeah, he's
what I'm telling you, and I want everyone to pay attention to me. If you think that reality is fiction is strange, I'm telling you the reality we're in is stranger. In the article, it lists this young lady who's recanting a story about 6 to 9 men in a circle that lined up to, do what they do to this little girl who was being done by her father and uncle. Okay. Now, here's the crazy part. The crazy part is when you go to the Epstein Island, there's a sundial set to the position of
Yep.
6 and 9 in a circle. And in the center of that sundial, you'll notice that there's strange benches that are arranged in a very unusual manner. And the circular position, the 6 to 9 position, the way that everything was aligned. I did a whole live just talking about Kabbalah and the practices of these Frankish Sabbatai people in detail. We studied this in detail, and it's actually it's very morbid to say the least. Did
so
you
so
guys
so
see?
so,
Did
so
you
let
guys
me ask
see
you this.
the head of our blood banks that was just recently departed in 2019? Was part of the EP files. Was filmed in Jamaica, requesting the ovaries of these three Jamaican women at the table.
Oh my God.
And then he was saying to them, I'll buy your placentas. I don't know why you get rid of them. If you know anyone that's getting rid of it, let me know. And did you know that eating placenta is considered kosher and that it's actually encouraged? There's a black market in Israel for eating placentas that are black marketed from places like Taiwan, places like Hong Kong. Interestingly enough, the same two places that China has had a problem reining the reins in on. Eating
So
flesh of human beings is considered kosher, by the way.
so Molek, let me ask you this. Damn, PhD. Let me ask you this. What God are they doing that for?
Ball.
Well, that's a great question. That's a great question. I'll tell you what. What I'll say is this, and I have a lot of my viewers that came in and followed me here, host. So welcome to the team, everybody. What I'll say is this, and they'll attest to this. For 3.5 weeks, I have been going hard at the beliefs. Ask me how many rabbis came up to counter any position. Ask me how many Zionists came up to counter any of my positions.
Probably none
Zero.
because we know it.
Zero.
Did you
We know
ask
it's
them
we know it's
why
Molek.
after they circumcise the baby boy they have to suck the blood? Did you ask them that?
Right.
That's a
Did you
weird
ask them why?
tradition.
Did you ask them why the Talmud tells them that they can grape a 3-year-old girl 3 years and some days?
Three
It's
years
because
and
her
one day.
hymen will grow back. They have
Yeah,
a
and
lot of real
also and
demonic
also
rituals.
and
But
also
ma'am, you
a
gotta
woman.
understand that you gotta understand that the Talmud is rabbinic information. We gotta go to the Torah.
Oh, live
Only
visibility
conceded.
restricted for 10 minutes.
Yeah, you get
Demonic
you get
creature. You have to drop me from the
Okay.
demonic creatures.
Well,
Those
it
are
Crazy.
wasn't.
everything.
It.
You're
Crazy.
Oh yeah.
demons. You're
It,
demons. We're coming for
yeah.
you, demons.
Crazy.
Yeah. Got
What
it.
the
Got to.
fuck?
Got to drop you,
Okay.
You gotta
Zio.
drop me because I
Yeah. All
called them
right. See
demons.
ya.
Stop drinking
Man.
baby's
See
blood.
ya.
Stop drinking wiggly worm blood, you bastards.
All right.
Yeah. That
so
Okay.
hey,
so
Now.
I
Sam
agree with you.
Harris.
That's Molek.
Okay.
I just want to give you guys some facts if I can. Sam Harris, if you
Go
can pull
ahead.
him up. Sam Harris had an interesting conversation with the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur. He had an interesting conversation where Sam Harris says, "Well, what's wrong with eating babies?"
Huh.
And by the way, Sam Harris, for those of you who don't know, Sam Harris has been a very strong, very anti-Muslim, very anti-Arab. He's been hosted several times on Bill Maher, and he's been considered a quote unquote political pundit and Mideast expert. He's also a writer for the Mideast Forum and the David Horowitz Foundation. So you have someone that's arguing, right, the ethics and the morality of what it's like and why we should not eat babies, especially since we have an overabundance of them. And isn't it better than to just get rid of them? They're a source of food.
I saw that
And the other
video.
figure I'm going to give you, if I may, and I'll land here, is that I challenge, it's an open challenge. I've been saying this. I've been begging for rabbis to come and refute me. I've been begging. In fact, I reached out to Shmuley. He's denied me several times, but he did slap my phone out of my hand when I did meet up with him in Times Square
Rabbi
in
Shmuley?
2023. Yes, while he tried to harass and menace.
Did you ask
of
him to give
Palestinian
you a
protesters.
discount at his shop that he runs with his
No.
daughter?
No, actually, this was even before I even knew he owned one, which was crazy. Had I known that, I'd have just probably, worn one for him.
He smacked him upside the head with one of his dildos. Oh my god!
And so there's a lot of rulings. If there's any listeners out there, instead of reporting the live, I encourage you all to please come on my platform. I'd love to get to the nooks and crannies of what aspect of your faith you believe resonates with Christianity. Number one. Secondly, I'd like you to explain to me how you and why you have chosen to not assimilate in America, and why we should even consider continuing to support you, and how we shouldn't be really self-conscious of you even being around our society. I think the mantra is see something, say something. And I'm encouraging all Americans to be hyper vigilant around these people. I mean, I genuinely mean this, be hyper vigilant around these people.
PhD, let me ask you this question. How much damage has Christianity done in the world today?
I would argue not nearly as much as Zionistic Christianity has.
So are we putting Zionistic Christianity in the same boat?
No.
So there's a difference between Zionism and Christianity, right?
Yes.
I mean, if we get indoctrinated, then we got to go with the indoctrination. Christianity is not
I think the host
Judaism.
wants to play a video. Let him play this video, and then
All right, go
we
ahead,
can
go
have
ahead.
that.
Yeah, this I believe is
babies. What's wrong with eating babies? If we've got extra babies
Oh
around
my
that nobody wants,
God.
why can't we eat them, right? Why can't we eat babies?
There you go. Just because
Yikes,
I
alright.
just know that somebody will be like, oh my God, on Liberal Loudmouth Show, did you not? They were like making crazy things up, like saying that people wanted to eat babies.
Making it up. Oh my God.
So you
I
play
have
the
one
clip,
thing.
and then they'll say, but that's AI, is what they're going to fucking come back with, no doubt.
Here's another fun fact for you. So everyone's ever heard of the Knights Templar?
Yes,
like the
sir.
so you see those.
Now we got to be careful
crucifixes?
on this. Oddly enough, that shit got at me a fucking 7-day banana.
Ooh, okay.
Wow.
So I'll say
and
the
and
Knights
the
T.
Freemasons also. That
Yeah,
shit
no.
got
I'll
me.
say the
Yeah.
Knights T then. I'll say the Knights T. All right. So, so the Knights T and the crucifix that they're actually using, that Teet Hegseth has tattooed on his chest. So what if I told you guys that's actually a Frankist symbol? It's not an
Frankist?
actual true. Yeah, it's a Frankist symbol. It's formulated in formality with what is known as the Kabbalah map. So when you get a chance, pull up the Kabbalah map and you'll see what I'm talking about. So you're going to go ahead and pull up Kabbalah map, and then I'll go over it. So the Knights Templar did something really crazy that most Christians don't know, and I doubt Pete Hegseth even knows. They were cannibals.
But who were cannibals? I mean, I've heard this before.
Oh yeah, the Knights T were cannibals.
Is that where
They
okay?
believe that unaliving and eating your enemy elated your spirituality. And here's an interesting fact, right? The Knights T come from Europe, right? Now, why would they go into the heart of Christianity and slaughter Christian Palestinians if you're going there to free the land of infidels, so to speak? And then subsequently, why would they go to a land only seeking Solomon's seal when all of the J's were looking for Solomon's seal? And
Sounds
how
like
did they
a
know
Raiders of the Lost
where
Ark
the
shit.
Solomon seal was, right? Like, why, where did they know to look? How did they know to look? And why did they need to be exclusive and distinct of the army of the already entering church? They went there as militiamen, right? And so now you have a couple of questions. Let's say Nakia lived in my house, right, 1,000 years ago and passed the key down to her family. Now her family knows that this key goes directly to this house. No one else knows. Who's going to come look for it? Nakia's family.
Yeah.
See how that works? And so were the Knights
What
Templar
I'm gonna say
really,
is this. Hold
were
on.
the
What I'm gonna
Knights
say is this.
Templar, one second, Golden, were the Knights
Go ahead.
Templar really Christian? Or were they these Frankists that converted to hide their identity?
Exactly.
Here's
I'm sorry, but hearing all of what you guys are saying, and I
mind
wish I could have
blowing,
said
right?
this before. What's her name? What's for dinner left? But these type of knee-jerk reactions of everything that we are saying is hate, instead of just actually listening to what we're saying. It's like you can't listen to all of this in a in a row, all at the same time, and not assume that there's some kind of agenda or some kind of background conspiracy. And that people are basically blending in with other people just to hide their true. It makes
Well, that's
sense. I'm
that's
sorry,
why I
it's making
call
a lot of
them
sense. So,
that's why I call them the invasive species. And I mean that. I don't care how abrasive it
no,
sounds.
it sounds exactly what it
Because
is.
that's what it is. In order to go into an ecosystem that you're foreign to, right? You have to manipulate and mimic your surrounding. And so, as in Rome, do as the Romans, right? Like
Hmm.
Paul. What did Paul say? Paul said, when I'm in Rome, I'll be like a Roman. And then when I'm around the Jays, I'll be a Jay. So he was already practicing this invasive species tactic way before it even happened. And I know that's a hot
Manipulation
take, but
shit.
that's the reality. That's
And
that's
that's
just the
how they've
reality.
been so good at it, because they have no like moral compass that tells them to not do these things, and they're willing to engage in shit that other people just aren't and don't really even conceive of. That's why they have these fucking these groups on TikTok that they're able to send out en masse and do shit, and then they make you think you're crazy, or they make other people think you're crazy. They've been doing that
Well, liberal,
fucking over and over and over
Yo,
again. It's crazy.
PhD.
isn't it in
They
their
went
books
into
that they
they
can
went
do these
into
atrocities, like these certain atrocities? Isn't it written in their book?
yes, it's
But
called eschatology.
books are dangerous. They are dangerous because anybody could put anything in a book.
Of course, but this is why they justify everything that they're doing. Oh,
Right.
they said that my land was here and it's in the Bible, or not the Bible, but it's in their book and it's here. So therefore, because this said so, now I'm allowed to come here and take over. Oh, well, my
So
book
let me
says that
ask you.
I'm allowed to, put my mouth on certain things, and as Zio said.
But let me ask you. Let me ask you this as a woman: do you go with your
Hello, everyone.
intuition, or do you go with what you just think?
um, um, I would have to go with my intuition first and then think about what I just felt and then act accordingly.
Okay.
But I'm not going along
So
with what some book told me.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like at the end of the day, we got to go off our intuition. We
Well,
all think right now that Zios are infiltrating our country, and if
infiltrated.
you
Yeah,
Right, it's done
infiltrated,
already.
yeah, it's a done deal.
Right. That's why this prompt, is there
Well,
any hope for the world? Will religious nut jobs win? I think they already have, and we're just kind of fighting in a system that's already there to trip us up or keep us in line. That's
so
that's my whole take of
I
are
it.
we
will say
losing?
I
Are
will
we
say
losing right now?
I will
Losing,
Yes.
say
I think we've lost.
Nakia,
That's something
let
I
me give you
ask. That's something I ask often. Is like, have they already got to the point of no return? And I'm not 100% sure that we have, but because when we have these conversations, they're able to just shut us down. Like, I am surprised that my live has been up throughout all of this conversation. I expect it'll be taken down at some point,
nah, you
So
good. My team knows what's up.
it's
My
well,
team knows how to conduct business.
I have a group of probably about 1,000 liberals that what have you, that have that come in here and just sit and report my shit. So
Oh
I
my
am
God.
surprised.
But
Yeah,
host,
no,
Let me
they have to let us talk about it in a certain kind
well
of way,
let,
just
I,
to appease us.
well I
I'm
was gonna
saying
I was gonna just land this point to Nakia real quick, if you
Go
may.
ahead.
So Nakia, I'm gonna say this, right? I was on a Spanish speaking live, and I have a great sister in your comment section. Her name is Rafa. She's a bilingual speaker. She speaks Spanish, she speaks English, she speaks Arabic, right?
Mhm.
And oftentimes than not, the majority of the Spanish speaking world that continues to support the blue and white state will actually, you'll think that they would be from Venezuela. Like they're saying they're Venezuelan, or they're Puerto Rican. They're saying they're Puerto Rican, or they're Dominican, or they're Peruvian, or they're Mexican. Well, guess what? Steinbaum is a Mexican president, but do you think Steinbaum is really Mexican?
Oh no.
Okay. And so what I'm saying to you is this, is that an invasive species understands their environment, right? They know the culture, they know the people, they know the society, they know the fabric. They know how to
Assimilation is key. Yeah.
not just assimilation, but usurpation,
Mimicry.
complete mimicking,
Mimicry.
complete mimicking. I give this analogy all the time. There's a particular type of octopus that is thriving, unfortunately, in the ecosystem of the Bahamas, and it's an invasive species, and it knows how to pretend to be a starfish. It can hide under the sand and pretend to be a freaking crab. Like if you looked at it, it knows how to move tentacles like a crab. It knows how to shrink its body and look like a flatfish. So it understands how to survive in its environment. And so what happens oftentimes is we get, or we believe we get, these people in our side that are saying all the right things. And so you must be on my team because you're saying all the right things about Black America and the oppression.
Right.
And then you sneak in, and that's why Israel is one of the best democratic states. You understand?
No, I follow you for sure.
And that's what they've been doing to white America. And that's why I call Jake Lang, whenever someone's cosplaying, I call it Jake Langen.
Right.
You know, you're Jake Langen.
And that's why
Right,
you'll
for lack
see
of
a
a
lot
better
of
term.
liberals engage in that shit too, where they will argue over a word, something, what you said, how you said it, instead of the content of it. Your intent doesn't even matter, and they'll devolve a good conversation into that shit. It's
And all of a
it's
sudden you're phobic this
so
or-
that nobody ever
What
gets
am-
to
what
a
I-
point, nobody ever makes their point, nobody ever gets across to a resolution of any kind, or making common ground with somebody else. They just fuck it all up, and I think it's purposeful for that reason that
Bingo.
he's talking about right there.
Host, let me ask you this. Jake Lang is here to bring separation between me and you. I'm never going to let him do that.
Yeah,
If we
Jake
have the
Lang is a
same morals,
fucking idiot.
if we have the same morals and we have the same ideology, then I don't care what nobody say. I'm just gonna run with this, my bro. I'm just gonna run with my bro. And if y'all don't like that, then this is a new wave because we waking up to these people has done something to us where they try to put us against each other. But I don't even think that's the. We've been indoctrinated, and so um, I'm getting rid of that, bro. Um,
Yeah,
whatever
he's a
you want to do,
plant.
bro.
He's a plant.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why people should be more suspicious of others' motivations when they come in and do stupid shit like that. Like he's over sucking off the wall in fucking Israel, and then turning around talking about unaliving Jays. Like
Yeah, I'm getting rid of that, bro.
yeah, and then he's got a video out there. This dumbass, he's like eating bacon or cooking bacon with the fire that he built from a Quran. He's like, and I'm
think
like,
about what he's doing.
So stupid.
He's living up. Host. You know what's even worse than that? If I was a devout Christian, I would be more insulted that he is thinking that being a Christian means being a nasty, degenerate person. He's stereotyping and cosplaying as a Christian, being extremely disrespectful and disingenuous and harmful. And so, like, devout Christians should be like, "What the hell are you doing? That's not us."
Yeah, that sounds like Valentina Gomez, actually.
Well, Pesci, did you see the guy that said that we have our first J president, and Trump is like nodding his head?
Yes.
He's also cosplaying as a Christian. That man is a J man. That's why he kissed that wall. Y'all, I want y'all to know that he kissed that wall because we have a J president.
Your PhD, do you think this is actually maybe also like real?
What does that say? Can you move? I can't read that.
That's this CYM conspiracy with the adrenochrome thing. Back in 2020, there was a document leaked. You can find it on archive.org, where they are talking like have like official documents about the sale of blood
Well,
of
let's not forget that right here
minors.
in my city, in New York City, and the neighboring state in New Jersey, Money, you remember this when there was a bunch of rabbis and city officials that were selling organs.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Did you guys hear about that, or did they keep it hush hush that the rest of the world didn't know about? Literally, rabbis harvesting and selling organs in New York City and New Jersey.
Crazy. That's maybe
Or
also
did you guys hear about the
those
tunnels
underground
that
things.
were
Yeah,
happening in New?
yeah.
All right. Do you know what they were doing in the tunnels?
Probably sacrificing and
Well,
abuse.
there's a great podcast if you guys want to put. No, even better, host, pull this up. Go to YouTube and pull up. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you the name of it right now. I have it on my YouTube actually. I'm gonna pull it up for you. It's I think the name of the podcast originally was called "This Podcast is GAY." That's the name of the podcast. And the rabbi Saltzman admits that they were actually doing seances by cutting bodies down there in order to bring the soul back of their Messiah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he admits it. Openly admits it. Let me pull it up on my history, and it's the whole interview, so nobody can say, "Oh, this is edited or taken out of context." Like, no, the same accusations that these folks have been making against the Muslim world, the Arab world. This is exactly verbatim what they have been doing, and this is why I say every accusation from these community is actually an admission.
Yeah, like Zio in the comments was talking about, is it's not proof of anything, but you put two and two together, you're going to get four. The increase in transplants, record numbers, all of a sudden out of nowhere, from one year to the
They
next. Where do they
and they
get the
spearhead
organs?
and they spearhead the migration. Did you see how this blue and white agency went to Europe to actually help smuggle in immigrants? Did you read about that? They came right here
No.
to
What?
America. They went to America and they went to Europe and they were helping smuggle illegal immigrants. Go pull up the blue and white state's name. Nonprofit helps smuggle immigrants Europe, and you'll pull it up. So while they're trying to maintain this type of hegemony in their society and their kind of like prejudicial practice, they're trying to export to everywhere else. And then what does that cause? It causes societal disruption where now you're looking at a bunch of Muslims and Arabs and Indians and Pakistanis, and you're like, why are you here? You're disrupting my country.
Which, right. Not disruption because they're here, but disruption because it upsets the people that are already there and gets them bickering and fighting over bullshit.
Yeah, and they will ultimately profit from that, right? Because they will cause like this conflict with migrants. Therefore, you will be less sympathetic to migrants. Therefore, you will not care what Israel does. And therefore, there will be more Jewish people down there because it's less Muslim people, right?
Yeah, when the reality is, if you want to stop the immigration, stop fucking with those countries, stop destabilizing their economies, and stop
Exactly.
destroying it. And then people wouldn't be trying to run to the only countries left that have an economy, because those are the countries that are fucking their shit up. It's crazy.
But
It's like,
when you look at immigration, we have people in New Jersey who is really just
oh,
using us for billions of
A
dollars.
money. They got A money. Hold on, real quick. Themes that some may find uncomfortable. If they remain in your live will be unavailable to some audiences. Did you show a picture or something, A money?
She ain't do nothing. She barely spoke.
That's crazy. Yeah, I've got to drop you. Maybe come back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't say nothing though. They out here, y'all.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I've got a group of fuckers that were told to come in here and report my shit. So they're probably just reporting all of you constantly. Imagine
That's
spending that much
wild.
energy. Yeah, imagine spending that much
I swear,
energy
people
on
don't
it.
got no time. People got no time in their lives. That's why. You can drop me. It's all good.
Right.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you
you
for
for
having
being
me,
here.
though.
I appreciate
It's
it.
about time.
Yep.
No problem. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Bye,
See
y'all.
ya. Like, what the hell? It says misinformation policy. What the fuck? It's like, you didn't say anything. That's misinformation. What the fuck?
Oh no,
Don't
let
worry,
me say
they
something
don't
real quick.
control it.
Something.
They don't
Like-
control anything. Don't worry. They don't control anything.
Well, they'll get my shit taken down. I probably should, because normally I end my live at 1 o'clock. So I'd probably, like, pressing my luck here by staying on.
I love the TikTok shop.
The TikTok shop.
You know that?
Fuck it.
Do you know that if you talk about the TikTok shop positively,
Right.
you get points?
That's what I hear. And F1 in the comment section. I don't know if that works or not, but I see
Wait,
everybody
if you talk
do
about
it.
TikTok shop politely, what happens?
Okay, I got it.
It'll boost your live, apparently. Because
Yeah.
they want people
shop,
to
go
go and
buy
buy
from
shit.
there.
Yeah, go buy some shit.
TikTok shop has a 30% off coupon. I suggest you all get there and go get your bluff snacks right now.
You can get
I
this
got
hat. You can get this hat on my showcase.
I got you the name of this
Probably those
YouTube.
earphones.
Hold on.
I got you the name of the YouTube.
What y'all
One second,
saying
Golden.
here?
1 second, Golden. 1 second. The name
Go
of the
ahead.
YouTube. Pull it up, and you're just gonna blow your mind. The name of this YouTube is called Rabbi Expose Truth Synagogue of Satan Secret Tunnel, and then I want you to skip to 14 minutes and 12 seconds. 14:12.
David,
You're going to see Trump. You're going to see Trump. He's around 14:12, and then it'll pick up from 14:13 forward.
So are you telling me a timeline on the
Not you,
video?
not you. I'm talking to the host.
I got it. Is this okay?
Yes, that's
All
it.
right,
It'll pick
here we
up
go.
right after that. So around 14:13,
Vote
14:14.
all 7 swing states, which is a big deal. It's pretty unusual to do that. And we have a great mandate from the people. And part of our mandate is we're going to have a great relationship with your country.
And sometimes the rituals might involve someone who recently died, and we'll bring him down there. And we're trying to do a ritual to bring back the Messiah, which is a Schneerson, if you heard about him on the news. So he died many years ago, but we have rituals that we believe we can bring him back. And so...
so how do these rituals
Was that the main guy who was sort of instructing on the tunnels?
Well, that was a long time. He's like the head. He's the head rabbi, and he's
Right.
the guy that we look for direction.
Right, and the news was saying that he is potentially not passed on.
Right, that's right. So we don't know that, so we try to do rituals to try
To bring
see if we can
him
bring him back.
back.
Correct, exactly.
So how do these? Can you explain the rituals and why does it involve a mattress?
I don't want to go to the details of the rituals, but basically we don't put the body on the floor, we put the body on
Right.
the mattress, and sometimes we might make an incision somewhere on the body, and a little bit of blood will come out. But I don't want to go into the details.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, you mentioned when we talked
What
on
the
the phone
fuck?
that you brought a book with you.
Yes.
Is this?
Yes, this is the type of book I bought, and this is the type of book that describes different types of rituals and things of that nature.
So how does that? Like, can you explain the book?
Well, it's too detailed to go through the book. It's a detailed book, but I suggest if you have a chance and you want to get the book, you can read it.
The Book of Living and Dying.
Yes, the Tibetan Book of Living and Dying.
So where did you guys learn? You guys use this for the rituals?
Yeah,
Is this an ancient Judaism thing?
No,
or-
we use some different books, and this is one of the books.
So how did you learn of this though?
Again, through other members.
Okay. And you don't want to get into the ritual at all? Like, so you're laying someone who are these bodies that you're putting on the mattress?
it.
These are basically members of the synagogue who recently passed away.
Oh. So they're dead.
Right, they're already dead.
Oh.
You missed that part, Tony?
I didn't know if there were people sacrificing their lives or
No, they're not
So they
sacrificed. They
say.
die of natural causes or
Oh.
whatever. And before
So
you
they
bury them
say.
in a cemetery, you basically bring them down
into the tunnel
for a ritual. That's it. It's more like it's not something spoken about, okay? But you could understand, just like other maybe
you
other
could understand.
religions or something. When someone dies, they might keep the body in the house. For a
Yeah,
couple
you
days.
can do that.
Yeah, same idea. So it would be no different than some other religion keeping a dead body in the house for a couple of days. They all have different rituals.
Well, yeah. So the incision you mentioned, can you describe what's the purpose of that?
Well, like I just said before, it's just a ritual, and the incision is just part of the ritual, and hoping to bring back the Messiah. You see, here's the.
Wow.
I brought some notes, and if
Yeah.
you want to really go through it, so that's the book we use. That's the book to bring people from the afterlife. Okay, so if you believe in that, I don't know if you believe in the afterlife.
Yeah.
Oh, you do? Okay,
Yeah.
so if you believe in the afterlife, then fine. Then you believe that many years ago in Egypt there was a method to bring people back from the afterlife, and we're using that type of method.
Invoked
Okay.
Egypt.
And the thing is, like, what do you call? The ritual itself, okay, is basically what we believe in is to bring that individual back. And we might read some verses from the book. You know, I'm speaking to you in general.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's not,
Absolutely.
I'm not giving it to you exactly, but those are some of the notes I have. You know, we said every person that dies in a ritual, we try to bring him back, the Messiah. Okay, we know the body is soulless. We know it's, and so you
Once they die, yeah.
right.
Do you shroud the body?
Do we shroud the body, like cover them up?
Yeah.
We'll cover them up, bring them, like, yes, but won't be covered up entirely.
Fully. Oh,
Correct, exactly. So that's it. So the blood, like I said, see in my notes here, so the blood's from the incision made in a mattress, and we hope that the Messiah spirit will come into that. That's what we hope for. Okay, we believe, like you said, you even brought it up, and you know that Shinirson was the Messiah. We believe in him. He died many years ago, but you said he might be alive, which is possible. And if he's dead, we try to bring him back. If he's alive, let it be.
So Dirk pulled up here on screen a wiki.
Now, is there more from that you wanted us to hear? Because I
So I'm going to give you guys some context as he's skipping over. So if you noticed, he invoked ancient Egypt. Did you hear him say, well, ancient Egypt? Okay, we do some stuff like that. What he's actually invoking...
mummification type shit.
No. No. Mummification is too respectful. What they're talking about with the ancient Egyptians, when they believed you restored the soul, what they actually did, if you can skim a little bit backwards, go back to the mattress. I want to show you something crazy. Go back to the mattress, right? When you see the image of the mattress, I want everyone to look at the mattress, right? Now, here's something cool that most people don't know. If you've been around a dead body long enough, blood coagulates within minutes. So dead bodies don't bleed. That's why when they go and have to take blood from somebody, it's very difficult because what you're getting is plasma. It's usually clear and it drips. It doesn't coagulate. So what you're looking at is fresh blood. That's not dead blood, okay? That's fresh blood. Now, what happens is in ancient Egypt, they believed that the brain was useless. It was a big ball of snot.
Right.
And that the spirit of a human in the reincarnation process re-entered through the eyes. And so when you now situate that, what you're looking at is the process of removing brain in order for the soul to take root. And how did they remove the brain? They removed it through the nostrils.
Right.
So when he was invoking, removing things and practicing the ancient Egyptians, that's what he was talking about. That's why you have that matter that's so dark, because the only thing that comes out dark matter. Yes, you got it.
Right.
And that's why you have to lay them on the floor, because it's a process where you have to be affixed atop of the body to be yanking and pulling as opposed to bent over on a table. The second thing that he invoked was the Tibetan book. Now, for those of you who don't know what the Tibetan book is, the Tibetans believed in reincarnation, and they wrote some very, very specific stuff when it came to how the soul reintroduces itself and the journey of the soul and whatnot. This corresponds instinctly with the Kabbalah map. Now, did you get a chance? Pull up the Kabbalah map and you'll see what I'm talking about. When you pull up the Kabbalah map, you'll notice that the Kabbalah map has 11 fixed points in some parts and 10 fixed points in others. And this is where you get numerology. And the Tibetans understood both the importance of numbers, and they also understood the importance of like the foundation, the building blocks of life. So they tied every built thing to a spiritual capacity. And that's exactly what Kabbalah is. That's why they're very methodical with which type of spirituality they kind of like play around with. And the other crazy part that you need to know is when you're looking at how they do blood. By the way, that's 730 Eastern Parkway. That place is around the corner from my house. That's where I live. And so that's literally around the corner from my house. When they walked in there, do you notice if you try to do a Google search, guys, and I encourage you to do this, host, when you get a chance, do a Google search. You'll listen to 100 rabbis give you an excuse that was cholent. That was just some brown pasta that spilled. That was some kids that were visiting and they were goofing around. That's nothing. It's nothing to worry about. Don't worry about it. And then you got this guy saying the complete opposite. And the reason why he's saying the complete opposite is because within the Talmud, and I challenge people all the time, they're told to not teach us what they're doing because we would never understand them. So he's actually going against his own teachings, being honest about it. I was actually shocked that Rabbi Saltzman would be that honest. There you go. You see it? Scroll back down. Wait, scroll, go up. Remember that crucifix I showed you? Now, if you look at the crucifix that is being worn, now we'll look at the top point and then look at the bottom point, look at the point to the left and look at the point to the right. And if you notice, there's a line. That's the crucifix. That's the Knights Templar, because it's a manifestation of what? Of word, spirituality, truth, and secrecy. Those are the 4 points that they use. So what Pete Hegseth thinks is an invocation of his Christian identity is actually a Kabbalistic invocation. He doesn't even know it.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Or maybe he does know
Crazy
it.
shit. Now, real quick, Debo, I assume you heard and saw all of that. What is your immediate knee-jerk response to that video and all of this stuff you just heard?
Religions do weird shit.
I mean, that you ain't lying. But is that not
like show me?
Is that
show,
some
yeah,
weirder
I mean,
shit?
Yeah, it's weird, man. People do all weird shit. Like there's undoubtedly every religion has an eye opener from in the eyes of another. You know, like that's just.
What was the biggest eye opener for you for Christianity? Like when you saw them doing or heard about a ritual that Christians were doing, what was the thing that you would characterize?
I don't know. I've never, as a Christian, I've never done like any kind of seance or we pray and we try to follow Christ and we try to be.
Well, you just said all religions have their weird stuff.
Good-minded.
So what,
right. So like I would
about,
say. I would say like, Mormonism is pretty much the only religion I was raised Christian. I would say that like the way that, like for me personally, like my biggest contention with the LDS churches is like the way that Joseph Smith was, a 14-year-old boy and was, out in the woods and found God and Jesus and the Holy Ghost. You know what I mean? Like, to me, I don't know why God would choose a 14-year-old boy. You know what I mean? Like that's just to me just kind of, and then to have however many wives. I know it was a different time back then. They did it for different reasons, whatever. But like I don't think that I mean even there's religions still practice polygamy today. Throughout the world, so it's not like just Christians have ever practiced polygamy. So, I mean, to me, man, like I think that the biggest thing that I have religion that like more people.
Oh, we lost you, Debo. Can't hear you.
So I don't know if many people know Joseph Smith, the founder of LDS.
Sorry,
he has Jewish beginnings, right?
Call.
Did you know that he has Jewish beginnings?
Yeah. That's news to me, but sure.
Yeah, so Joshua Sextus was a respected Sephardic Jewish scholar. He's actually from a New York family. And he was a rabbi with the Gershom Maimonides Sextus sect. And he ended up going and teaching Joseph Smith Hebrew and Judaism. And he taught a very
is that how Joseph Smith knew how to translate the Book of Mormon?
Yes, and then also, not only that, this is where you get this Frankist teaching of polygyny and an early being able to marry like a sister and two sisters and a mother and a daughter. Why he had some initial teachings of superiority with, we're the selected breed was one of the original quotes that he used versus others. Because a mainstay Christian identity, right, is inclusive, not exclusive, right? It's inclusive, right? Christ came for all according to the general understanding of Christianity, not to some. So who and what group has a very specific exclusive identity?
I wouldn't say it's Christians.
Right. Who does?
Right.
What group of people is claiming to be the chosen?
Well, I think, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And so when Joseph Smith gets this, what he does is he goes, I'm familiar with Christianity, but this concept within this realm that I'm being taught by, Rabbi Gershom makes sense. So what he did is a hybrid, and he just altogether usurped it. And this is why, if you notice, the staunchest supporters of It's Not Real is always coming from the LDS, because their early beginnings stem from this belief of this superiority concept.
Yeah, because he
I
was a
don't
teacher
really
of
hear many
Hebrew, wasn't he?
LDS denounce. I don't hear many LDS people denounce Judaism as a whole.
Right,
I've
they don't.
never.
That's why they
Yeah.
support it.
Well,
That is wild to me. Like, so you mean like the separation aspect of the LDS got coupled with, you know, kind of the whole thing with Christianity, and that's why they are like separated, isolated to
Yeah,
themselves.
so Smith ends up studying real
well,
diligently under this rabbi named Sextus, right? And if you want to look him up, it's spelled Seixas, right? And he was a
Yeah.
very prominent. This is not like some laissez-faire dude. The guy he studied under is an extremely prominent scholar. This is
well,
like this is like studying from a dude who came out of Vatican City. You get what I'm saying?
yeah.
So he's
So,
not studying out of some
but Mormonism
guy.
doesn't even denounce that Jesus. They even promote that Jesus was a Jew.
Exactly, but
They've
was he?
never denounced.
Watch
They've
this.
never. Yeah,
Was
but
he?
they've never denounced him as Christian. The Christians don't believe like that. That's kind of where Judaism and Christian kind of merge, because even Catholics don't protest Jesus to be Christian. Christianity is in the name of Christ. It's not
No,
in
no,
the
no.
name of an ideology. It's in the
Right.
name of Christ, and they worship. They believe that Jesus was our way to heaven,
Correct.
because he forgave our sins by dying
Correct.
on the cross. So
Correct.
it's not. So you're kind of like trying to squeak something in there that's not really a there,
No,
because
no, no. I didn't
Christians.
squeak anything in there. I'm
Well,
telling you the
no. I'm just saying
beginnings.
you're kind of you're saying by Joseph Smith, like, being fluent in Hebrew, like you're just. I'm not trying to say you're doing anything. I'm just saying, like, even Christians still believe that Jesus was a Jew. So, but the Jews don't even believe that their Messiah has
You're
come
making an
back to earth.
argument. You're explaining something I didn't say. What I'm
I'm
saying
just
to you,
okay.
what
Go
I'm
ahead.
Yeah, I feel
saying to
like
you
we've
is,
moved the goalpost or something.
yeah, what I'm saying to you
I'm not. No,
is
I'm
that
not.
Joshua Sextus, a very prominent rabbi from the Goshen Maimonides of New York family, this is a scholar of Judaism, randomly, haphazardly decides to migrate to Vermont and have conversation with some random person to create a religious identity called the Latter-day Saints, just out of nowhere. This is like telling me the Pope decides to visit Brooklyn, New York, knock on my door and go, Pesci, I want to teach you Catholicism. It doesn't make sense. You understand? People don't understand. People need to understand the
No.
foundation of, brother, let
What?
me land.
You're
You
right.
need to
I thought you were
understand the
done.
conversation of what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying to you.
I'm.
The
I'm
Franks,
okay. Sorry. I thought you were done again. My bad.
Go
the
ahead and let it.
The Franksists, okay, they have this belief system that they need to invent chaos in all communities. Some even converted to Islam. Some even converted to Catholicism. In fact, you hear this term crypto Jays, right? Ever wonder why Portugal seceded from Spain? Because the majority of the crypto Jays went to Portugal. Where did Columbus come from? Portugal. Where did he go? Spain. What happens at the fall of Andalusia? 1492, forced conversion. Haphazardly, Columbus decides, I think I'll go discover some land. Everything needs to follow, you need to follow history, right? You need to follow history. And this is not to get caught up in a theological discussion. We need to get to the foundation of where things came from and why. All things happen within a context, not within a vacuum. And so Joseph Smith is just another extension of this, what I call the invasive species.
Crazy.
You're,
Now,
you're,
real
you're,
quick, let me do a quick PSA, Debo. I haven't done one in a while. We are, guys, we are almost to 300,000 likes. We're at 289, 11K away. Please keep tapping, and thank you guys so much. I really appreciate that. We got
Brother, I have to
116.
slide. I'm
You have
sorry, I
to-
have to go, but I just wanted to
Oh,
thank you
okay.
so much. I'm sorry to
Dude,
interrupt
no,
you. I really do apologize.
I
Thank
appreciate it,
you.
man. It's been a pleasure,
Nice
for real.
meeting you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
no, no, no.
everyone.
I
I
appreciate
appreciate you. Thank you to your mods. Thank you to your team. You guys have been awesome, and I'm so sorry to interrupt you to cut it short, but I
No,
got a
you're
class
good,
to
man.
teach.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, good on you. I appreciate it, man. Good. Thank you for all the information. Shit's crazy, y'all. Okay, with that, we got 118 people in here, guys. We should be able to get to 300K in no time. And I do have a gifted goal of 2 money guns. I haven't put a large goal up there yet, but if you are able, they are 500 coins, but there's only 2 of them. So if you want to help me out there, I'd appreciate it. If you don't, you can send other gifts as well. Also, Crash App and Vimo. You can send your love offerings that way too. So Debo, now what were you gonna say? You were about to say something.
Yeah, I was just saying I wasn't trying to like project that he was trying to slide something in there. I just thought it was kind of a half-handed comment what he was saying. I wasn't like to attack him or undermine his thought process or anything. I was just saying
thank you, Jesse.
It was a little bit much of a stretch for me, but that's just my opinion.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think even from his own admission that may have been more of speculation, given the fact that it's not coincidental because things like that keep happening. Right,
sure.
and I mean, it's always is weird that there's always one of those types of people surrounding all of these like weird fucking things that happen. Right? It is.
We don't know our actual history. We don't know.
Sure.
Like they have buried, and we get a very surface level. I mean, they don't want us to know the actual history of what religion actually was and is, and all of those things. So,
right.
That's where that's my problem with religion is they kind of, they tell you just enough to and then the majority of religion is faith. At least that's what they say in the LDS churches.
Right, they pick and choose.
You have to build your own. Yeah, you kind of have to build your own faith. You have to build your own understanding. Well, how am I supposed to build my own interpretation of what God wants me to be and act and what I'm supposed to do? Just tell me what it is and I'll obey. Or what I mean? Just do you kind of know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
no.
Why is it a dog and pony show? Why can't you just say, hey, these, just say, get like the 10 Commandments, right? Thou shalt not unalive. That shall not,
direct.
Covet their neighbor. Yeah, they're very direct. So why can't you just say that kind of more or less? Why does it have to be built upon faith instead of knowledge?
Right. And it's like, just trust me, bro. You got a 3,000-year-old book or however old it is that says, trust me, bro, is basically what they wrote. It's wild. And then if you don't believe this shit, because we told you to trust me, you're going to burn in hell for all eternity. The unforgivable sin. Crazy.
A lot of us masses don't even read, at least back then when they were quote unquote recruiting. A lot of them didn't have time to go and sit down and learn this language, read this book, actually understand it, because it takes a little discernment and knowledge behind it. They just decided to say, hey, I'm going to listen to what this person has to say. Obviously, they know best. They're either feeding me, they're providing clothing to my family, shelter, whatever. I'm going to listen, and then I'm also going to convert based on the compassion that was shown to me, or even if it's pseudo compassion just for them to gain numbers. That is how they gathered all their following. So that's and continue to do so to this day.
Fucking nuts, man. Now we can get away from the religious stuff because really all that was born from what we're doing in Iran. I mean, we can get back to that if you guys want. I am going to be shutting down here shortly. I'm almost 8 hours live, which is abnormal for me, but that's up to y'all. What do y'all want to talk about?
I'm sorry. Can I just jump in the religion thing real quick before you shut it down?
Yeah.
I'm sorry for interrupting.
Let's get to 300,000. We're almost there. I'm tapping.
Because you were talking about a book that is 3,000 years old, right? If you actually look into it, and I'm not telling anyone to believe or whatever, do your own research, right? So the Torah was actually lost for a very long time. And there's a story about that the Babylonian rewrote it again in Babylonia times. And when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls, they confirmed that the Torah was the truth. But here is the problem. They found the Dead Sea Scrolls in 1947. Guess what happened in 1948? That's all I have to say. Okay?
You
can look it up by yourself. The Torah was lost. I mean, come on. Aren't these people so lucky? right? They're just so lucky every time. It's crazy to me, right?
Right.
Can you
Even
call
if
that
you look in
intervention by
the
God?
even if you look at the Dead Sea Scrolls that was in America, all of
Divine
the experts
intervention.
who looked at them are all fake. The ones in Jerusalem, they are not allowed to be touched by anyone except for a Jew or someone from Israel, an expert. So I'm just saying, it's very
Right.
strange that all these people came there in 1947 and nobody else found the scrolls for like 2,000 years. All of a sudden, they were just there 1 year before they established themselves. That's all I
Right.
wanna. That's all I
Yeah.
wanted to put in.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Miss. Now, real quick, guys, thank you all so much. Here we go. 300K. We didn't have to use anybody's drama or beef to get there. We just talked about facts and things, and people were engaged, and I think we all learned something here today. Holy shit, Jussie, thank you so much. That's the second money gun. Thank you, Jussie. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. It's been a great fucking live, man. Debo, I wish you was here for a while. Like, that dude was a wealth of information, PhD. I hope he comes back.
I've been on his panel several times.
Yeah, no, it's good shit, man.
I got a lot of respect for that dude.
Yeah, Momin, I haven't heard you say much. Did you want to jump in, or did you have thoughts? Momin? Okay. Well, with that, I mean, Debo,
Yeah,
what is your...
I was more or less anxious to hear his version of the what's going on in the Middle East currently.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's generally our position he would share, because we talked about it.
If you could preface
quite
it,
a ways ago.
Yeah,
well, Iran has a right to defend itself. We've been fucking with them for a long time, and we bombed them.
So his interpretation is the Ayatollah should have remained in place.
Well, it's not for us to determine. It's not our country.
Right.
I'm just asking. Would you assume that is his position?
Can't assume much if he's not speaking.
Right. I don't know.
But I
believe, yeah, in my opinion, his opinion would be, why are you worried about that? Why are you worried about their leader?
Well, I mean, okay.
Well, I mean, think about
it. He's not here, so I guess it's kind of a no.
Yeah. Do you?
I haven't really heard or seen him on live to get his perspective since the beginning of the strike. So that's the only reason why I was asking.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, he was up here talking about it earlier, but it was less in the context of what his opinion was. But he was just offering thoughts. Although somebody did bring up but he's a bad guy, even though we shouldn't have done this, and we kind of got on that, because I'm like, how is that relevant whether he was a good or a bad guy, if either way we shouldn't have attacked them unprovoked? That's my take.
I would not say it is absolutely unprovoked. I think that's a pretty misnomer.
Are we allowed to go into this, host? Do you have time?
Oh, sure. Yeah, we can go into it. Absolutely.
How did we provoke him?
Can we promote Dylan show tonight? Please, Dylan, what time do you come on in your live? Dylan is a supporter of the live, and Dylan, the official. What I can't see that Ginther, the
Dylan
official.
Ginther.
He goes around 6:30 to 7 p.m. It's on a Canadian server, and you can say all the filthy, dirty words that we cannot say here. There is no TikTok
censorship
garbage that we got to say. Pew and all that other nonsense.
Because we live in the freest country on earth.
That's right.
So you have to go over to a Canadian server to say things.
Hey, LL, might I give the history of why America and Iran are at odds before we get into the details of now? Because I think most people don't understand why.
I mean, sure.
Okay,
Okay,
the
but
gist
can we
of it
finish?
is,
Excuse me. Can
Oh,
we
I didn't
finish
know
doing
you
the,
weren't
the
done. I'm sorry,
promotion?
Zio. Go ahead.
No.
Yeah.
So, guys, if you see Dylan in the comments, can you follow him if you're interested in going to his shows? He does the same type of content. It's all about politics. He and Lib Loudmouth have shared a live together on his live, and he comes to this live and he supports this live. So please, guys, go to follow Dylan, and his lives are really good. Like I said, you can say everything you want to say without any censorship.
Yep.
Thank you, Dylan, for supporting
Thank
this
you, Zio.
live.
Julie, can I give this one to you?
Yeah.
Again?
I think she's talking
Oh,
to
she was
somebody else.
talking. Okay, so now we're.
I'm so sorry, guys. I
So did we
apologize.
meet all the criteria? You got all the gifting goals done? Because I know you're shutting down soon.
Yes. Well, I opened up a
So
boxing
everything's done.
gloves, but that's okay. They're pretty cheap. If you guys want to support the live, please, just fill it up.
Okay.
But
so how much longer are you
Alexander,
going to be on?
I don't know. I'm interested to hear what
I'll be brief.
Alexander says and kind of go
Okay.
around the room one more time. I'm a glutton for punishment.
Yes, you are.
So, like wasn't it? It was last night we were on Dylan's live, wasn't it? Wasn't that last night? Yeah.
No, it wasn't last night. Dylan wasn't on last night.
The night before.
It was the night
Yeah.
before.
I couldn't get off of there. I was up till like fucking 1 o'clock in the morning, and that I
he
never
goes
do
to
that.
bed at 6
Yeah.
o'clock when the sun
Right.
goes down, like the birds.
Back in my younger days. Anyway, yeah. So Alexander, please go ahead.
yeah, back in '94, I had an Iranian who I was in Charleston at the time who explained this to me. Mossadegh, they considered their the Iranian MLK. America fomented a coup against him, had him thrown in prison, where he ultimately unalived before we installed the Shah of Iran, who was every bit the dictator that they now claim Khomeini is. And when they overthrew him, and they, if you remember, tie a yellow ribbon around the old oak tree, is when they took our hostages for just over 360 days, and they held them because the students rioted and they had their Iranian revolution, and that's when they installed Khomeini. And then what we did after that, because they nationalized their oil fields so that Iranian oil was for Iranians and not for American companies, what we did was we fomented a war against them with Saddam Hussein, who originally was winning and then began to lose. And what did we do? We gave Saddam chemical weapons, in which he used to unalive over 1 million Iranians. To put that in perspective, that would be like somebody attacking America and we losing Texas. So today they chant death to America consistently because of what
unalive. Excuse me.
unalive.
F1 in the chat, guys. F1, unalive.
Unalive America, because we fermented that war and they lost 1 million people.
Amen.
So today we pretend as if they just don't like us because they hate us for our freedom.
Amen.
As we used to say. But they don't hate us for our freedom. They hate us because of all of the Iranians that were unalived by the war we fermented against them.
Amen.
And now we protect Israel, and we say they're the terrorists. But if you look at what Israel does in that region, the biggest terrorist state in the world right now is Israel.
Amen. Amen.
Yep, and
Not one
about
lie
the chemical weapons, that is proven. You can look it up.
Here's what they'll tell you. What they'll tell you, American companies gave what they call precursors. So all of the things that you need to create chemical weapons, we gave them, and then we say, well, no, we didn't, but we can track the American companies that actually gave the stuff that they used to make the weapons, and they used against the Iranians that they didn't have until they were losing.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it doesn't even matter. But yeah, and right. So again, we've been fucking with them since at least as far back as 53.
Yep.
And the Shah, matter of fact, they created, I think it's called the Savat. It's their fucking secret police. They used to go around. They would snatch people up. They would torture them. They would unalive them. They would do all kinds of crazy shit. And guess who helped Pahlavi, I believe it was, create that? It was the CIA and Mossad. Helped him create his own fucking intelligence forces to go in and torture people in the country. Yeah. And that was the person we put in there. Matter of fact, the hostage situation came because he came to, after they overthrew them, he came to America where he was getting treated for cancer.
France first.
Well, either way, once he got to America,
the West,
that
and
is
they wanted
when
him because they wanted to try him, and we didn't let them try our dictator.
Okay, can I finish that? So once he was here, that was when they overtook the embassy, and that's where what about the hostages that they took? They wanted the Shah to be sent back to them so that they could try him in court. That was one of the things that they were asking for. And also to unfreeze all the money that we stole from them. So, to Debo, I would say we've been fucking with them for a long, long, long time. So it doesn't surprise me when they say unalive to America.
Good for them.
Debo?
Yeah, I don't have I'm
I say
good
good for
for
them
good
too.
good for them. Like I'm out, dude. You guys are insane.
Wait a minute, Debo.
But
What's
Debo,
the
you're just a
problem?
fragile YT man, and
No.
you're always dropping and getting your butt feelings hurt. You people are always afraid of everything, but you go around the planet destroying everything and everybody. Stop with that bitchiness. Stop it.
Right.
Just stop it.
If it were my child, I would say the same thing. 137 young girls
Right.
lost their lives.
Well, I mean,
Forget
look.
all the geopolitics, but they lost their little girls.
They can't let.
No one
They
cares
can't
about
let.
that.
You can't let go,
I'm sorry,
Debo.
host.
You can't let go of the bullshit propaganda about this great America. I know you feel that. You have a connection to that. It's bullshit. If you want to talk about evil and wickedness in the world, and you want to talk about T groups, that is the country you live in. You have to understand that you have to open your eyes and see the truth. It's not pointless. You're pointless when you continue to try to hold on to bullshit. Make America great again. What the fuck does that mean? And who was it great for? Can you come up and tell us that? Everything that you've been taught about this country is a lie. So when you hear other people who have been harmed irreparably by this country for decades and centuries, and they despise this country, you're all shocked and clutching your pearls.
Lies
Enough
on
is
top of
enough.
lies.
Right,
It's a house of cards.
And it's always YT men that's all
fragile.
delicate and clutching their pearls with their 3 teeth in their mouth and too ready to jump out because you have no fucking health care.
So Debo, if you're not so mediocre, just come up and tell us,
Oh, he's a
tell
runner.
us what's on
He
your
runs
mind.
all the time.
Don't be
He's
a mediocre
pathetic.
YT. Come on.
He is absolutely pathetic. We have to stop this nonsense. We have to face the truth. Listen, Debo, we're talking about attacking Canada. That's next. Mexico. Those are on the list of this nutty administration. Are you going to go ahead and justify that when something happens in Canada or Mexico, where they want to take it over and make it the 51st
And Trump just
state
said he
and
was
do whatever they do?
he was going to turn on Cuba next. He just came
Well,
out
he's
and said
already
that.
turned on Cuba.
No, I
They're
mean like
starving
and
now.
actually go after them once they collapse.
Oh, and
Like
I believe
starve them to
I
death
believe him.
to unaliving.
Sure.
Yeah, it's crazy. And then we're like, we wonder why we have enemies.
Right. They're always shocked. Why don't they love they hate us for our freedom and our Christianity? No, they
That's
hate you because you're
propaganda.
demonic. They hate
Right.
demonic behavior.
They hate us for our freedom, yet we have to go to a Canadian live in order to say all the
we
words.
Thank you.
It's like,
But
damn.
listen, for the black slave, that's not unusual. Blacks had to run to Canada to get their freedom. So this is I was going to Dylan's live tonight for my freedom.
For my, my fucking God. That is fucking, that's sad and hilarious at the same time.
Isn't that sad?
It is sad.
How many of you guys saw the Tucker Carlson, Mike Huckabee interview?
Loved it.
Do you realize how profound what happened in that interview really becomes when you understand that those small hat Europeans are not the actual people of the book?
Well, we know that.
That
Come on.
part, yeah.
First of all, they don't have enough melanin to be those people. I tell everybody, Stop looking at these pale, glow in the dark people who, if when nighttime comes, you'll just see them from the goddamn moon because they're so bright. Those are not the lineage, the people at all. Period.
So
Full
now
stop.
imagine the implications on American foreign policy when you realize that what Ted Cruz said was this. No, no, no. This was Lindsey Graham, my senator. He said, because if we pull the plug on Israel, God is going to pull the plug on us.
Oh my God! First of all,
Right?
tell Miss Lindsey Graham to stop going on Grinder and getting her little boys to have. And
Oh
you
my
and
God.
listen, I'm very angry at you, Alexander. If you are in the same, you're in South Carolina.
Yeah, but I'm in
Then
Charleston. Tim
how
Scott is
come
my
you
senator.
haven't?
And by the
How
way,
come?
Tim and I were in the same insurance class together when he was recruited into the Republican Party, which I would not go. I'm way better looking than him. They wouldn't have had to find me a wife.
I'm about to attack you. Listen, you are in close proximity to pretend on Grinder that you're looking for. So when that bitch called you to come to his hotel room, you do some things.
Yeah, no, he not calling me.
No, look. You're supposed to be undercover. Just
No,
so you
Oh
know,
my
you don't.
God.
I have a charge, and y'all don't want me locked up forever, right?
No, you're
He
not.
said
It's
not
gonna be.
forever.
It's gonna be so
Oh, that's what they
embarrassing.
would do. If
They
he
wouldn't even.
solicited me like that, I would be locked up forever.
No, they won't even recognize it. Don't forget, he's not. He's not GAY. He's
Oh,
supposed to
that's
be a
right.
straight man. So all that's undercover. They don't. They don't expose like the E-files. They won't expose you. They won't expose. They'll protect you.
Fucking crazy, y'all.
Oh, goodness.
It's
Absolutely
insane.
wild.
We're in insane land. We're in this is
This
insanity,
is the
guys.
bad place. What do you mean? It's the bad place.
That's
But
where
the one thing I
all
I
of
have
the
gotten.
billionaires touched me was in the bad place. Motherfuckers, man.
Hey,
But guess
and y'all saw the Bill Clinton interview where they're trying to use that as vindication for, it's almost like they're saying Bill Clinton vindicated Trump. If you actually
oh
hear what he
please.
said, what reason would Donald Trump have to tell Bill Clinton, unless Bill was actually involved, that he did anything with Epstein? And that's Bill's point. Well, he never said anything to me.
Yeah, but
That's not vindication.
Bill needs his ass whipped just like Trump, and they all need to go into the gulag because all that filth. And my thing is, you know who you're hanging out with. They all knew who they were hanging out with. All of them.
Well,
They knew they were.
Donald says he did. See, they let certain things go past that if you really analyze what Donald Trump said, first he lies and says he's the reason. He worked with the FBI to
Oh
get this
bullshit.
man locked up, which was proven a lie. But then he says he called the sheriff. But what did he say to the sheriff? This is after the arrest, not before. He says, "Yeah, I'm glad that you guys got him. Everybody knew what he was doing."
And
That's
yet
being
nobody called
complicit.
them. That's right. Nobody called them after the fact. Sick motherfuckers, man. It's
But
gross.
think about that now. You call after he's arrested to say everybody knew, which means you knew, which means you knew and you said nothing.
That's right.
Well, he already said that he likes them on the younger side. We know they
Yeah,
know. We know
yeah.
this. And we know who orchestrated all of this.
Wink,
And it
wink, nod, nod.
goes right back to that little country with those little
Yep,
hat people.
yep. And they got something on our president, and that's why he follows. He's kowtowing to them and
Yeah, but
doing
so does
whatever they
Russia.
say.
So does Russia.
Yeah,
They know
yeah.
what they got those. They say several other countries also have access to those videos and files and things of that nature. It will eventually come out.
I
It
still
will
think
come out.
I still think the P tape is real.
Oh, me too. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely.
He's like, I love the color gold. Let me shower in it. I mean, that sounds like
Sad.
something he would do. His toilets are gold. Everything is gold.
And don't forget that this is not abnormal. This is the norm. This country, and I'm just speaking for this country, loves child rapists. We put them on dollar bills. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, he raped and had babies with his enslaved children. This is what they do. We've condoned it. We've condoned rape for hundreds and hundreds of years in this country. Women had no body autonomy. They don't care about this. It's just been exposed because we're supposed to all of a sudden have morals. But this is the norm. This has
Hey,
always happened.
just remember, recently, Tennessee, Arkansas, Alabama,
Yes.
all fought to keep on the books 12-year-old
Yes.
marriage.
That's
That's
right.
enough to tell you
That's
what these people are comfortable with.
That's right. And some of them are trying to go back to it. Remember, somebody
They're not
introduced.
making it illegal. That's the point. So if it's not
Right.
being made illegal, when somebody tries to make it illegal, that means you condone it.
Yep.
Crazy.
Absolutely.
Well, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up because I feel like I need to
Yay.
take like a 3-hour nap.
You need to take a 12-hour nap. Yeah.
Probably do. But guys, we
Thanks
hit
for having me
300. Yeah, thank you, Alexander. I appreciate it. We got to
Nice seeing you again, Alexander.
313,000
You too.
likes. 313,000 likes, y'all. You guys have been awesome in the comments. I really appreciate it. And the gifting has been wonderful. Thank you all so much. And don't
Yes.
forget, if you didn't gift and you wanted to, there's information on my bio. You can send support that way, because in the face of adversity, we just have to keep plowing through and say fuck all the rest of it, and we just have to keep going. That's all we can do. And so, in order, you guys supporting me helps me to be able to plow through and keep going. Because fuck Benjamin Netanyahu and all the people that support that crazy shit. And with that, I am out. Thank you all so much.
Thank
Peace.
you.
Bravo.
Enjoy your weekend. See ya.